two countries where I've spent all my life, England versus Spain. Spain is a team that creates joy, in which the players are enjoying it because they've been allowed to express themselves within an order. It's youthful, it's courageous, it's brave, it's attractive, offensive. Versus England, which is organization, resilience, faith in themselves, solidarity, quality. Who wins? I don't know. Okay, lots of work today, but it's how I like it. Lots of excitement as well. I'm playing it calm when I meet Rick Edwards and Five Live. I cross paths with Steve Crossman, with John Murray, Chris Sutton. I say, we're okay, whatever happens. But deep down, I want Spain to win.
Hello.
There you are.
Hello.
What's going to happen?
Well, sadly, I think Spain are probably going to edge it. But fingers crossed for England, and especially Gareth Southgate.
Yeah.
I'm too frightened to say what I actually think.
So don't say it.
I'm not going to say it.
It's just that if England win, it won't be the worst disaster for me emotionally. I'm the chairman of Because of United. I know what football means to people in England, to Because of United fans, to Arsenal fans. I lived in England for a long while, so it will be a little bit my win as well, because some of what has happened with England has to do with the admiration that English football has sent in the Spanish direction, if you like, in the direction of Spanish clubs, Spanish managers, and they've come to England to help and to build a confidence, reputation, style, collective and individual quality. So a victory of England, in a way, is also a victory for Spain. I feel part of what's happening in England. I do. But yes, there's a bigger percentage that wants Spain to win in my head and in my heart. I spoke to West Brom manager Carlos Corberán about how you build a team. I found the conversation fascinating. So I did it in two parts. We already did the first part. And in this second one, we focus mostly on the tactics of Spain, how they can face a team like England. And this is the conversation.
We're going to get into, to finish off, into the tactical side, if you like, because one key element for a very good coach is to be flexible. And perhaps Luis de la Fuente wasn't counting on Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal to be so influential so early, but he felt like they were going to be. The key game was against Georgia. We talk in September 2023, where the wingers were different. We went to Tbilisi with Marco Asensio and Olmo as wingers. They both got injured in the first half. Lamine Yamal comes in, Nico Williams come in. They both score. We beat Georgia 7-1, and we haven't looked back since. But you have to have that flexibility. From that moment on, you think, something is happening here. We have to give these guys, even if one of them is 16, a chance. And that's another reason why Luis de la Fuente was chosen, because he gives different layers to the team, a little bit more directness. Yes, the pressure high that we've had for a while, possession, but with the intention to reach the other end quicker. Is that what you're seeing? Obviously, it's obvious it's a different Spain, but give us more of an analysis of what you've seen compared to the older Spain.
I think it's very, very interesting, the first part of your question, because sometimes the things arrive by accident. Sometimes you have one plan, one idea, probably because it's secure for the experience of the player, because you have been watching this situation before and you have this plan, and sometimes the situation change, and because one injury or because something changed and you need to adapt. For me, there appear the talent of the coach, like you say, to be flexible or to be enough open and to have enough knowledge to make a good diagnosis about what the situation needs. So he understands that the next generation of wingers were more ready probably than the other type of profile of wingers. And probably his level of game understanding was more related with the things that Spain is doing right now than with the things that Spain was doing before. It doesn't mean that something is better than another thing. I think that what he's doing very well is to don't put his ego in front of the positives of the national team players of Spain. So I think he allows them to play and express the football that they have, because we have now players, especially on the side, like you say, like Yamal or Williams, that they are players that they can unbalance. Our wingers, by his qualities, are able to change the team, because now we don't need to make many passes to put the opponent team deep. And after, we are talking about some players that we have. The level of Dani Olmo, of Fabian, and Rodri is unbelievable. We know that the best from Spain arrive when we put together, especially in the middle, no? When we put together very good players that understand the game, players that can command the game. We are watching Fabian sometimes in the goal keys, dropping with Rodri. After we are watching him arriving to the box and finishing some attacking actions. You are watching him playing good football in every single level of the pitch, in every single high. He is amazing playing short with Rodri. He's amazing playing high with Morata. So these players help you to be an organized team. Football is about players, and we can organize our teams to allow our players to show their strengths in the pitch. Or our level of organization sometimes don't allow the players to show everything that they have in the pitch. This is, let's say, the work of the coach. Be ready to see what are the strengths of the players, what they need, and how you can create, how you organize the team to create advantage to make our players make difference. So for me, it's important as a coaches, we understand our players and we can create the context in the team that they need. But then normally the good players, they are able to adapt to any type of context. And I think that in Spain, what I think that we all can feel excited that we have players that they can impact the game from the game understanding, from the quality that they have, and they can make a very good football. Sometimes be more vertical or be more aggressive with the risk that it has, because everything has a risk. Probably you will create more chances, maybe less clear chances, but at the same time you are going to have more approaches to the last third of the pitch. But at the same time, if you are not together in football, if you don't work together, if you don't travel together in football, if you lose the ball, normally you are going to suffer more transitions. If you believe in the physical skills of the central backs and the position midfielder to cover this space, is fine. So for me, everything is like related how you attack, you are going to defend, and you can attack. I think that at the end, what is important is to create something in your structure that allows the players to show the real level.
And that's why what we're doing is so enjoyable.
Thank you so much, Guillem.
For a comprehensive analysis of England, have a look at yesterday's Coffee with Guillem, which was a conversation with Miguel Delaney of The Independent. Really, really interesting and very good points were raised there. And now it's Sunday and the game is in many hours from now, so you got time to watch it again. But first, watch this one, because I want to take you to a building that is just here. Look, it's this one. Next to the hotel where I'm staying. It used to be the biggest squad in Europe, a commune of artists, and when they left, it's been taken over and still is an art centre with a fascinating story. So I did a little video for you. This building that I'm about to show you is next to the hotel where I'm staying, and it's got wonderful murals, colourful walls, quite original one as well. There's a driller there. And I've been wondering, what's this about? It has a story, I'm sure it has a story. So, William, who's behind the camera today, has organised a meeting with somebody who's going to tell me all about it. And that's Emmanuel. Emmanuel, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Right. I'm okay. I'm looking forward. Look at this. Some of the stuff that I've seen makes the place very mysterious. So are you going to help me and try to understand what this is about?
Yeah, let's try to do that.
What's that sign there at the top?
Well, the sign there at the top is the Oranienburger Tor Lichtspiele, and it was the name of a cinema which was in here during the GDR.
Okay, so this was a cinema, I'm sure amongst many other things.
Amongst many other things, there was a cinema in here. Actually, it was conceived as a shopping center and opened in 1908.
Must be one of the early ones then.
Yes, it was one of the early ones, but this is like the last part of this old building which is standing. It was much bigger. Like the whole complex went on until Friedrichstraße actually.
That's right at the other side.
Yeah,
then.
that's right at the other side, and a lot of it was destroyed while the GDR.
Okay.
And there's the myth that actually they wanted to destroy everything, but there was a safe from a bank, and they used all the dynamite there, and that's why this building wasn't destroyed.
It resisted. It survived.
It survived.
It survived.
Yes.
So it's now a coffee bar and shop.
follow me. We are now in the historic staircase, actually, and you hear the sound is very, very much different. And what you see here are all the graffitis, which is from the time between 1919 and 2011, while the Artist Initiative Tacheles was in this building.
What do you mean? They lived here?
Yes, actually at first they squatted the building and actually to save it from destruction, and they made it a cultural landmark.
Oh, wow.
Actually, and so we had to keep the staircase as it is.
The graffitis everywhere. That explains that these were the artists that live here.
Yes.
That produce all this.
And then they had to leave because the building was supposed to be sold.
Okay.
So that's the reason it was 2012 that the last artists who were here had to leave, actually.
Isn't it amazing that they actually left it as the remains of an artist commune, if you like, that lived here and spent decades here squatting. Every corner has been painted.
Yes, we have a lot of visitors who have been here in the 1990s and the 2000s, and they remember this being a place. There were a lot of parties there.
Oh, sorry, William. No, don't rush, don't rush, don't rush.
We have a talent program called Emergent Berlin, and it's for photographers at the early stage of their career. And we have the first exhibition here in the Graffiti Hall, how we call it. And it's an artist called Anne Lass, who's a Danish-German artist who has took photos in like gambling halls.
Oh, look at that.
Welcome everybody to this little bonus episode of the Football Ramble on the big day, the final of the European Championships, of course, later in Berlin. And no matter what happens tonight, everybody, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's listened, supported, engaged with the show during this tournament. We really, really do appreciate it. This is/was our 9th tournament at the Ramble, and honestly we couldn't and wouldn't do it without you. And if you've enjoyed following us, then please leave us a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really helps the show, helps us continue to grow heading into next season and beyond. So once again, thank you for listening throughout this bloody brilliant tournament.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate it.
It's a privilege, Marcus, isn't it? It's great to do this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it never feels more fun than when we're in the middle of a summer tournament. Obviously, it's a little bit biased when England do well, but it's great fun anyway. But it's heightened during the summer tournament. So absolutely echo that. Everyone's been great. So thank you very much for your support. Totally,
we do appreciate it. Now, Luke, we did Lions Watch leading up to the tournament, as we do nowadays. Let's have a little bit of a recap of what we were talking about pre-tournament. The first Lions Watch was all the way back at the start of May, at which point England were the outright favourites with the bookies. Well, they've reached the final, as the bookies would have predicted.
They're really wrong.
But they're now second favourites, of course, behind this very, very impressive Spain team.
Yeah, it's been a story of England being favourites throughout. And I remember saying to you, until Spain have really just kind of impressed more and more, and then they've kind of overtaken England. But I remember saying to you, I think after the second round, maybe it was, that England hadn't really played that well. They hadn't shown what many people think they were capable of, yet they were still kind of fancied on all the exchanges, all the better markets, everything like that. So it does show you that there was a lot of faith in England still, and people were still backing them to do well.
Partly due to the side of the draw.
Yeah, that's definitely a massive part of it. Yeah, good point. I think they're not going to be favourites tonight, right? Let's be honest. Yeah, if you flick the radio on this morning and you listen to all the preview stuff, and it's one of those things, isn't it, where now England are in the final and the final is today. It crosses over from back page stuff to front page stuff, right? So all the news bulletins, all the radio programmes that aren't ostensibly about sport will be talking about it, and so it becomes a really big deal. But we know that Spain are the more fancied team. You said yesterday, didn't you, that this is the way that Southgate can kill two birds with one stone, beat a really fancied side that are better than England and win a trophy, and so this is the opportunity to do that. And I don't know how you feel, but I feel kind of sanguine about it. I feel like I was thinking this morning that surely now in the next 3, 4, 5 tournaments, surely you'd fancy England to win one of them, right? I mean, it's just they've just gone every single step, but they haven't gone that final step. So to me, it just feels like whatever happens tonight, future's really bright. Yeah, the caveat being that they have to make that next appointment of a manager well. That's the one big kind of grey area, I suppose. But I feel confident. I think that they're a team that have shown different qualities than teams that we've seen England play, than teams that England have been in the past, i.e. plucky, but when it comes down to it, not really in it, even though we convince ourselves they are. I don't think that's the same with this team. I think this team are kind of finding a way to do well, and hopefully they can continue that. Yeah,
all agreed. One of the things we spoke also pre-tournament was the lack of options due to injuries and one or two other reasons is at left back, and who would partner Declan Rice in the midfield. Well, Southgate's had his critics for playing Kieran Trippier at left back or left wing back, but at least he made a decision. The player playing beside Declan Rice, he started off with Trent Alexander-Arnold, then he went to Conor Gallagher, and then he settled on Kobbie Mainoo, who I was quite keen to start in the centre at the beginning of the tournament. And it's just as well that that's kind of clicked, because, and I know we haven't used the word clicked much with England this tournament, but Mainoo's come in and done a really good job. But it did seem a little strange at the start of the tournament where Southgate was thinking, right, I'll give you a go. It hasn't worked, I'll give you a go. And it seemed a little bit panicked and a little bit frantic, which was not the most reassuring thing.
No, and but he settled on what he settled on now. And, you got to try things, get things right. And, I wonder whether the coverage of this has been a bit like, yeah, okay, he should have had it squared away, he should have had it sorted by now. But I think, talk about this, like, we're going to talk probably about Trippier in a minute as well, aren't we? And it's going to be chat about, oh, hey, I can't believe he's done this, I can't believe he's done that. They're in the final. So the ends justify the means. So far, if they win it, it won't matter. No one will care. Obviously, if people are being fair and even-handed, which of course they won't be, but if they are, they would have to say, for example, the conversation would have to shift from, I can't believe he's picking Trippier at left back the whole time, or left wing back, to, can you believe we won an international tournament with Trippier at left back? What a genius! If you're going to be even-handed, that's what it has to be. Yeah. Because you can't question it anymore.
Well, so we did a poll before the tournament as well, saying, do you trust Gareth Southgate to get the best out of these players? And I think it was 78% said no. And I think a lot of people would still say, well, he hasn't got the best out of them because of the performances, and they were fortunate in that side of the draw. So I kind of understand that, again, to an extent. But as you say, look, they are in the final. The performances have increased a little as the tournament's gone on. But it did become quite apparent early on in the campaign that some of those England players looked a bit knackered. They weren't firing on all cylinders, as Southgate presumably thought they would be. As I say, back end of 2023, he's thinking, here we go, we're playing high pressing, we're playing fast stuff. That beat Italy 3-1. It was an impressive performance, it was an exciting performance, and if you'd have been there for that, everyone was like, I'll tell you what, we've got a chance here. This idea that he never takes the handbrake off and it's all very conservative. Yeah, there's a little bit of that, but it's not always been the case. And I think Southgate went into this tournament thinking, we're going to play like that. And as the game started going on, okay, people are getting up to speed and so on, it became apparent that that's not going to happen. So he's responded, and the response that Southgate has come up with Steve Holland has got them to the final. Okay, they've played sides which maybe you might fancy them to beat, but considering all the noise and the disappointment, if you like, early on, again, you have to give credit there.
Definitely, and I don't really care who England play, because the reason they play the teams they play is because the other teams that everyone automatically assumes are brilliant are fucked up, and that's why they're not playing them. You can chart the path to the final before the tournament starts by going with the form team and pick the team that you think are best, and then if you did that, England would have to play loads of really good teams, but they don't, because those other two teams don't get there.
Well, France finished second in their group. That's why they weren't.
And
on
Netherlands
the same...
finished third in the group.
Yeah, which is why France weren't on the same side as England.
Exactly, because Austria were better in that rarefied group of however many games, 3 games each. Austria proved themselves to be the better team. That's not England's fault. Nothing they can do about that. They got to play what's in front of them. And we were talking a few weeks ago, well, not even a few weeks ago, a week or two ago, about how Austria would pull England apart based on what we've seen so far as they played them in the semi. Well, lo and behold, Austria went out to Turkey. So, these things happen, right? So that's all fine. What we're talking about here today is a chance to make history, right? It's a chance to do something that hasn't been done for a very, very long time. A chance. I'm really, from a kind of personal point of view, alongside the football, which would be amazing if they were to win. I'm really interested to see how it affects the psyche of the whole nation.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And the rhetoric and the conversations around England as a footballing nation if they were to do something here. Because it's been so much of a informer of all the conversations we have as football fans ever since we've been doing this show, but also ever since I've been old enough to really know what football is. It's been like that. And if you think, say, I would have first become aware of football as a concept in the mid-1980s, at that point England had already gone 20 years without winning anything. And now fast forward to 2024 and it's way, way more than that, right? And it's just become part of our psyche. So it could have a huge impact if England were to do the business tonight, but as we've talked about on Lions Watch, over and over again, they've got to prove that they can do it. They've got to get further, and I think in terms of consistency of performances for international tournaments, England have been pretty good. There's not really been anyone, I don't think, that's been as consistent as them. They're probably,
you could argue France.
Yeah. I was literally about to say that we're probably a win over France away from being the most consistent team without ever actually winning it. Well, the time has come to win it. They've got to do it now.
Well, here it is. So the team news is all 26 players trained yesterday. There are a few reports suggesting that Kieran Trippier will keep his place in the starting lineup at left wing back, which, well, I get. I mean, if you think about Spain's terrifying wingers and Yamal wanting to cut inside, might not be a bad idea to have Trippier, who is a good defender. He's been criticised for his attacking play in this tournament, but defensive-wise, pretty solid. And his stronger foot being the right one, of course, you think might have a chance of sort of negating that. I know Lamine Yamal is an unbelievably good player, so I'm not sort of saying, don't worry everybody, Trippier's on him. But I understand if Southgate goes with him, and I think that would probably make a bit of sense.
Yeah, so I have a mixed reaction to that. I feel like if you look at Shaw's journey, hasn't played any football at all since whatever it was, February, but he comes in, he does 40 minutes here, 45 minutes there. Feels to me like the next logical step would be to get an hour out of him, right? Yeah. But it depends on, it depends on how they look at it. I mean, we don't have the intricate details of how fit he is, right? So if he is training fully and he is fit and he's not had any reaction at all to the minutes he's played so far, it may well be that Southgate and Holland think, yeah, we can get an hour out of him, but you know what? It might be 40 minutes or 35 minutes of the second half and then half an hour extra time, right? Because he changed it up at half time in the semi and brought Shaw in. So I think it very much depends on how Trippier deals with Yamal. It's easy to get over the top about Trippier and criticise him. If you look at Twitter this morning, the criticism has been pretty harsh. I know we've talked on the show a bit about how there's a possibility that his best years are behind him, and Vish said, I'm not really sure what more he's got to offer. Perfectly legitimate opinion. I just wonder whether, if you were putting together a defensive player to defend against Lamine Yamal, who's 16 and
17 today. Oh, yesterday. Sorry,
17. Yeah. Just 17. Yeah, congratulations to him. Many happy returns. Hope he enjoyed his McDonald's party and took the right person around the kitchen. The idea is you'd probably pick someone who's got a super amount of experience, right? Because I don't think Yamal does look raw, and I don't think he does look like he's going to be overwhelmed by an occasion. No. But if there's just an idea that he might, well, who do you want playing against him? Someone who's done it a million times before, who's played in however many semi-finals now, and etc. etc. So I don't hate that. I don't hate that selection necessarily. It might well be just goes exactly with what he went in the in the semi, where he maybe switches it up in the second half and gives Spain something to think about, was sure. But what I would say is you have to acknowledge this. You mentioned it slightly there about the idea that defensively he's been okay, but going forward he hasn't been great. England played the best 45 minutes that I've seen possibly from anyone this tournament, with the exception of Spain against Italy, probably, against Netherlands. Trippier was part of that, right? Trippier was on the field. So you have to, if you're going to dish out the criticism, you've got to accept that he was a part of, however small you think it was, he was a part of that 11 that delivered that 45 minutes against Netherlands. And on another day, that's a 3 or 4 goal lead, right? So you got to say that he probably does deserve the right to actually have a go at it.
Yeah, I mean, in interest of balance, I wouldn't praise that performance as highly as that, but I take the point that it was a good performance.
You can't get hyped on the day of the final. Well, I wouldn't have done the show if I'd seen those notes. Oh, we're not allowed to get carried away.
Well, you're talking about a different game. But anyway, let's go to the listener correspondence. We asked you, the listeners, how you're feeling ahead of the game. James says, nervous. I don't think I can handle another final defeat. Come on, James.
You might have to.
I mean, I think... Yeah, I mean, there'll be a lot of nervous people, but and this is not any kind of... sort of prediction as to what's going to happen, but I think having spoken to a lot of mates and had a look around, I think having been here before, it is a little bit more relaxing. I don't know what the feeling would be if England lost. I think the fact is that England have got themselves into a final so soon after the last one, and it is only 3 years. And I think people have taken a lot of heart from that, thinking, blimey, we can bounce back. If they were to lose tonight, I honestly don't know. Would people feel that was more devastating than the first one? I don't know, and I sincerely hope that we don't know. But there's definitely, I mean, I think the fact is it's Spain, and they've been absolutely brilliant. I mean, Rob says, I'm feeling anxious. Really not sure I'll hold it together during the game, providing it's close. Yeah, and again, I get that. You look at Rodri and you think, bloody hell, like, goodness knows what it would have been like. I mean, last night, trying to get to sleep with Declan Rice and the other midfield players. How on earth do you sleep before?
They're used to it, though.
Yeah, well...
They're used to all that stuff. They've got people to look after them for that kind of thing.
Yeah, of course. But, I mean, I remember, it's a different sport, but Johnny Wilkinson saying before was it the rugby? I can't remember if it was the semi or the final. He just said he couldn't sleep, so we just started playing Guitar Hero. It was just like, yeah, fine, I might as well, rather than just lie staring at the ceiling thinking about this.
I can see it from him. I've met Johnny Wilkinson a number of times, and he's one of the most intense men I've ever met. So I can certainly see that. I just think that it's funny you said that about Declan Rice, and I think sure, but it's indicative because I think Declan Rice is one of those people who seems like he's got almost like a childlike appreciation for things. He doesn't really let anything affect him.
Yeah.
It's a big deal for him. Here's a little angle for you though. Taking on board what you've just said and also what our listener correspondence, the shape of our listener correspondence, a lot of it is nerves and anxiety. As you said, Rob said anxious, very, very anxious. Matt here said the only way I can cope is to mentally prepare for disappointment. Regardless, I'll be forever grateful for the Watkins moment. So people are already kind of resigned to it, right? And that's pretty indicative of all the responses we received. Apart from the ones that said nude links in bio, which we'll investigate later, perhaps as part of the Patreon project. But and then talking about you mentioned there how the players prepare. I actually wonder whether, and a lot was made of this after the semi-final victory, this whole foreign soil debate thing, right? England doing it overseas. The times they've done it before, it's been in England. Right, very difficult to separate yourself out from that. Yeah. You are going to have to live like a monk in those few days if you are not going to see a newspaper or bump into someone or get involved in the rhetoric and the dynamic of how England as a nation are feeling about it. Well, do you know what? They're ensconced off in Berlin now. Right, the Germans aren't going to be very happy that England are in there. They're probably doing their best to ignore it as much as they can. Now, of course, the build-up will be the build-up, but it's a very different feeling. Yeah. And a lot of the chat has been in the build-up to this tournament, and then throughout this tournament, time and time again, the players on Lions Den, on the press junkets they've had to do, we're in our bubble. Yeah, we're not getting involved in that. That can't affect us, and etc. etc. I wonder whether it actually been a big advantage for England. I wonder whether, as much as they can. Treating it as just another game, play the game and not the occasion and all that stuff. Now you've got to execute, and it's easier said than done. But I'd also throw this into the mix for you as well, on the same kind of angle. Kobbie Mainoo wasn't overwhelmed by Rodri in the FA Cup final. No. So I don't see why he should have to be overwhelmed by him now. And I think if it'll be a bitter pill for me, because I'll be delighted if England win, but I'll always have in my mind I'll never be able to get away from the idea, because if England do win, right, Maynard needs to play brilliant. He needs to play as well as he played in the semi. If he does and England win, I am always going to have to live with the idea that you called out Mainly to start for England weeks and weeks before me, and I can never change that. You can't go back. You cannot go back. So that's a few of my assembled thoughts as to how you can probably turn that anxiety as an England fan, if you're listening to this, into a positive idea that I think there's a pretty good chance that the England squad will probably not be feeling the same way.
Yeah. I think you summed that up quite well, and I think that the disappointment of losing last time just drives them on more. And Southgate has been criticised tactically, and again I sort of get that on one level, but actually I disagree with it on another. I think that and all big nations, and perhaps even the smaller ones, but definitely all big nations will have this. They'll have a huge team back in their headquarters doing lots of tactical analysis and breakdown and so on, and have a dossier to their respective managers and assistant coaches. So it's not like Southgate and Holland have just suddenly woken up to the fact that Spain are good. Back at the FA headquarters, you've got the boffins typing away, you've got supercomputers, you've got all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that Southgate knows that they have to be absolutely on it tonight. And I think I back him. I mean, even just little things like when Watkins scores against Netherlands, he celebrates for a moment or two, and then immediately they're chatting to each other. Right, this is what we've got.
Yeah.
And he knows that they have to be. He said we have to be tactically perfect against Spain. But with that experience England have, we'll find out how much it's worth. When the game begins. But I think the desire is there, and I think England are sort of a bit more battle hardy than we've seen maybe in previous tournaments. Again, that doesn't mean to say they're favourites. Spain has shown that on the pitch they are a better side. So you can be as battle hard as you want, but you still can get picked apart. But from the start of the tournament to now, England have improved quite a bit, and the mentality has improved quite a bit. And you saw against Netherlands that the England players looked a bit more relaxed. They knew their jobs that little bit better. And yes, the Dutch are a bit more open than Spain, but Spain are going to go forward, and that is going to leave gaps at the back. That's going to leave a little bit of room for the likes of Foden and Bellingham to play. So, yeah, I mean, again, none of this is to say that England are favourites, but, Rob G says, I'm confident, just think Spain have been a little overhyped. I wouldn't go that far, Rob, but I'm liking the confidence.
Yeah, and look, that might just be a little bit of jingoism or a little bit of kind of overconfidence. We don't know Rob, he could be an absolute bellend, but I'm sure he's not. He could be a really astute guy, right?
Well, he must be, because he's listening to us.
Yeah, well, quite exactly. The chances of him being a band are very, very low if he's listening to the ramble. But look, you can extrapolate from that. You can say, look, well, think about how Spain have been tested. They've been tested by going behind against France very early on. And they went behind against Georgia, which is a bit of a nothing game, and they were always fancied to win that. The way they responded to going behind against France was pretty good. England have also answered those questions. England have been behind and had to struggle and really pulled it out the fire in a way that I would argue Spain haven't done. Against France, there was loads of the game left. It was kind of similar to how England did it against Netherlands, I suppose. But I wonder if Spain are a little bit overrated, because I thought they were underrated coming into it, and I made that very clear at the start of the tournament. I wonder now, because they've won every game, and because of really it's partly to do with the other fancied nations haven't really turned up, and some would even argue England haven't really turned up yet properly, apart from maybe half an hour in the first game, 45 minutes in the semi-final. It might well be just through the process of elimination people think Spain are brilliant. They might not be brilliant. They've got good players, and they've got really kind of solid midfielders and exciting wingers, etc. But England have got the tools and the weapons to hurt Spain as well, for sure. And I would just add on the tactical side of it, you talk a lot there about the tactical quality that Spain have got. And I agree, but what I don't want to agree with is I don't want to agree with that actually that's as important in a one-off game or even a summer tournament as it is in a sort of league campaign, right? If you sit down as a football fan, you think about the tactical astuteness of Pep Guardiola, right? Of course, it's just playing this day how important it is. It goes across 50, 60 games in a season, and the consistency is a really big part of it. Really, in a one-off game, you're only a Xavi Simons goal away from in the semi-final for England to be like, right, what are we going to do now? And it becomes about more than that. And if Spain just like unemotionally rely on their tactics and whatever happens, just stick with what they stick with and don't show that desire that's needed. And I don't want to get all Graham Souness about it, but really, you know, I always refer back to that Souness point that I think is a really good one, which he made a while back, which is you can talk about all the tactics you want, but if you're not first to the ball, you don't snap into a tackle, and you don't get on the front foot and be aggressive, all these things that every single top-level professional footballer has to do to even get to where they're getting to, it's not going to work. And if England out-battle and out-fight Spain and use the weapons they've got at their disposal, the tactics might not be as important. They might not be.
Yeah.
And England have had more possession than Spain in the tournament overall, by the way. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and it's been of a funny one, isn't it? Spain have been a bit more direct than perhaps we thought they would be, but it certainly worked for them, you could say. I'd like to wrap up with a couple of comments. One from Rich, just saying, I'm feeling wonderful. We're underdogs. No one fancies us. Spain are amazing, but Kane to get 3. Rodri sent off for Foden's shithousery. Pickford mocking a mix at full time. This from Jim. The giddy aunts are resting, waiting for the night of all nights. It's coming home.
That's great stuff. I love that from Rich. It's a good point about the underdogs thing, by the way, because if you know, think about this. If you're an England fan, say you take that run they've had to the final, and you're playing. So I know it couldn't happen in this case, but as an example, you're playing Austria, right? The pressure would be intense. Yeah. It'd be so full on because you're like, right now, this is the time. You have to do it now because you're playing fucking Austria. And going into this tournament, most Commonweal Garden football fans wouldn't even be able to name like 3 Austrian players, right? It's not. We're playing Spain. If we lose against Spain, people will be upset because obviously, but it will be understandable. So it's a much better position to be in than the alternative. So I think there's something in that as well.
I think so too.
Any closing thoughts from you, Marcus?
It's such an opportunity, and to just hear some of those England players to say how on it they are, it gives me a bit of reassurance, I think.
Yeah.
It's a tough game, and we know that Spanish sides, club sides, international sides have got a wonderful record in finals.
Yeah.
But one of them have got to lose at some point.
Yeah.
Let's make it tonight.
Yeah. 9 hours to go, killing time until the big kick-off. But enjoy it. Let's all try and enjoy it as much as we can.
And absolutely right. Do remember, though, everybody, it is a football match. It's there to be enjoyed. And England have done well to get to the final. But it's one final push.
And whatever happens, we'll be there tomorrow morning to pour over it with you.
Exactly. We'll be celebrating with you, or we'll be putting our arms around your shoulders and telling you, do you know what, it's okay. We're still alive. Yeah. We've still got each other. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening to the Football Ramble, part of the Acast Creator Network. Myself, this man Luke, Jim and Andy will be back tomorrow to talk about the European Championship final between England and Spain. Do follow us on X, TikTok, YouTube and Instagram at Football Ramble, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. You know, these are nice problems to have, aren't they, at the end of the day? So let's try and enjoy them as much as we can. And as I said, whatever happens, we'll see you tomorrow.
Come on then, England. Let's do it.
Thank you for watching a clip from the Football Ramble podcast. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss an upload. A single upload. Don't miss out on the uploads. The uploads are important.
Hello and welcome to The Rest is Football with me, Gary Lineker, Alan Shearer. We're both in Berlin. Mike is heading back to join us later on.
Indeed, for a quiet night, I hope.
Well, I've got to go quiet tonight because there's a big day tomorrow. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to preview the final between England and Spain. What a final. firstly, you'll be doing co-commentating.
Yep.
Micah, you'll be alongside me, Rio, and Juan Mata. So, looking forward to that. Do you know Juan, Micah?
I've played against him multiple times. I think the first time is when he was at Valencia in pre-season, and I'm sure it was him and David Silva in the middle of the park, and we were chasing shadows. I think that's the first time I met him. So obviously played against him when he was at Man City and all them sort of things. So yeah, it'd be nice to see what he's got to say, especially from a Spanish point of view.
Yeah, but I interviewed him a few years ago at length, and he was very intelligent, very warm. And he's one of those players, isn't he, the kind of a rare breed that, despite playing for a big club like Manchester United, he's universally liked.
He's got a lovely personality. He's like soft and warm and nice. And what a wonderful player.
Yeah. I hope it's a tough night for him. However nice he is. Well, I think the best thing to do is probably start with the team. Do you expect him to go the same way? Do you expect him perhaps to bring Luke Shaw in instead of Trippier? Same system? What do you think?
Yeah, he's got some big decisions to make. My guess is he'll go with the same system, but he may bring Luke Shaw in instead of Trippier.
He changed him at half-time in the last game.
Half-time. Give him another 45 minutes or so to go with the other, I don't know what he had in the quarter-final, maybe half an hour or so, just to give us maybe that little bit of better balance. But it wouldn't surprise me if he went in with Trippier again, because we know he's very loyal, and Trippier started all 6 games. So yeah, other than that, I would expect it to be same system, but like in other games, can be fluid and go to a back 4 if they want to. And he'll start with his captain, I'm absolutely certain.
Micah?
I pretty much agree with what Alan said in terms of system. I think he'll start with Luke Shaw at wing back instead of Trippier, just for the balance of the team. And like Alan said, Trippier's done it really well considering he's playing on the wrong side of the pitch. In the second half of the last game against Netherlands, he just made the decision, didn't he? I don't think we should be wasting any time. I think go with what he thinks is the best, and if Luke Shaw needs to come off after 60, 70 minutes, he can make the change then. The only thing that worries me in this system, this 3-4-3, or it's multiple systems depending when you're on or off the ball. Their wingers that we've talked about, Williams and Yamal. Gahey can deal with pace, and so can Walker. But their wingers can go both ways. You see, Yamal likes to come inside onto his left foot, and Williams can do the same as well. Is the area going to be too congested? Is Saka going to come too deep too early? Is Shaw going to come too deep too early, then, which allows them to dictate play in terms of Ruiz and Rodri, and if Carvajal's making overlaps, Cucurella making overlaps as well. I think if we play this system like they have before, they have to be brave, and I think it's a big performance needed from the likes of Mainu and Rice. So when their wingers do get across, they need to get across and help as soon as possible, which allows us to leave our wing-backs a little bit higher, and then Bellingham and Foden can drop in a little bit deeper then. So tactically, it's a very interesting game. But yeah, I would go with that side because that's how we performed the best in our last 2 games against Switzerland and against Netherlands. Yeah.
I think also with this thing, it could be a kind of battle of the tactics. You've got, 2 teams playing entirely different systems. It's whether you try and address the problems you might have in terms, or you concentrate more on the problems that you might give them. So the box in midfield, England will have extra players in midfield. Even if Olmo drops into that and they've got 3, we'll have 4. So do you focus on that and how we can hurt Spain rather than worry about how Spain can hurt England. Now, obviously, you have to think about that, but on both sides of that back 3, you've got real pace, and they'll probably have to get out and deal with whoever is attacking on the wing on that side, and because you don't really want to end up playing a back 5 with Saka at right back and Shaw or Trippier at left back. So I think it's going to be very interesting how it pans out, who's going to be the most courageous. Spain, we've seen in this tournament, have been very brave, although they did sit back quite a lot against France when they got ahead in the second half of their game, a bit like England did with Netherlands in the second half. So I think the tactical battle will be important, but both teams have got excellent individuals in positions. I think that midfield thing will be really important as well. Obviously, they've got the brilliance of Rodri, Fabian, as they actually call him in Spain, rather than Fabian Ruiz. Fabian has been really good, although in the last game he did make 2 horrendous errors in his own box and got away with them. So it's going to be tight. What do you think tactically, Alan?
I think there's so many individual battles. I mean, you mentioned the 2 wingers. When you look at the 2 midfielders, you've also mentioned up again Menu and Rice and Rodri and Ruiz, Carvajal one side, Cucurella the other side, who's had a great tournament, by the way. Cucurella's looked really, really good. So there's so many individual battles out on the width in the middle. I mean, Olmo, he'll have a big job to do in terms of playing in the 10 role. Morata, I'm sure he's going to be fit. So it's so hard to call. I mean, the one thing I would say is that Spain do give you chances.
Yeah, definitely.
They give you chances. I mean, even in that semi-final, if you remember the Mbappe chance that he missed, it was a big opportunity, wasn't it, at a key time of the game. So if England are brave, and I hope they are, they'll have to suffer at times, and in terms of possession and what have you, they'll have to defend really well. But when they've got the chance to attack, I hope they attack with energy and pace, and the passing into like we did in the first half against the Netherlands. And if we do that, I've no doubt we can score a goal or 2.
I think the way Southgate will play is that I think he'll try and play brave and high with the wide men, but I do think he'll say, right, as soon as Williams gets the ball on the left, Kyle Walker, get out to him. And I think on the other side, it will be exactly the same. It will be as soon as Yamal gets the ball on the right, it will be you get out to him, Luke Shaw or Trippier, whoever it is, and then you just shuffle across. I think that's the way you've got to do it. Otherwise, we'll be forced into playing very deep, and obviously we've seen in this tournament that doesn't necessarily suit England. We're much better when they've been on the front foot. So I think that's the way it'll pan out. The more I've thought about this game, the more confident I am. But it's about which team turn up on the day, which players perform.
Luck.
And a bit of luck, probably, like England had in the semi-finals, like Spain had in the quarter-finals with the Cucurella handball that the Germans here are still talking about. So you do need a break.
Absolutely.
And both teams have had their breaks in this tournament. But I think it's made up. If you're a neutral, you'd be going, cool, this is a good final, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's an amazing final. I think what I would say on that in terms of the look and the way they're approaching the game, as a manager, I would just say, please, we know what Spain are good at. They're very good wingers. They're electric. Rodri runs the game in midfield. Ruiz or Fabian plays really good passing. Don't let their best players do what they need to do. If they score a worldie, no problem. You can hold up your hands. But you know when you're going through the tactics all week and you're thinking, and mistakes happen.
Of course.
I'm actually doing some analysis on our box midfield, which you will see a little bit later on. And if we play how we did against the Netherlands, we won't have any problems whatsoever keeping the ball. It's just whether we're then brave enough to do it against an electric Spanish side. That's the only thing. But I'm with you guys. I think we can. I wouldn't say I'm confident, but I think the game's 50-50. I think if we turn up, we could win it. And if they turn up, they could win it also. So I'm just looking forward to a great game of football.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it, that our main worry, our main concern is about a 16-year-old boy and a guy on the other wing who's also, 21. It says something, doesn't it?
17 now.
Sorry. Oh, yes, it's his birthday. I do beg your pardon. Of course, it's his birthday. We're recording this on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Let's hope he goes out on the lash tonight. Has a big night, big celebration with all his teammates.
Let's hope so. I suspect not, though.
I think it's probably unlikely.
Let's hope it was like Big Meeks, in it. 10 bottles of champagne. Oh, sparklers everywhere.
Absolutely.
Leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning. Go on, your mouth.
Yeah, he's scored a goal and he's had 3 assists in this tournament, which is more than any other player. I read somewhere it's also more assists than Ronaldo's had in his major tournament career, which is quite an extraordinary stat. It really is. It'd be interesting to see if he can do it in the final, but nothing seems to bother him, does it?
He can do it in the final, and not necessarily score or assist, but in terms of he can have an impact in the game, because when I was looking at his highlights the other day, he's not just a winger who goes down blind alleys. He's actually technically very good. He comes inside, he plays 1-2s, he knows when to speed it up, he knows when to slow it down. So, yeah, let's hope he doesn't have a great game. But he's fearless, isn't he? At that age, he's just fearless, and sometimes it's hard to control that. He's going out there and he's enjoying himself. He's saying to Rabiot, checkmate, He's got no fear, the lad.
Let's hope that none of the players say anything in the press conference that's a little bit negative towards him.
No, they won't do that. They won't make the same mistake.
No, that was disrespectful anyway, wasn't it? So, how do you think it'll pan out?
I think it's going to be incredibly tight. I think it'll be whoever wins it. It'll be by a goal. I don't see the team running away with it. I just want England to play on the front foot again, very much like they did in the first half against the Netherlands. There's no doubt in the semi-final that was their best 45 minutes of the tournament. That should give them great belief that they can do it against this Spanish team. Spain are the best team in the tournament. There's no doubt. But energy, so far, with energy, with pace, and the passing like it was, yeah, I think we could nick it, yeah.
Then key players, Micah, for you, do you think?
England-wise, I think Declan Rice is massive in terms of defensively. I think Mainu is massive. If he can play like he's played in the previous 2 games, the way he's breaking his lines, not with his passing, with his running, and just giving them a breather. I think Foden now, in the last 2 games, playing in a system, in a number 10, he's played a lot better.
Yeah.
But he's not got a goal. We need a goal in a big moment. And Bellingham does what he does anyway. I think someone like Kane is important in this. And I know we've talked about Kane a lot, and a lot of people have been talking about he should be dropped. I don't think he should be dropped. But what we need from him is a captain's performance in terms of working hard, pushing up the pitch, getting over the ball, buying fouls when need, and releasing the ball. And in this system, and I was looking at a few clips where there's times where he can drop deep because Bellingham and Foden were running ahead of him, and that's fine. Yeah. But when it gets to 60, 70 minutes or 60 minutes, if he's tired, Southgate needs to just introduce the subs as soon as possible. Don't wait. Don't even wait for it. Inject some pace. And I think if we do those things right, we can win the game.
I love your confidence. Wasn't overly confident. I'm. The more I think about it, the more confident I get. But I'm going to try and avoid too much hope because, as we said I said earlier in the tournament, we've always had that hope, and it's always the hope that kills you. And then when you've perhaps not got quite so much hope, maybe that will be superstitiously good. None of it makes any difference, does it, whatsoever?
I mean, the 90 minutes for these boys and for Gareth and his staff, it's life-changing. It's life-changing. I mean, you're talking about the biggest moment you will probably ever have in your career, to do something that no one's done in the men's game since '66 and deliver that trophy.
And
I mean, it is
even more than
monumental.
66.
It is huge.
Yeah, it's not even just the men's game either. It's just any game. No English team has ever won a major trophy outside of our own shores.
Yeah.
And, you know, they are on the brink of footballing immortality. And if they can do it, they'll be heroes forever.
Do you know what it is, though? There's actually, when you look at other things in the game, you've got what's at stake. You've got a golden boot. You've got player of the tournament, and I mean, obviously, the most important thing is winning. But there are so many players that can do that. You know.
Let's start with who might be the player of the tournament, and I think it will be very much decided probably by which team wins.
Yeah.
I think if it's Spain, I think it'll either probably be Rodri or even the now 17-year-old veteran Lamine Yamal, won't it? And if England win, and it could be a number of if Bellingham scored a couple of goals, even though he's probably not been his best in the last 2 or 3 games, because he's had some moments. It could be him. If Harry Kane bagged a hat-trick or something, it could be him.
You've got Dani Olmo in there as well.
Almost.
You've got Rodri.
Yeah.
There's so much. There's so much that is riding on. I mean, a great personal performance that shoots your country to success in the game. Then that's it. You've also got the chance of being player of the tournament or winning the golden boot or whatever it is. How mad is it though that if neither Harry or Dani Olmo scores, and unless someone else gets a couple of goals or hat-trick or whatever, but then the golden boot is going to be shared by 6 players.
And it could, you know, if some Bellingham scored it, he'd be 3 as well. It'd got to be 7. Wow. And then because normally they go to, and we've been saying this throughout the tournament, we just assumed it would have been like it is in previous tournaments where, you know, they then go to assists, don't they? And I think, if I'm right in saying, in 2012, in Poland, Ukraine, that Fernando Torres won it, not just on the goals scored and assists, which was he tied with someone else, but I think it was minutes played. Did it go down to that?
I think it did, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, I mean, they found a way, but this time they're saying it's going to be shared, which was the case in my day. When I played, if you had the same number of goals as all the others, you shared it.
You didn't share anyone, though, did you?
No, because I scored one more than everybody else. Including Diego Maradona.
Hey! Fucking hell, if you're going to drop the name, you might as well drop the biggest one, eh?
You know, he got all the headlines in that tournament, but come on.
What do they do? They get a stud each or something, do they? If they share the goals.
Stud each. Someone gets the tongue, someone gets the heel, someone gets the soul. I've no idea. I think they probably get one each. I think that's how it used to be, but they'll have to splash out on 6. Wow. Yeah, imagine saying, I won the golden boot in the Euros. Oh, did you? Yeah. With 5 other people. But who've we got? Yeah, we've got you've got Harry Kane and Dani Olmo are the ones that could go. If either of those 2 score, obviously you've got Bellingham just behind, but then you've got Cody Gakpo, Jamal Musiala, Ivan Schranz and George Mikhautadze, all of whom are we going, please don't score, please nobody score, please let it be 0-0 and penalties.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they will, won't they? Because we've both been in that situation where we're out the tournament and we're leading in the Golden Boot. You in the Euros, me in the World Cup.
Yeah.
And honestly, I remember watching that game. I think it's my first ever punditry role on television. BBC brought me in the final, and I sat alongside Jimmy Hill and I think Terry Venables. Might be wrong about Terry, I can't remember. But anyway, I sat, Des Lynam was there, and I watched that game, and all I cared about was that Diego Maradona didn't score because he was the only person that could catch me. He was on 5 and I was on 6. And I watched the game and he had a free kick and it was like hit the post or something. And then he went, there was absolutely nailed on penalty against him. And the ref didn't give it. And he was obviously their penalty taker. And I thought, oh, thank God. And at the end, it was like, wow. Yeah. And I remember Jimmy Hill turned and he went, oh, well, I'd just like to congratulate a young man on the first English player to win a golden boot. To forgive the impression, it wasn't. It was
that is class, though, in a World Cup. Wow.
Yeah, and then, Alan, you had the same in the Euros because you were out in the semi-final. Yeah. I think Klinsmann could possibly have caught
Klinsmann, if he'd scored a couple of goals, I think 2 or 3, I think. But yeah, I was sat thinking, just don't score. You can't. At least if you're going to take something away from the tournament, let it be the golden.
Yeah. Look how selfish strikers are, eh?
Great.
What do you want to do? Look how selfish you are.
That's not against your own team.
They don't care that they're out of the tournament.
We just want to take something from the tournament.
Michael Richards.
That was easy.
Oh, you've got a hook. You've got a big one. It's a big one. You've thrown the bait in. Dear.
Micah.
Yes, Alan?
Who do you think's had the most passes in the tournament? Spain or England?
Oh, Spain.
Nope. Correct.
England. Okay.
England.
If you're going to quiz me, where are these passes? And in your own half doesn't count.
Well, I'll give you a clue here because amongst the top 6 most passes by players are John Stones, Declan Rice and Mark Gahey, which proves your point.
Exactly.
I didn't ask where the passes were. I just said who's had the most passes.
Well, I mean...
Fucking hell, there's no need to get technical.
What do you want? You want your centre-back to pass me? It's like back in the days. You go pass, back to the goalkeeper. He picks it up. Okay, let's go back out to Johnny Stones.
All right, who had the most passes in forward positions?
Good stats, these.
It's a good question. It's got to be...
I haven't got the answer. I just made it up. It's not on my sheet.
I would say Rodri or Fabian. It has to be one of them two. Has to be.
Maybe. Most goals scored from set pieces. Turkey, 3.
Turkey.
England have... well, actually, it says England 3. Is that right? England have scored 3 from set pieces. Penalty, obviously.
Throw-in.
The throw-in, that counts, I suppose, the flick on for the throw-in. So Austria, England and Turkey have all scored 3. Because we were talking about the fact that when was the last time England scored from a corner?
Yeah, I mean, without Harry Maguire in there, England haven't looked as dangerous from corners. Let's hope that changes, though. Eh?
Yeah.
Have you got any more stats to me? Come on.
There you go. Most shot attempts conceded by a team. How about that one? Well, I'll give you the one that's miles ahead. That's Georgia with 105.
Yeah, because they played
counter-attack.
Ridiculous, didn't they? Ridiculously open.
And the other two teams?
You know what? I would put Spain up there because of how high they play. And they're a different team now, aren't they? The counter-attack, they leave so much space. Spain have got to be in the top 5.
Spain, 67 times, yes.
Hey, come on!
Yeah, and then England behind them on 57 times. Most clean sheets,
we know that one, didn't we? Because Alan gave that stat the other day. He said about Spain, about France, Saliba and Upamecano. I remember Alan saying that the other day. They had 4 clean sheets, was it?
Yeah, that's 4 clean sheets, that's right. Portugal and Spain have actually had 3. Most players used.
Ooh, well, England won't be up there.
It's a podcast, so you can't take too long. Because a deathly silence is not good on a podcast.
4, 3,
Germany.
2.
No. Spain.
España!
Don't forget they won their first 2 matches. They'd already won the group, therefore they played a complete...
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, England have actually used 21. So what's that with the squad of 26? That's 5 players that have not been seen or played at all. Obviously, 2 goalkeepers.
Gomez.
Adam Wharton, Gomez.
Dunk.
And Lewis Dunk. Yeah. Be nice if England were 4 up and they all got a little go. I think that's that. Is that wishing too much?
I couldn't care less if I didn't play. Give me that medal.
Yeah.
I'm a hero for life. Imagine that.
Mikey, you're my hero for life anyway. So don't worry about that at all. Team that's hit the woodwork the most times.
Oh, that England have got to be up there because I remember Phil Foden he's hit it with a post a couple of Harry Kane hit the post, did he?
You're right, it is England with 4. How do you think it's going to pan out then? That's the final question.
I think we have to be realistic and say Spain have played better football throughout the competition so far. And I believe that they can adapt to any game. They can sit deep if they need to. They can press if they need to. They can go forward with numbers and at pace if they need to. I think if I was to give the odds, I'd say Spain are just slight favourites. But I do believe we have more players in our squad, not just start 11, that can make an impact. And the way England have been playing this tournament, it's been down to moments. So Spain are favourites, but England have more players who could change the game. So we could be going extra time and England on penalties. I'm going to go.
Alan?
Yeah, I mean, without doubt, have to step up a level again because of the opposition. But we can. I think England might nick it in extra time because of the quality that they've got to come off the bench again. So I'm going to go an England win after extra time.
Let's be honest, none of us are going to go against England, are we? Because, whatever we think on that. Rodri doesn't lose many football matches, but I think the last one he lost would have been the FA Cup final when Mainu bossed it. So I'm hoping for the same thing there, and that I think England will outnumber them in midfield, and if they are brave enough, then I think they'll come through this. But I'm a little bit like Micah. I've got a feeling it's going to be an awfully long night with a lot of tension and a lot of nervous moments and a lot of exasperation, and hopefully ended with the most joyous scenes that we will have ever experienced in a football match. And I'm not going to. How can you go against England? And I'm with you, Mike. I've got a feeling it might go to penalties, and if it goes to penalties, I fancy us quite strongly. I'd much prefer it to be like 3-0.
That's not
football's not like that, is it? It's just never like that.
No.
But we're looking forward to it, and we're looking forward for TV as well, aren't we? Because it's a fantastic thing to have the opportunity to be at the ground.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
And a broadcast that, my ambition has always been, when I was a player, was to win a major tournament with England. Didn't quite happen. My ambition as a broadcaster has always been to utter the words that England have won the World Cup or England have won the European Championship. Been close a few times. It's never happened. The only time it happened in my lifetime, I was 5 years old. I have no memory of it whatsoever, and it would be truly beyond joyous if I could utter those words to the nation.
Well, obviously you're a lot older than we are, me and Micah, so we weren't even born, so that would be extremely nice. So come on, England.
Yeah. Do you guys, just lastly, have anything written down if England were to win, or do you just go with the feeling at the time?
Well, Al's co-commentating, so he'll have to go with the feeling.
I'll give that a thought later on. Quiet night tonight, and I'll give that a little thought later on. And then, I think you've also got to feel what's going on in the game and then sort of work out what you can say then. But I'll have a couple of words ready, I'm sure, just in case.
I've got a few things in mind. I've been planning the last couple of days, writing a few things down. I'm going to spend the day now with Richard Hughes, our editor, and we'll go through the script and try and work. And I'll have alternatives, possible closing lines, and also opening lines as well. But we're on an hour and a half before. We're on at 6:30 English time. Make sure you join us on BBC One for hopefully an historic night for English football. But we know it's going to be painfully tough along the way. That's it for today's episode of The Rest is Football. On our next episode, I hope to be saying that England are European champions. We shall see. We'll be back tomorrow reviewing the final. Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
Come on, England!
Hey.
Look, let's pick up what Rob was saying in terms of the team selection, because everyone's kind of trying to second guess him at the moment. Is he going to go with 3 at the back? Is it going to go to a back 4? Paul Merson said go for a back 4 against Spain. Is Shaw going to start? Is Trippier going to start? Do you have any idea? I mean, you spoke to the chief yesterday, the boss.
Gareth,
yeah, not you. Did you get a feeling of what you...
First of all,
Go on.
We've got to give Paul Merson some credit where it's due, because I remember me and you did the squad announcement show.
Yes.
What was it? Almost 2 months ago now.
Yeah.
And I was sitting next to Paul Merson and I was having a bit of a sort of light-hearted argument with him, because he was saying that England were going to win the Euros.
I know.
And I said to him, are you being serious, Paul? If England come up against a side like Spain, you think they'll beat them? And he was said, yeah, why not? So if Paul Merson says England should go to a back 4 and go back to 4-2-3-1, who am I to argue with Paul Merson? He's got a very good point. He knows a lot more about football than I do. But the general feeling is that Gareth Southgate is going to start with a back 3, and it looks like probably it will be Luke Shaw as the left wing back, although I think Kieran Trippier has got a very strong claim for starting in that position as well. I just think his groin issue that he picked up during the first half against the Netherlands may be a consideration. But whatever happens, I would expect to see both those players playing at some point during the game. And obviously a lot of focus is going to be on them, because they're going to be up against Lamine Yamal, the wonder boy, and behind him is probably going to be Carvajal. So it is going to be a crucial feature of this game, what happens down that left flank. I think Shaw or Trippier, they're also going to have Mark Gahey next to them as well to help them out. And obviously Jude Bellingham has been drifting towards the left quite a lot in the past couple of games, so he will be occupying them as well. I think it'll be really interesting on the other flank as well, because you've got Nico Williams and Mark Cucurella, and there you're going to have Bukayo Saka, and next to him Kyle Walker as well. So you would hope that Bukayo Saka gives them plenty to think about as well. And we've seen in the past couple of games, England have been playing a lot in their opponent's half, and I think that's what they need to do this evening.
I was reading an article today that actually, whilst everyone thinks that Lamine Yamal is controlling it more on that side, actually more of the balls that go out from Unai Simon is on Nico Williams' side.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Williams has been one of the players of this tournament. We were speaking to Gianluca Di Marzio, the Italian Sky transfer expert yesterday, and he was talking about just how much interest there is in him, especially off the back of how well he's played this summer. I think he is going to be a big threat. I think the thing about the Spanish side is, in the past sometimes, they've been a little bit boring to watch, because it's just been possession. People have gone, where's the end product? Well, this side really does have a lot of end product. You've seen all the goals they've been scoring. They've been the best team to watch during this tournament. But England have been the most resilient. They've been the team that's got the sort of strongest spirit. They're really, really united. And even if they are to go behind tonight, you would still fancy them to come back and equalise. And I think Jonathan Northcroft, in his piece in the Sunday Times today, wrote about the fact that in major tournaments, in knockout games, only 3 times have England come from behind to win. And all those 3 times happened in the last fortnight. So it was this team that had done it. Wow. So if England go behind tonight, basically what I'm saying is, don't worry, don't panic, keep calm.
He was also talking, Jonathan Northcroft, I mean, he's written an article about that as well, the fact that Gareth Southgate talked about this as a blueprint. Do you remember when they beat Spain 3-2, I think back in 2018?
In Spain, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And we were all like, wow, England have beaten Spain, this doesn't happen. And he said there and then, this is a blueprint for the future. Do you think that, things like that, it's like written in the stars?
I think I remember that night. Was it Marcus Rashford and Raheem Sterling played really well as well?
The 3-2, I think, in the end.
I think as well, a really good point that Gareth Southgate made in his news conference last night is, obviously if England win tonight, it'll be an incredible achievement for these players. But he talked about his time as the England manager over the past 8 years and how much all the other players who've played for England in that time have contributed to what is happening here in Germany this summer. So players like Marcus Rashford, players like Raheem Sterling, players like Jack Grealish, players who, you would have thought had pretty strong claims to be in this squad. If England do win tonight, they will have contributed to the win as well. They're part of it as well. They're part of the Southgate era. They're part of the change in culture. And don't forget, players like Marcus Rashford, players like Raheem Sterling have scored really, really important goals for England in the past 8 years. And it was nice touch for Gareth Southgate. He didn't name them individually, but he said it's not just about this squad that is here, it's about all the other players and all the backroom staff and the people who work at the FA and the coaches who we don't see on TV, who don't get that much exposure normally.
Yeah, he is all about the team, isn't he, and about the culture that they've created. Just doesn't come from him. In terms of their nerves, what do they do? You know what they do on these big occasions, how they calm themselves down. How do they control those nerves today? What do they do in this period now until 9 o'clock here, kick-off?
I think Harry Kane said last night that there will be some nerves, but if you weren't nervous, then, there's something wrong with you. But of course, these are some of the best players in the world. They will know how to control their nerves. They've all played in massive games before. I think 7 or 8 of them have played in a Euro final before 3 years ago. So they've been here, they've done it. Obviously they want a different result to what happened 3 years ago. But I think as far as Gareth Southgate and his backroom staff are concerned, it's just about keeping everything the same as it's always been, the same routine.
Like your good self this morning.
Yeah, like me this morning. We've just got to stay focused, not get too carried away. Play the game, not the occasion. Try and block as much of the sort of external noise out as possible. And we've seen Rob's outside the team hotel. Hotel in Berlin. Last couple of days ago it was the hotel in Dortmund. Before that, the hotel in Dusseldorf, Frankfurt, Gelsenkirchen. Keep it all the same. England come in to the host city the night before. Gareth and a player go and do their news conference. The players go to the hotel. They rest, they relax. The coach is parked outside the hotel. Fans come and arrive. The players sometimes come out on the day of the game to stretch their legs. Sometimes they don't. During the day, they have meetings, final meetings. Harry Kane talked about the fact that there were still a few meetings they needed to have before this game against Spain.
What would they be talking about in that meeting?
I think they'll be talking about, the final preparations, just going through, their approach to the game, some of the tactics, some of the players, Harry was saying last night, get individual videos of their opponents. So somebody like Bukayo Saka, Kyle Walker, they might get on their iPads videos of Nico Williams, how he plays, Marco Cucurella. So all that kind of information that they need, they will be getting in meetings, but physically they are, in a perfect state. There's no need to do any more training or, get out on a football pitch. It's all just about controlling your emotions, staying calm and treating it as just another big game. And I wouldn't worry at all that nerves are going to affect these players, because they've pretty much all of them played in an occasion as big as this before, and Gareth Southgate has experienced it himself as well.
I love the activation session. That's something new for this tournament. We've never heard of that before, have we?
Yes, I mean, we've never. I think they've been doing it for a while. Obviously, it's done in private, so we've never actually witnessed it.
I did my own activation session this morning.
But I think what it involves is if there is somewhere close to the hotel, say a sort of football stadium or an athletics track, or a park or some sort of green space that is private,
right,
then the players can go there, stretch their legs, and the coaches can maybe walk through, some of the set piece routines, just to make sure, who'll be picking up who, what we'll be doing at corners. I think that is what it is. Okay. But I've never seen it myself, so I can't be 100% sure.
Okay, that surprises me. Look, just finally, I do want to ask about Gareth Southgate and his future, because it's obviously kind of like the big elephant in the room. He's, done. We spoke to Jonathan Northborough about the article that he'd done on him and said, basically that he'll think about it in the next few days. He's thinking about it already, right? That's going through his mind, it must be.
I think he's been thinking about it for quite a long time. I think he was pretty close to walking away from the England job after the World Cup in Qatar. I think he went home, thought about it, spoke to his family, spoke to people close to him, and decided to stay for this Euros. I think that's what he's going to do now as well. I'd be very surprised if there was a big announcement this evening after the game that Gareth Southgate was staying or going. That is just simply not his style. I don't think he'd want to make the story about Gareth Southgate this evening. Whatever happens, I think he'll want to make it about the players. But I would expect him to take a few days to decide what he wants to do next. And I've been saying this for the past couple of weeks. I feel he has achieved, a lot of things as the England manager. Okay, he doesn't have a trophy yet, but I don't think we should be judging England managers by how many trophies they've won, because only one England manager's ever won a trophy, and that was 58 years ago. So if you look at the job he's done over 8 years across not just the England team, but also the development teams, the underage teams, coaching the coaches, being at St George's Park, being an ambassador for the FA, he's done a brilliant job. And I think everybody at the FA respects the fact that it'll be up to him to decide when he wants to go. And I think either way, we'll have to say thank you very much, Gareth. You've done a great job. Good luck in the future. And we know that he wants to be a club manager again. So I think he'll have lots of offers. And I think lots of other countries would like to have him as their manager.
No.
Seriously.
No, but he's not going to do that, though.
Well, if he was offered his, I know sometimes in England people don't appreciate how high his standing is around the world. Around the world.
No way, Gareth Southgate's going to go and coach Italy.
He will not be short of offers. I don't know. I mean, a country like Italy always want to have an Italian manager, but some of the other big countries, for instance, Roberto Martinez, who's manager of Portugal. Are you telling me that Gareth Southgate couldn't manage Portugal?
No, I'm not telling you he couldn't manage them, but I'm saying he won't.
Well, I'm telling you that he will have lots of offers from big clubs and also major footballing nations.
Right, enough from him.
If he decides to go.
Yes.
Hello everybody and welcome to On Another Planet Euro 2024 edition. We're looking ahead to the final. It's England against Spain. I'm joined by Robbie Savage. Robbie, England are taking on Spain. Who do you see as favourites ahead of this massive game in Berlin?
Favourites will be Spain. I think the way they've played in this tournament, I think they've been the best team. But we know it's a one-off game, Seb. And we know England's record against Spain at the Euros is brilliant. 4 wins, no defeats. 2 back in the 60s, 1 in the 80s, and Euro 96. Spain haven't beat England at a Euros tournament. The final is the big one. I think a lot of talk. Who should play as that number 9? It's not even a debate. Harry Kane starts as a 9. People said Watkins, when he come on, he did great. And yes, he was brilliant. He scored the goal. He gave different problems to the centre-halves. But what Harry Kane did for those 79 minutes, he backed in. He gave them different problems. He dropped in. Centre-halves didn't know whether to come or go. So when he came off, his job was done. He got the penalty. He gave the centre-halves a tough time, physically I'm mentally thinking, where do I go? And then Watkins comes on, wants to play on the shoulder, got his goal with a brilliant finish. So for me, Kane starts. There's not even a debate. Harry Kane could win his first trophy as a player on German soil at the Euros. What a first trophy that would be. But he starts. And then the other dilemma, I suppose, who starts? If Gareth Southgate keeps the same formation in the left-sided position, will it be Shaw or will it be Trippier? I get both. Yamal playing on the right. He likes cutting inside on his left foot. If Trippier starts there, when Yamal cuts inside, he's going on to Trippier's favourite foot. So I understand if Gareth played Trippier, but I'd go with Shaw. I just think Shaw, he's had minutes now. I would go with Shaw. It would be harsh on Trippier, but I would do that. And I think what showed in the last game, Gareth Southgate was brave. You know, taking off his captain, taking off possibly the best player on the park in Phil Foden. That just goes to show Gareth Southgate can be ruthless at times. He does the best for the team, and it worked. It was brilliant management, a collective team spirit, a togetherness, and you would think, with the way this tournament's gone, everybody says Portugal won it by not playing well, and people don't remember it. People do remember it because people talk about it. I'm talking about it now. If England go on and win this tournament, it would be an unbelievable achievement from Gareth Southgate, and goes down probably, if he does it, as the second best England manager ever. You know, there might be a debate in terms of, has his achievements surpassed Sir Alf Ramsey winning the World Cup in '66? I don't think it does. So for me, if he wins this tournament, even if he doesn't, I think he's now the England's second most successful manager. And you know what? I think the criticism he's taken, the way he's never got too high, never got too low, the way he's conducted himself, the way he speaks, you know, I'd be delighted for Gareth Southgate and his management team if he won it.
I wanted to give you an interesting stat, Robbie, because normally when England go behind in games in previous years, I would have been worried. But now, England have come from behind in all three of their knockout games at Euro 2024. Should they go behind against Spain, do you have confidence that they can come back in that game as well and perhaps win as well?
Well, it's a great start, that, Seb. And when they have gone behind, the emphasis on England to go and attack. You know, when they score first, the emphasis seems to be on protecting the lead. So if they do go behind, you know, you've seen the way they've played, you've seen the way they get in between the lines, in the pockets, the movement, the rotations. If they do go behind, it probably suits them. I don't think you can go behind against Spain too often, though, because they've got the players to go and score 2 and 3. But in a way, it has suited them going behind, because they seem to play with a freedom and a belief that they can go and score goals. So, you know, when they went ahead against Italy in the last Euros final, you know, they seem to, you know, their positional sense seems to drop deeper. The average positions would be deeper, and that's probably the same in this tournament when they go in front. So again, I expect a fantastic game. Obviously, Spain have got brilliant players. Doing a combined England-Spain 11 solely based on this tournament, there's more Spanish players in it. On paper, if you just put the names on the paper, probably more England players get in it, but it just goes to show how Spain have been the best team. They've had terrific performances. Olmo, Williams, Yamal, Ruiz, Rodri, Cucurella at the back, being brilliant. So again, on paper, there's more England players. Purely based on the 6 games in this tournament, if you're in a combined Spanish-English 11, there's probably 7 Spanish players in that team.
Just a few stats on that Spain team.
Robbie. Dani Olmo has scored in his last 3 games for Spain at this tournament. Yamal has created the most chances at the Euros at this very tournament. And the manager, Luis de la Fuente, he's already won the Euros twice with the under-19s and the under-23s. Does that in any way give him an edge at all, winning those tournaments with the youth teams?
I don't think so, Seb. The edge might go with Gareth Southgate after losing in the last Euros final. What they've learned from that, what they've learned in this tournament. It's going to be a fantastic game. The best team against a team who's got better. I thought it was England's best performance in the last game, especially in that first half. And they showed great character, great desire, a great togetherness. And you can see any manager who can keep a group of 26 players happy, whether you're starting, coming on as sub, unused sub, or in the squad, you can see the togetherness and the team spirit. You can see when the final whistle when Kane was the first on to what he was. You can see how they speak about the manager. Any manager that can keep a group happy when they're not playing or playing, it just goes to show the respect they have for him. That's one of the hardest things to do in management, is to keep a group happy when they're not playing. The ones who are playing, it's quite easy. You get up in the morning, you're going to be involved in the drills and training. You're going to start. Yeah, so the hardest thing is keeping the rest happy. And he seems to have done that unbelievably well. And that's a great sign of a fantastic manager who's got massive respect of his players. So I hope England win it, Seb. I really do. And I think England will win it 2-1.
Just, on last bit on England, it's so important to peak at the right moment in tournaments. It just seems like England have gone from strength to strength from every game, and it just looks like they're hitting their best, their peak at exactly the right time.
Yeah, it's not how you start a tournament, Seb, it's how you finish. I think whatever happens, Gareth Southgate knows how to manage in tournaments, and that's the big thing. He knows how to get a team over the line, in big games. I think the big question is, Seb, and your stats might back me up on this, when was the last time in a major tournament England beat a team when they were underdogs? I'm going back years. Was it Argentina in a World Cup? I can't remember what year, but when was the last time England come up against a team when they were underdogs and actually won the game in a major tournament? And as they start now, underdogs for me, because the Spanish have been the best. So it's going to be tough for England, but they've got the players and they've got the moments of magic. They've got the individual brilliance, in a split second in a moment to do a bit of magic. So it's an exciting game. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to it. But can England win a game when they don't start as favourites at a major tournament? And if they do that, they'll thoroughly deserve it.
You mentioned there, Robbie, you were looking for stats. I'll tell you a stat. England's win against the Netherlands in the previous round, in the semi-final. That was England's. The Dutch were the highest ranked nation that England have eliminated from a major tournament since beating Spain in the quarterfinals of Euro 96 on penalties. So as you said, it's been a long time since they knocked out a big nation from a major tournament.
But in that game, England, for me, started as favourites. So again, in this final, the way the Spanish have played, I've watched all their games. I've listened to people speak about them, and they have been brilliant. They've got match winners. They've got, the way, the style of football. They've got pace. They've got great players in possession. And it's going to be a real good game. But as we've seen, Seb, a one-off game, moments of magic can decide big games. And both teams have got the players in a split second can produce that. And will it be a moment of magic in a tight game that wins it? Or will it be an expansive game which might suit England, where both teams think that they can outscore the other? Or will it be a tactical display? I think it'd be more tactical. I think that, when that formation the first half for England, Netherlands couldn't get to grips with it, but then they changed, and it was the second half wasn't expansive, as dynamic. So I'm sure it'll be a tactical encounter, but of course we'd all love to see an expansive game where both teams are trying to outscore the other. But I think it'll be a tactical game and a good game. But I just think England will run out winners 2-1.
Let's wrap up the show, Robbie. You mentioned your score prediction there, but how do you see the game playing out?
Maybe like a few of the England games so far, maybe England will go behind. But I think then they've got a belief and they've got a togetherness. So I think Spain might start a bit stronger. I think Spain will probably have more possession of the ball. The big battle will be who plays on the left for England against Jamal. Saka will have to work extremely hard like he's done all tournament. He's been brilliant, Saka. Getting back and supporting Walker as that right-sided centre-half, because Williams will have a lot of space and we know how dynamic. That's going to be a key battle as well. So Saka will have to help Walker at times. And the same on the other side. Jamal against, will it be Shaw? Will it be Trippier? So again, it's going to be a brilliant one.
Spot on. Thank you very much, Robbie, for your time. Look forward to the Euro 2024 final, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stelling, and this is football's greatest Euros. Paul Merson is alongside me, and each week we'll be discussing the games and the goals and the headlines from the tournament. Coming up, we'll be discussing England's Euros final against Spain. But who should start and where are the key battles? We'll also discuss if Harry Kane really is England's greatest ever player and whether Gareth Southgate is now an elite manager. Welcome to football's greatest Euros. So Merce, great to be back in this country after 22 days in Germany. I came back, by the way, with the world's favourite airline. You know what they served in business class as their only meal option? No. Smoked carrot. I mean, do I look like Bugs Bunny? Don't answer that question.
Smoked carrot? I've never even heard of it.
No, the fellow next to me thought they said smoked haddock. And she said no.
Which is understandable.
Smoked carrot. Anyway, it took a lot to dampen our spirits because of what had happened in the England semi-final. And what an amazing conclusion to the game. Ollie Watkins on the pitch for Harry Kane and Palmer on as well for Foden. I mean, they must be amongst the most significant substitutions in the history of football.
Yeah, you get them, don't you? You can go back, but it was amazing. It was amazing because at the time when he made the substitutions, I thought, wow, taking Harry Kane off, fair play to you. And then he hasn't put Tony on when Tony done well in the last game. Put Watkins on. But when he took Foden off, I thought Bellingham was out on his feet. I thought he was. But as Foden went off, Bellingham sort of gets some energy from somewhere. But yeah, amazing. The goal is just mind-blowing. Honestly, if Messi scored that goal, we'd be going mad about it. We'd be waxing lyric.
Where would it stand in your sort of top 5 goals of the tournament? It'd definitely be in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because of the magnitude of the game and what minute it was in, so it makes it even bigger, you know. So you'd have to say, yeah. I mean, the goal of the tournament for me, or one of them, has got to be the Spain second goal. You know, people going about Jamal's goal, and it was a great goal for a 16-year-old, amazing.
It was a wonderful goal.
It was a wonderful goal. But you'll see that in a pub Sunday morning. It will happen on a Sunday morning in pub football. It will. People will bend.
When do you watch your Sunday morning football?
Honestly, people will bend that in. There would be players who can bend that in. No one could do what Alamar done with his one when he touches it again and scores. If they'd done that on a Sunday morning, they wouldn't be playing on a Sunday morning. You know, that's where the difference is. That goal was mind-blowing at the highest level.
I think Bellingham's goal's got to be in the top 5 as well, hasn't it? The overhead kick has got to be in the top 5.
Again, I mean, you start thinking, is it written for us? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, last-minute goals, we're out and then score again. You know, have a great penalty shootout. Everything's going along great. Yeah, I mean, they're all big goals if we go on and win it. If we don't go on and win it, we'll never, ever remember them goals. Never.
Ollie Watkins will never forget his goal, of course. And it's interesting that He was a late developer, wasn't he? He's come through the system. His debut in the EFL was at Hartlepool, where he came on after 77 minutes. They were winning 2-0. Exeter were winning 2-0 at the time. Familiar situation. If you're a Hartlepool fan, you'll know. But it's interesting to see how many late developing players come through. We talk about Yamal being 16, but there are plenty who were at 16, like Ollie Watkins, probably wasn't even thinking about a career in football.
No, I have a saying. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're good enough, you'll get found. You'll get found, and you will. You will. You know, you've got to have faith, and you've got to keep on. You know, the players that are not in academies and they're not at the clubs, they've got to show some dedication, but they've got to believe and keep that faith. And I think that's a prime example. Again, we've had the Vardys, your Ian Wrights. You know, now you see it with Watkins. It's another one. I think it keeps these players that have not got into academies yet, or 16 or 17, or probably playing for clubs that, you know, are not high profile, keep on going. You just need that break. Do you know what I mean? You just need that break. It happens, Jeff, but it's easy for players to get discarded and go, you know what, I'll jack it. The ones who stick at it, you never know. And Watkins is a prime example of that.
Did you think he was good enough to play for England and score that sort of goal?
I think since Unai Emery's has been at Villa, I think that's been the game changer. I don't see him scoring that goal 2 years ago for England. I don't see him scoring that goal at all 2 years ago. You know, what he was before was an unbelievable team player. He was an unbelievable team player who kept on making runs down the channel, never going to score any goals. Great for the team, brilliant for the team, brilliant for centre-half, takes pressure off. What he does now, he makes his runs. If you watch that run, he's coming from outside to inside. You know, before he was coming, you know, he's outside to in, before he was inside to out. And that's the difference. I think the coach, and I think Emery's got to take a massive advantage, a lot of credit for that, because he's changed his game, and that's where I think the goal comes from.
And I think almost overlooked in this, by the way, is Cole Palmer's part in it. Because when they come off the bench, we heard the story that Ollie Watkins said to Cole Palmer, "You're going to set me up to score the winner," which is exactly what happened. But it's a forward ball, you know, and we were so short of passes like that during the second half of the game anyway.
Yeah, second half we got suffocated, and I thought we completely and utterly run out of ideas. Cole Palmer comes on, he gets on the half turn, he plays it quickly. He doesn't take 4, 5, 6 touches, plays the ball, but the run makes it. And then the weight of pass, everything's got to be right. You know, people will look at Cole Palmer's pass and go, "I could have passed that." Yeah, you might be able to pass it, but the weight's got to be perfect. If the weight's not right, then his touch can't be as good as what it is. So, yeah, amazing by both players. But the finish, people go, "Oh, the goal." As soon as it goes, the goal is not in a million years think he's going to shoot. The defender really don't think he's going to shoot. He hasn't done anything wrong, the defender. You know, he's took him wide. And, yeah, I just can't talk highly enough. Everything's right. He won't hit another one like that.
So does Ollie Watkins start in the final?
He might be lucky if he gets on. He might. And I say that because who would have thought Tony wouldn't have got on before Ollie Watkins the other day? You know, Watkins plays, I think, first game or the second game, comes on as sub. We don't see him again. You know, and then Tony comes on. He takes a penalty in one of the games. Amazing. Game before that, he sets up the winning goal. You know, all of a sudden, Gareth could have easily gone with Tony. So, no, Harry Kane starts. You know, you put your best team out, you know, but this is the big advantage with England. We make substitutions and, you know, we don't weaken the team. Or if we do weaken it, it ain't by much.
So what will Gareth's team be?
I would personally go back to a 4 for this game. I think the way Spain play, it's perfect the way Spain play for Spain against England. You know, because they keep Lamar and Williams out wide and high up, and they keep Morata up there as well, and Morata can drop off. It kills a 3 at the back. When you play like that, and with them wingers, it's all right with Kyle Walker, because Kyle Walker will be happy to go out and pick up Nico Williams, because he's an out-and-out fullback. But Gay won't want to go out there. And if Gay has to go out there, then all of a sudden, they're the best team without the ball, Spain. Runners off the ball, they've been outstanding. They were brilliant against France in the first half, and they will destroy England. I would go a back 4 of Stones and Gay, I go Walker and Shaw, and I go to Walker and Shaw, pick up their biggest threats, which has been Williams and been Yamal, and stop them. I don't think Morata's a threat against the two centre-halves. We don't need three. Then we've got, when they do have that movement, and we fell asleep a couple of times, Jeff. When we fell asleep at 1-0 against Holland, they were in, and Mainu was unbelievable. We see the danger at a young age. If he doesn't stop there, they got an overload on the left and they go 2-0 up, and then it's good night nurse, in my opinion. So for me, I go back to a 4 at the back, in my opinion.
He's going to play Trippier, isn't he, though, rather than Shaw? Because he always plays Kieran Trippier.
If he goes with a 4, he might be all right with Trippier playing there, because he'd play at left back as a right-footed defender. Yamal wants to come on inside on his left foot. So what happens there, he will always come onto Trippier's stronger foot. So that might work as an advantage. But if we're playing 3 at the back, he has to play Shaw. I mean, I don't know if you remember, there was a phase in the game that Saka gets the ball on the right and he does a great bit of skill and he runs across the pitch and he's just waiting for Trippier to put him in, and he's nowhere near to be seen, and Saka has to turn around and play back out again. So if we play 3 at the back, Shaw. If we play 4 at the back, I think Trippier, because Trippier is perfect for Yamal, will come onto Trippier's stronger foot. He won't take him on the outside because he can't kick with his right foot. It's an advantage if he doesn't change the team, because it's just got to tick over. But if he wants to go back to a 4, it isn't much time because they got to work over the next 3 or 4 days. When I was bullish was when we had that week break. When we had that week, I said we definitely win the next game. We got a week. You know, you go to a tournament, you go something like Tuesday, Sunday, Thursday, 3 games in a quick space. Then we had that week break. You know, we've had that now. He's worked on the back 3. We did all right in that game. We won. But the second game, the one we won on penalties, all right. I thought the other night, first half, we were amazing. Yeah. I thought we were different class. My worry was when they went, here we go, shut shop, we were clueless. We didn't have, I don't mean that horribly, we didn't have a clue. We didn't have a clue. Big advantage, Spain won't do that. Spain will let us play, and that's why I think we're looking at an unbelievable football match this Sunday.
Yeah, nice bit of revenge, wasn't it, from an England perspective, because you were around in the 90s. And we all remember it, you know, as not qualifying for the 1994 World Cup. We all remember Ronald Koeman's part, although he probably didn't do anything that any other player, you know, wouldn't have done.
No, he done what he should have done, but the consequences should have been different when he done it. You know, simple as that. I played in that game. It was a sending off. It's a stonewall sending off. You know, the ref clueless. Absolutely clueless, yeah. And especially when he goes and scores at the other end. I mean, I think the free kick hit the post inside of the post that night, and it come out. His one was an amazing free kick. I watched it the other night, his free kick. I don't know how he scores. I mean, it's amazing how he gets it up and down that quickly, you know. But yeah, he done with the right thing, because Platty would have scored. Platty was a good finisher, but his consequences, he should have been sent off.
So when you were watching the game against the Dutch in the semi-final and seeing Ronald Koeman, and we know we've had him in England, you know, did you think this is a bit of payback? Because, you know, he denied you the chance to go to the World Cup in the States.
100%. 100%. I was good. I thought it was a stonewall penalty. I don't know what everybody was watching. I was sitting there with Kate and Freddie and I went, penalty. And then all of a sudden it sort of drifted away and I thought, have I missed a trick here? And then all of a sudden they went penalty check. It's like stonewall. It's like anywhere else on the football pitch, it's a penalty. It's a free kick. So, because it's in the box, it's a different, you know, it's a different area. It wasn't reckless at the highest level, but he's come out with his foot. And I mean, we see look at the penalty at the end of last season, Wolves against Man City, when the lad comes at the far post. I mean, if you're given a penalty for that, this was 100% penalty. You know, and to be fair to Dumfries, he didn't moan. You know, he didn't go mad. You know, he took it, all right, he took it, but didn't go mad. Stonewall penalty. But yeah, I was, 100%.
You cheering extra loud because it was Koeman, though?
Yeah, why not? You know, he deprived me. I could have gone to the World Cup. But yeah, unfortunately, I went the next year. But, you know, 94 was a good World Cup. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, yeah, good.
Sometimes things happen like that. It's a bit of karma, isn't it? I remember that in the National League, not many people remember this, by the way, we lost 6-0 at home to Torquay United, live on TV. And then we played them in the playoff final and we beat them on penalties, you know. So
that's fair play to the players.
It was a lovely moment.
That's fair play to them, because when you've been beaten 6-0 to
at
turn
home,
up,
and by the way, we were, as they say, we were lucky to get nil, and they were unlucky not to get double figures.
That weren't the game that was played at Bristol, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's some doing, that is. Yeah, fair play. But yeah, no, they deprived us. It wasn't him. Do you know what I mean? But I thought, you know.
Well, it was him.
Yeah, it was him, but it was the ref, wasn't it? It was the donut ref. Because if it weren't for the, you know, he done what he had to do, but the ref didn't do what he had to do. So, wasn't his fault, but it's weird how it works. But yeah, you know, I thought Holland done well to get to where they got to. I didn't think they would. I think Memphis Depay going off done England up. I think if he stays on, I think we win 3 or 4, because we were just going through him like a knife through butter then.
When we look at great England managers, and he's rightly taking a lot of credit, you know, and he's changed people's perception of the England team with great respect. He acts always with absolute dignity, which I'm a great lover of. But where does he stand when you look at England managers in the past? The Alf Ramseys, Bobby Robsons, Terry Venables, if you like. I mean, Fabio Capello has got a better win record as England manager than Gareth Southgate. Where would you put him?
It's hard because it's timings. And this is a good time. Good time. You go through the teams now. You go through Italy. They didn't have one world-class player. Not one world-class player. Italy, this is. Italy. Probably the goalie, world-class. Bar him, no one. Belgium, Kevin De Bruyne, one player. France, Mbappe, watching them now, and Saliba probably. So 2 players. Germany, Gundogan, Musiala would be top draw. Tony Cruz has been top draw.
Yeah.
So probably 3. What other top countries were there? Spain. You're looking at Spain now, but they're coming from, you know, Yamal's going to be good. I don't think Nico Williams is as good as what everybody says he is.
But beforehand, you'd probably have only said Rodri, wouldn't you?
Well, Rodri. So you look like, when you're talking about Capello, you're talking about Bobby Robson and great managers like that, France had 7 or 8 world-class players. Italy had like 6 or 7 world-class players. Germany had 7 or 8. And I'm talking world-class players like that. If you went down the street, you'd still name Mateus, you know, Lothar Mateus and Klinsmann. And, you know, I don't think this German team and the Belgian team and the French team, I don't think you'll be naming these players in 20 years' time. And I think it's timings. I think he's at the right time. And we have got good players. We've got some of the top players in the world, in my opinion. So it's hard to say how great he's been, because, again, when you qualified before, Jeff, you know, you had Holland, Sweden, Norway, you know, or Holland, Sweden. You had some decent group games.
Yes.
You know, when I played, you know, now you can get Liechtenstein, Lithuania. I mean, there's another 400 countries since I stopped playing.
Yeah, Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, exactly. You know? So there's a lot more winnable games. It's a lot more easy. You know, it's different now. So I wouldn't put him in the bracket of Sir Bobby Robson and Capello, you know, because I've seen them teams. You know, I look at Brazil now. You look at Brazil's team. They've just gone out the Copa America. You know, when England went out to Brazil, you had Ronaldinho and people like that. You had like the best players in the world. Ain't got them anymore. We've got most of them.
Yeah. Do you view him then as an elite manager? Because obviously, when he does eventually decide to leave the England job, then clubs will be looking at him. Would they look at him as an elite manager?
I don't think Gareth gets a club job. Personally, I think he's been in this too long. It's 100 games now?
Yeah.
100 games at international level. 3 times a year.
But if he wins this, surely clubs will look. I mean, managers don't grow. Top managers don't grow on trees. No managers grow on trees.
But I'm just thinking like top managers. He was at Middlesbrough. You know, managing 3 times a year for 2 weeks a year, 2 weeks at a time, is a lot different to day in, day out. You know, and I know people say now, oh, it's coaching, you know, you don't have to manage the team, you're the coach, you know, we'll sort all that out. But it ain't, the football hasn't been unbelievable, is it? You know, if you're a top team now, if you're Man City and Pep Guardiola left tomorrow, you wouldn't take Gareth, would you? Not exactly. So that answers the question, doesn't it, really?
Right, so not an elite manager in your view?
International, I'd have to say yeah, because of what he's done. But I wouldn't say as a club manager, no. I wouldn't, if, you know, Man United didn't wait for him, did they? You know, if he was that great, Man United would have waited for him. It would have been a prime example. Ten Hag, you know, won the FA Cup. You know, anybody can win the FA Cup. Yeah, to be fair, they beat Man City in the end, so fair play to them. But, you know, most of the time the draw wins you the FA Cup more than anything. Because if you get Man City at home, away in the third round next year, they're out already. So I would say an elite international manager. And that's what I think he might take if he wins it, he'll go to the World Cup. You've got to. Because there's only in Argentina and maybe Colombia. We've seen that in the Copa America. It's not been good. So they're the only 2 teams outside this competition that could win the World Cup, in my opinion. So you go to the World Cup. So for me, if he doesn't win this, I don't know if he gets a club job, but he'll get another international job. Do you know what I mean? Where that will be, but it's not a bad gig. 3 times a year, you know, go around, watch other teams play. And most of all the good foreign players now are playing in the Premier League. So it's not going to be a lot of travelling.
Copa America was interesting. It's the semi-finalists, 2 of them managed by ex-Leeds United managers,
Yeah.
you know, Jesse March and Marcelo
Yeah.
Bielsa.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the Spanish game a little bit. And Gareth, again, he's talking about entitlement and saying we're not entitled to beat any of these sides. We're not entitled to beat Switzerland or Slovakia or Slovenia. I look at Spain and their lineup. They've got a 16-year-old schoolboy playing on one wing. They've got
a good 16-year-old schoolboy.
Yeah, an exceptional 16-year-old schoolboy.
Yeah, very.
But he is still a 16-year-old.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
he'll be a 17-year-old schoolboy
Yeah.
this weekend. They've got a centre-half who plays his football in Saudi. They have a striker in Morata who was seen as not good enough for Chelsea. They've got a full-back in Cucurella who's barely started half of the games he could have started for Chelsea. They got on the bench, probably, Joselu, Ayose Perez, a 38-year-old in Navas. Surely with our squad, we should see we are entitled to beat the Spanish.
And Navas was unreal the other night. At 38 years of age, playing against allegedly the best player in the world of football, bar the first cross, never really got a kick. So amazing. You're missing one thing. They're a team. This is what the problem. You look at France, just a lorry load of individuals. Just a lorry load of individuals who want to do their own thing. This is a team. And this is why they are where they are. And that's why England are where they are. A bit of luck, but they're a team. We're hard to score against. And this is what it is. You don't have to be best player in the world. You've got to be able to be prepared to play in a team and work for a team. That's why Bellingham, I give him the highest respect. He works his socks off. Any kid watching, and we can go, oh, Bellingham's this, and he's great, and he this, and if you built a player, you built... The one thing everybody misses a trick with, he works his socks off for the team. He doesn't stop. He leaves everything on the pitch. He's gone at the end. He's got no legs left. And it's because he works his socks off. And that's the thing. Spain are a team. They haven't got the talent of France as an individual team, as individuals, but they will beat France every single week they play France. Every week. One, they're a team, and one, they're footballers. They're footballers. The other team are athletes and individuals.
But if we
got beat by these, it wouldn't be a shock.
Would it not?
Oh no, I don't.
Do you genuinely believe we go in as underdogs?
Yeah. I don't look at us here. Every other game we've played, it would have been a shock if we'd have lost, in my opinion. I'd have been blown away. The Netherlands game, I'd have been shocked. Every team we've played so far, this is heads or tails. This goes either way. I see us either just winning this game, or we get destroyed. One or the other. I don't think Spain just win the game. I think if they get going and they get on top, they will destroy us because their movement's too good. But if we win, we'll win by the odd goal.
Does it in any way, because every game that we've played in so far, we've been favourites. Bookmakers have made us favourites every single game. Does it help in any way that now we are seen to be underdogs? I mean, you played in games where you've gone to matches, I mean, never won more so than when you went to Anfield with Arsenal, in 89, had to go and win by 2 goals against Liverpool. Does it help the mentality if you go into a game as underdogs?
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. I think the pressure's a lot less. I think that gets carried all round the pitch by everybody. I think even the fans accept that. When we went to Anfield, our fans were amazing anyway, but you had that expectation. Just give everything you got, leave everything on the pitch. I mean, you go to that one, we had to win two, but I go to Parma in the Cup Winners' Cup final. That was a phenomenal Parma team. We were big underdogs there. Again, the expectations of the fans is a lot different. And I think it'll be the same this weekend. I think this is the first game where the fans turn up. Of course, we want to win, but they'll stay with them because they're not expecting. I wouldn't say not expecting, but the fans will stay with the players for the whole match because they know this is a hard game. All the other games, every England fan, and me as well, have turned up expecting to win. And I have expected to win. This game's in the balance, and I think that's where the advantage is from the outside. You get that feeling that everybody's with you, and the pressure's not as much. I think the pressure's on Spain. I think it is because of the way they're playing. Everybody thinks Spain just turn up and they win because England haven't played great. We had a 45 minutes against Holland. The next 45 minutes was atrocious. It was as bad as any of the other 45 minutes, if I've been honest.
It's interesting how roles have been reversed because at the start of the tournament, there were no expectations of Spain. No. I think they went in as 5th favourites. They were 8 or 9 to 1. I don't think in their homeland anybody really expected them to do any better than probably quarterfinals. So it's a complete role reversal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've done. I didn't expect them. I didn't
didn't consider them mercy.
No, I did not one bit. And you know what? I didn't think Yamal was going to be that good at 16. Nico Williams has had the tournament of his lifetime. He won't have another tournament like this. I don't care if he plays till he's 35. He won't. Morata, as you say, I still don't know what he does. If you can let me know what he does, I don't know what he does.
Well, he scores a few goals
every now and then. He's not Harry Kane, is he? I mean, I'm not being, but he works hard. Like Harry, he works hard. I give him that. They had Rodri, but fair play to them. They've come through that group. They've come through their side of the group as well. They've had to play some big games. So, but the thing is, and I go back to it, they're footballers. And they're a team, and that's what's happened this time around. The game's changed to such it's athletes and pace and power and pace and power. And look what's happened. Spain have come in and they've gone. You know what? We're going to pass and move. People going about Yamal and Nico Williams well, but Yamal for 16, who's going to turn 17 now. His decision making is unbelievable. It's breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Honestly, the goal's great, but his decision making, his passing, when to pass at the right time, his way to pass. Honestly, I couldn't talk highly enough of the kid. I see these kids and I see people and they go past people and they'll beat people. This kid's got the lot. He's 16. He's got 17. He's got the lot. The lot.
Is he the best sort of 16-17-year-old you've ever seen?
I would have to say so. Yeah, I would. I judge people by tournaments. Play at your club, you're playing with top players. You're playing week in, week out. You come to the tournaments, you're playing against the creme de la creme, the best of the best. You're a right winger. You're playing against the best left back in that whole of that country. And then the next game, the best left back in that country. On a Saturday, playing in La Liga or playing in the Premier League, you're not playing against the best left back in the country. You might not even be playing against the top 10 left back in the league, let alone, he might not even be the best left back in his club. And he's turned up there at 16 years of age and he's doing what he's doing. Honestly, he's got to be. He's got to be. Now he's got to keep on doing it. But he'll be all right. and he will, because his decision making is immense, and that's the difference. He doesn't have to rely. People keep on going at me, oh, he's only got a left foot, but he makes the right decision, so it doesn't matter. You're better off having a wand of 1 foot than being all right on 2 feet, because you won't get by with being all right on 2 feet.
He's got just the billion euro sellout clause.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, billion euros.
No, he might go Saudi Arabia then.
I mean, only you say it's not the same as at club level, but what about when you were playing? Can you think of any sort of 16, 17-year-olds you thought, wow, he's going to be in the business? I suppose Wayne Rooney, of course, comes down.
Yeah, I would say Wayne Rooney. I would say Wayne Rooney. Wayne was a man at 16, though, wasn't he? Do you know what I mean? Without being, Wayne looks like he does now. He looked like that at 16, Wayne. He looked like a man. He had stubble. I remember watching him in the FA Youth Cup, and I was like, is he a ringer? But phenomenal player, phenomenal player. But this kid, I was 16. I didn't see Messi enough at that age. I imagine he was. But this kid keeps his feet on the ground. He would be exceptional. I just can't believe how good he is.
I mean, I guess, Nicholas Anelka, you saw him being at a young age, didn't you? I know you loved him.
Oh, it was a great shout. I forgot about him as it goes, Jeff. That's how quick things, we discard things. When he first come to Arsenal, I thought he was going to be the next Ronaldo, the number 9 Ronaldo. I thought he was just unbelievable. It was mind-blowing. The things he was doing to Tony Adams and Steve Bold was just mind-blowing. He would leave them on their backsides in 1v1s, and he'd go round Dave Seaman. Phenomenal. But I say he lived here for potential. I mean, the lad had an unbelievable footballer career. People say to me, oh, he didn't fulfil. I mean, played for the top clubs, won top trophies, phenomenal player. This kid at 16, just turned 17, has got the world at his feet. But this is where it becomes hard. It does become hard because he's done so much so quick. He's got to keep on doing it. And the easiest thing in the world is to get to the top. The hardest thing is to stay there. It is. In whatever sport, you can be boxing, running. Everybody wants to top you. And when you've got there, you've got that goal, and now you've got to stay there again. I remember coming out when I was in treatment, I said, I want to play for England again. And they went, ooh. I played for England again. Then when I played for England, it was like, right, what do I do now? You've got to have goals, got to keep on having goals. And that's what he's got to do. But yeah, I love watching him play.
You mentioned, staying at that top level. And we've already touched on Harry Kane, and we've touched on Wayne Rooney as well. And Wayne Rooney this week has described Harry Kane, and Gary Neville's agreed with him, as England's greatest ever player. What do you make of that?
Bar Harry Kane's mum and dad, I'm probably his biggest fan. I'm his biggest fan. I'm a massive fan of his. Massive fan. That's a big statement. I've been known to say some big statements, but I'm sorry, I can't have that as he's the greatest ever player. All right, you could say he's the top goal scorer, so we'll say he's the top goal scorer, so he becomes. But again, we're going back then to the countries we're playing against.
Who would you put ahead of him?
I put Wayne Rooney ahead of him. I put Gazza ahead of him. I put John Barnes ahead of him. I put Brian Robson ahead of him.
Beckham? Would you put Beckham ahead of him?
I would put Beckham ahead of him. I wasn't around in the era where you could probably name 5 or 6.
Well, obviously Bobby Charlton is the first one.
Yeah, and then Bobby you're going to go Bobby Moore.
Inevitably,
you know what I mean?
Just 2
So
straight.
yeah, it's a big statement that. It's all right going up, but he's the top goal scorer. What about Alan Shearer?
Yeah.
Alan Shearer have an argument about that.
Yeah.
As again, it's eras. He's playing at a time when we've got the best players. And we had good players before, don't get me wrong. But as I go back to Germany and France and Brazil, they all had 5, 6, 7 world-class players. And I'm talking players like, if I walk down the street now with you and I stop people of a certain age and I said, name me the France team in 98 that won the World Cup, then name me it. Or they'll name me 7 players.
Yeah.
Because they're world-class players. But they won't be able to name me 5 of the Argentina team that won the World Cup 2 years ago. Not a clue. They wouldn't be able to name me 5 of the Italy players that just won the tournament in England. But they'll probably be able to name you 5 or 6 that won the 1982 World Cup. And it's timings. So no, I'm Harry Kane's biggest fan, but you can't tell me he's the greatest ever player to play for England. Wow, that's a big statement.
Yeah, 66 goals in 97 appearances. And I'm not knocking Harry. 22 of those have been penalties, which just makes the ratio a bit less impressive. But he's been a wonderful player for England. But I would agree with you. I would definitely debate him being the greatest ever.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan. You know, for me, I think he's the best centre-forward in the world. I do think he's the best centre-forward in the world. But we've had some good players, and this is what I talk about, short memories. You know, 99, Gazza was the best player in the world. He was the best player in the whole world. You know, Harry Kane was the best centre-forward. Not the best player in the world.
Right. I mean, there's another matchup I just want to mention as well, is Rodri, we touched on, and Declan Rice. I feel that Declan has to step up a little.
Well, he's playing against the master. The apprentice against the master this weekend. You know, Rodri's the best.
How far behind him would you say? Let's do a sliding scale of 100, and we'll say that Rodri's 100. Where would Declan Rice be?
87.
It's very precise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want. I'm a Declan Rice fan, a big Declan Rice fan.
Yeah, me too.
But Rodri's the best in the world in his position. He's the best in the world. And he does that. He scores big goals in big games. You know, scored the other, you know, in the tournament, you know, to get them back in the game. You know, he scores big goals. Done it for Man City so many times. I think Rodri would find it hard playing for England. And I say that because we make the pitch so small. It's just mind-blowing. You know, second half against Holland, they suffocate the game. But we suffocate it. We got the back 3 on the halfway line. So they're on the halfway line. They're on their 18-yard box. You've got 20 players in one half. England need to spread the game, get the back 3 to drop off another 20 yards and bring them out and open the game up. But we don't. We squash it onto the halfway line. And Rodri would find it hard. And you watch Spain, they open the game up. They won't play on the halfway line. They play it and they'll pass it and then they'll find space. And that's what they do. They want to make the pitch as big as they can so they can get Yamal and Williams on the ball. England try and close the game up. And this
has that affected Declan, do you think, in
100%.
that sense? You know?
Yeah, because Declan then can't, when he goes to show, there's nowhere for him to go. People going, I can't get on the half turn. He can't get on the half turn because it's so congested in there. And that's the thing. Spain play to their strengths. We don't really play to our strengths. We played to our strengths in the first 45 minutes, and that's why Foden was amazing.
Yeah.
Because we played to his strengths. We opened the game, we passed it quickly, we got it into him as many times as we can. The second half, I blame the defenders. I think they got to drop another 20 yards. Make the game bigger. You watch Spain, they'll make the game as like it'll be like a polo pitch when they got the ball. When we got the ball, it looks like a pitch at Power League.
Do you think that Declan's got the potential to become as good as Rodri?
Not sure, and I only say that because Rodri could play one position. Declan Rice is probably better in the other position. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, Rodri's an old midfield player who's amazing. But Rice plays that position, but I think he's better further forward as one of the front, you know, of the midfield 3 on the left he plays because Odegaard plays on the right. Then he can burst forward. When he's got the ball at his feet, he's better than Rodri, like bursting forward. He runs with it. Rodri won't run with it. Rodri, you know, he's in charge of the orchestra. You know, so I don't think he'll get to the Rodri level because he can play the other position better than what he can play that.
Who do you think's been our player of the tournament so far?
Oh, good question. I don't think Gay's done anything wrong. I think he's been outstanding. I think Mainoo's been very good. Mm-hmm. Again, a kid, you know.
Yeah.
Give him a chance. You know, I think if you're good enough, you're old enough. You know, I think this is one thing we don't really do as a country. put kids in. I mean, he has done that, fair play, and that's what I like about Gareth. He don't mess about.
Saka a contender, do you think?
Done big moments. The goal, the penalty, done well for 45 minutes in the first half, in the game where we were poor. So he done all right. I don't think Stones has done anything wrong. I think he's just got along with his job. There's been no frills or spills, you know. I think we go with Gay because Gay's had to do stuff. Do you know what I mean? And that's probably because his positional play's not as good as Stones' play.
And we didn't expect it from Gay, and we always expect it from Stones.
Yeah, and I think Stones just says what he does on the tin, and he does, you know, and he reads the game very well. So I think he's done all right. Looking back now, they've all done all right. You know, this is the thing with tournament football. We got to where we had to get to. It doesn't matter how you get there. You got to get there. You have. Switzerland can't play any better. They're all sitting on holiday now. You know, we could play better and we're in the final.
Yeah. Would you take a gun at penalties?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Now, you know, even the other night, I'm sitting there because it was getting a bit... For me, it looked like Holland were the only team who were going to win in the last 5 or 10 minutes because they were getting free kicks, they were getting the ball in the box. But I was sitting there thinking, just hold on, we'll win penalties. We'll win the penalties. I just couldn't believe how good the penalties were the other day. I'm so confident if it goes to penalties. I'd take penalties now.
I mean, there were brilliant penalties. It did make me smile when I saw the reports that England had a breathing expert in the camp who apparently wrote a bestseller which was called Breathe In, Breathe Out. I think he subsequently he's got a book on walking. It's called Left Foot, Right Foot, and a book on eating. It's called Chew, Swallow, and so on. Have you ever heard anything like that? A breathing expert? Do you understand that it could be a benefit or not?
You know what? I think the big difference now when I watch the penalties to when I watched years ago, or even when I took them, when the whistle goes now, they stand still. They stand still. You watch penalties when we used to take them, the ref would blow the whistle and we'd run up as quick as we could and we'd hit it. Now, they blow the whistle, you watch, and they stay there for 3, 4, 5 seconds and get themselves ready. And I think that's been the game change. That's been the game change. And now I'm going to go home and write a book about it.
But the science around it, I mean, at one stage, when you were taking penalty shootout, it was sort of a bit random, wasn't it? You know, who feels confident enough to take one?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Who feels confident? I remember playing in '93 in the FA Cup replay at Wembley. I was having a nightmare. A nightmare, Jeff. A nightmare. It's pouring a rain. It's 1-1. And I'm walking over to take a corner in the last minute. And all that's going through my head is 1, put this in the box, don't hit the first man. And 2, I've got to take a penalty in a minute. And I was playing that badly. I was petrified. And lucky enough, I threw it in and Chris Woods dropped the ball and Andy Lindgren scored. But it's all about confidence. It is. You know, it's all right. Like they were amazing the other night. But Gareth done well again because he put them on with more than 10, 20 seconds to go. He got them into the game. Even if they didn't touch the ball, they were still involved in the game. But it all comes down to the bottle. You know, even though I'm saying let's go to penalties now, it'll be different come what the final. It will be different, 100%. I think we got to win. It's massive advantage going first. Massive advantage.
Do you remember which number you were when you took penalties in that World Cup?
I'm going to go 3.
Okay. Because apparently the scientists have shown, or the analysts have shown, that the first penalty taker and the 4th penalty taker, they're the most significant ones. And that's why Cole Palmer doesn't miss, took the first. And that's, of course, why Ivan Toney, Ivan Toney took the 4th.
You know what? I'm a great believer in. Don't leave your best penalty taker to last.
Yeah, you might not take one.
I was our penalty taker at Villa. I took mine last in the semi-final. We'd already beaten Bolton. I didn't even take one.
Yeah.
What for? Why would you wait to the end? Get your best penalty takers. I would go 1 and 3. I'm not saying I might have been 2. I don't know. But I would say 1 and 3. I think they're the important ones. You've got to win the toss. Got to go first. It's so important. You go first. The other players just playing catch up. It's horrible. You score first, then you got another chance. They just take in their penalty just to stay in it. It's like serving. You play tennis. You serve first, hold your serve. They're just holding their serve just to stay where they are. So win the toss.
Made it all the more surprising, didn't it, when Ronaldo in Portugal's penalty shootout, where they went out, he won the toss and he chose to go second. And everybody in the world is thinking, chose to go second, and it's almost like he's just trying to be contrary.
You know why, though, do you? He took penalty last, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, cool. So he wins.
No,
it.
he took the first.
He took the first. Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's silly then. Why did he do that?
I've got no idea.
I don't think
anybody in the world of football knew why.
You've always got to go first. Because if you miss, it still gives the goalie an opportunity to save the last one. And that's the thing. You've always got to make sure they've always got to. You're always making them more, 90% of the time, you're making them win it. It's like tennis. Make them serve it out. It's like you go first, they've got to score. You go second, you might not even get a chance.
I've got to write a book. If we lose against Spain, this is the worst case scenario. We all hope we win. If we lose against Spain, have we failed?
It all depends how good Spain are on the night. All depends how good Spain are on the night. If they're good, then I don't think we have. But if they're not and we get beat and we haven't been good, and then it will be. Because when this Spain, it's a team. You've got to remember, this Spain's a cycle. They haven't done nothing. Done nothing. And it's waited and waited. And this is what teams do. Spain, Germany, France. They do that. Us, we just keep on going the same all the time. We talk about generations, but we keep on giving them a chance. Germany, Spain, France, didn't work. Off you go. Let's start again. Might take 3 tournaments, but we'll get there in the end. Us, we stay competitive in all the tournaments, but never win one. And that's why we haven't won anything since 1966, because we keep on going, next time. Germany, no, start again. France, start again. Spain, they've started again, and they're in the final. They haven't done anything for ages. And this is the thing. That's what we got to do. And we have, really. We got youngsters now. This is going to be around. We win the World Cup. We win the World Cup.
Will we win the European Championship first?
We just win the European Championships, or we get world beat. And I say that. I do. We're either just win it, or we could get destroyed. And I know that sounds silly, but if this Spain team gets going and we have a 45 minutes like we can have, it'll be all over.
And we've reached the end of football's greatest Euros. My thanks to Paul Merson and to you out there for joining us as well. Please leave a review if you can, and follow us on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. One more thing. Come on, England! Football's Greatest Euros is a Folding Pocket production with BBC Studios.
Well, joining me today is Pol Bayús, who is the Athletics Barcelona correspondent, who's covering Spain for us in Germany at the moment, and also our Spanish football writer, Dermot Corrigan. Gents, welcome to the show. Let's get stuck into why Lamine Yamal is so special. Pol, let's start with you. Obviously, a sensational debut season for Barcelona, but has it surprised you that he's done so well so quickly on the international stage, and now almost dominating at the Euros as well?
It has and it hasn't, because you have to be surprised when a 16-year-old kid does what he's doing. That's for a start, but then knowing or seeing how he's performed throughout the season at Barcelona, the maturity of not just how he plays, but how he behaves, how he acts, how he speaks, how he takes on his job. You could see that this could happen. And then speaking to former managers in La Masia in Barcelona Academy, speaking really fondly of their character and how mature he was. I mean, you could see that he's a player that he's ready for that, but you never expect to see such an impact as we. So not just in the semi-final, because we will remember these Euros and this semi-final game as the Lamine Yamal game, I'm sure. But I think that the impact that he's had in these Euros throughout all the phases since the group stage to the very end has been amazing. It's even hard for me, who has watched him throughout all season and I have written about him all season, to find words basically to describe what he's doing in a rational way, because it's not rational, it's not normal, it's just a rare prodigy. that I guess that we have to enjoy, and that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, it's not rational, it's not normal, and you know that it's exceptional when the King of Spain walks into the dressing room, Dermot, and almost double takes and has to just double check. Yeah, how old are you? It was a great exchange that we saw in the dressing room, wasn't it? And you know, we also have to put into the context as well that he's literally doing his studies and his exams during this tournament at the same time. So he's spinning an educational plate as well as spinning up opponents on the football pitch too.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. Like it's just not normal for a 16-year-old kid or 17 on Saturday to be in this situation. You know, even the way the Spanish Federation have to follow certain protocols because he's a minor, like when they're in the dressing room, when they're traveling to the games, all this kind of stuff that you have to do because this is just a special case, a completely unique case in world football. And it's almost an advantage to him being so young because he just doesn't realize what's going on. He's not grown up enough to know the pressure that he should be feeling, to understand what it's like to be playing in front of millions of people, to have 48 million Spanish people cheering him on, or well, most of the 48 million Spanish people cheering him on, and to have, you know, to be the best player on the team. Maybe you know, Rodri's really good in midfield and Laporta's been really good at the back, but you know, when Spain look for inspiration, when they look for something going forward, he's been the one. Almost been good as well in Nico Williams, but in that moment when Spain were rocking in the game, France had scored, Jesus Navas was on a yellow, Mbappe looked like he might be about to hit form, you know, and best player in the world, supposedly Mbappe might be about to hit form, and it's the 16-year-old kid who puts his foot on the ball, who takes on Rabiot, who he'd had the interaction with on social media or in the press conference the day before, and has just the ability to put it in the top corner. So many other older players in that situation would be like, oh, I'm not sure, we need to calm down, we need to get the ball under possession, or maybe I need to do something really quickly and shoot too fast and it gets blocked. And he just is in this kind of state of grace. I think it helps, as I said, because he's so young, he's not aware of what's going on, and he just does the natural thing for him, which is, you know, take the ball, make a bit of space, take my time, place it in the top corner, and Spain are back in the game and on the way to the final.
We'll get into two notable things in a moment. Obviously, the picture of a very, very young Lamine Yamal and Lionel Messi, but also you mentioned it there, Dermot, about the exchange with Rabiot of France. Paul, just sort of for people who aren't aware of it and the background to that exchange, just take us through it, because it was amazing to obviously see the goal, see the performance, but then for him to have the presence of mind to sort of go, well, there you go, I told you so. It was perfect for him and for Spain, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think that it all like escalated in a way that even Rabiot wasn't like really expecting this, because Rabiot was trying to be complimenting of Lamine Yamal, but then at the end of his goal basically said, okay, we're going to try to make him like prove us more, basically, if he wants to be to the final of what he's done so far. But yeah, you know how social media works, how everything is. Lamine Yamal is a guy who spends like basically half of his day like in social media, like every teenager that we have right now. And he basically, he saw that quote and he took it as a challenge. He likes that. He loves that. He loves this sort of like having this banter, this sort of like, and he took that personally. Then he posted like a story on the day before the game saying, okay, don't speak too much until it's time to say checkmate. That was clearly a message like related to these words, to this challenge that the French team just put to him. In terms of the game, we all saw what happens basically, and like as Dermot was like pointing out here, just like to make it like more special and more like funny, if you want to call it that way, he just scored that top pins goal in the face of Adrien Rabiot, which made basically like the picture even more perfect, and the message that Lamine Yamal wanted to send after the game, even more fitting.
Dermot, from your point of view, and you know, watching all the football that you have watched, how surprised are you that you've got a player, obviously with the technical skills at the age that he is, but also the sort of the steeliness and the bite in the challenges that you would only expect from, you know, someone in their mid-20s perhaps. The fact that he is quite willing, obviously as we've seen on social media, to give it out, but also on the pitch as well, which is, I mean, there was one exchange with Theo Hernandez where he got his own back after a challenge on the touchline, and then I think he might have followed through a little bit more on a shot that obviously then connected with Hernandez, and you just thought, yeah, he knows what's going on the football pitch.
For sure. Like, he's grown up playing on the streets. He comes from, I don't want to, make this the determining factor too much in his personality, but he does come from a difficult background, one of the areas in Spain with the biggest social problems. There's a lot of immigration in Mataró where he grew up, and he's come through that. He's was whisked away to Barcelona quite early to train with them and to go into La Masia and to be formed there, but he still has that kind of edge to him for sure. He has that pride, I guess, in himself, that he doesn't want to be knocked down, that he's preternaturally kind of confident or mature in what he does. And he knows that it's about competing as well. It's not just about like going on a mazy dribble, or even sometimes you see young kids who are, super fast and maybe stronger than the other people of their age and are able to score great goals, or they arrive into La Liga or the Premier League or whatever, and on their debut they score a brilliant goal and suddenly everybody is talking about them, but then they disappear for a couple of weeks. The coaches take them out of the team, or when they do put them into the team, they're not up to it. Younger players can often play in flashes of genius. You can see that they have the potential to do it, but doing it consistently week in, week out is beyond them, and understandably so, because they are still so young. But Lamine Yamal hasn't had that problem at all, as Paul says, for Barcelona. Xavi put him into the team age 15 in a difficult moment for Barcelona because, all the problems that there are at Barcelona, the financial problems, but they still had a lot of quite good players. They had Dembele, who could play on the wing, but often it was Lamine who was ahead of him. And in the past season, for Xavi, he was, one of the most important players, a player that even, guys in their 20s, guys who've won La Ligas, guys who've played in World Cups, were looking to him to do something on the pitch, to get the ball to when we were in trouble against Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League, when Barca were rocking, he was the guy who, knew what was needed in the situation to try and get them back into the tie. And again, trying to explain it is difficult, because he's just one in a million, or a unique guy who we've never seen anybody like this before. But he does already seems to have the complete package. We can get into how we need to protect him and not, expect too much of him at this stage. He's going to need to have some rest next year. He's going to need to be carefully manage his body, his mental development. Everything is going to have to be looked after. But for the moment, it's just tremendous what he's doing.
It was interesting hearing from Rodri after the game against France, and he said that he played like only a few chosen ones can do, and he obviously was referencing the goal, but also really praising the defensive work that he does. He said the recoveries, the tracking back, how he helped out the fullback, it's been outstanding for a guy his age. I personally really rate this. Paul, in terms of the role that he has to fulfill in this Spain side, yes, he'll get the headlines for the goals, for the crosses, and for the tight control in tight spaces. But where does he fit in? What is that role more than the eye-catching stuff?
Yeah, so primarily he has to be like an attacking threat, and this system that Spain is playing has been designed for the two open wingers to be like the sort of attacking situation for Spain. So Nico Williams and especially Lamine Yamal, they need to be focused on attack, and Luis de la Fuente wants them to be focused on attack and to creating chances for Alvaro Morata, for Fabian Ruiz, for Mikel Merino, for Rodri, whoever plays up front. But when you get to the later stages of a competition like this, and especially in a team when you have the likes of Carvajal, of Rodri, who has played in the Champions League big stages as well, they know that it takes you more than that to win and to make the difference. And to improve Lamine Yamal in several departments has been a priority for them. We could see that in the quarterfinal game against Germany, he was taken off after 60 minutes, basically because Spain felt that probably they need more of a defensive approach to their wingers, a player who track back and that had the physicality just to run more miles basically. And yeah, that's something that the team and the teammates are constantly trying to make Lamine Yamal keep improving, and that's something that they insisted pretty much ahead of the semi-final, just to try to avoid France to break on the counter. Was a priority for Spain, and I think that Lamine Yamal succeeded, as just Rosie said. This was one of the big focuses on the game. Like, if Lamine Yamal could hold 90-minute game at this stage with the physicality that France requires, and I think that he showed that he's a fast learner. Anytime that the teammate tells him, look, you should probably be doing this in that situation, he just gets it so quickly. And that's, at the end of the day, as well, what has made him has this role and this place and be a starter at Spain and be the main star of Barcelona for sure towards next season.
Yeah, I just come in there on what was it about being a fast learner. For sure, we're watching him growing up and develop game by game. Like against Germany, he was taken out because De La Fuente was worried that if he played with the two open wingers, that Germany are going to have too much of the ball, they're going to come back, and it almost cost Spain in the tournament. You know, Germany equalised, they went to extra time, you know, they went through, but it almost cost Spain. And against France in the semi, Lamine was much more, for me, got back a lot more. It wasn't just that he was left on, it was that he was much more diligent, and he had picked it up, as Paul said. Like in a couple of days, he's developed as a player into a much more rounded player, and it speaks to just the football intelligence that he has, the general maturity and general intelligence that he has. He's not just, again, you know, sometimes young players are physically incredible and they're super fast and they can be strong and technically amazing, ability to dribble past four players or to stick the ball in the top corner. He has that, but he also has the emotional intelligence, the football intelligence, just the general intelligence to know what's needed in different situations, to pick up things quickly. And it's another reason, or just as important a reason maybe, that he has been able to have such an impression on adult football being so young.
Now, obviously, the obvious comparison that people are going to make with a young star at Barcelona is with Lionel Messi. Now, from your experience, how does he rank alongside Messi at this age?
At this age, Messi was not playing in the first team, let alone like the national team and being like a difference maker in there. But at the same time, like, you ask like around Barcelona, everyone like pushes you away to try to draw comparisons with Messi or to put him in the same category as Messi. They don't want just anyone to have like this pressure to have to match the expectations basically that Messi created like every day. But deep inside, they know that they have a talent that they haven't ever had, probably, even since Messi. I mean, there's going to be the constant talk that with Barcelona, media or the atmosphere around the club just hypes up young players and just draws like, who is going to be the next Messi? This kid is going to be the next Messi. And it's probably happened like with Ansu Fati, a player who has a struggle like with injuries. There's been also like the talk about wearing the number 10 shirt at Barcelona. But Lamine Yamal feels different once again. He feels that the ease with he plays. I think that Barcelona has also the background experience of the cases of Ansu Fati and Pedri, who wasn't like a La Masia graduate, but he was a young player that made like his breakout on the first team quite young, early in his career as well. And they had this experience of like Pedri playing over 70 games a season. Then in the next following 3 seasons, Pedri has struggled a lot with injuries. So learning from that, Barcelona and Lamine Yamal have agreed to not go to the Olympics games, which is like a decision that the player has made just to protect himself, because he knows that he is 16, that he still has to grow up, and that a lot of things need to improve. So I think that this tells you like that Barcelona are like ready to make everything that it takes, basically, to make sure that this is not going to be just like another talent that is converted into a broken toy at some point. They don't want that. They want him to become, basically like the next generational talent. They know that Lamine Yamal has the mindset for it. His entourage is working really hard to make sure that Lamine Yamal is on the right track. I can see that the comparisons with Messi are just being drawn because it's inevitable. Like in the shortest term, like what everyone wants in Barcelona is to avoid that. Just not put Lamine Yamal the pressure to be the next Messi, because he has to be Lamine Yamal, and then with some years on we will judge and we will decide what he will be.
The problem is that there's that picture, isn't there, Dermot? And it was almost like some sort of religious anointment, some sort of baptism of the next chosen one. And that has obviously broken through to a wider audience. I spoke to my wife about it. She said, this picture, this is like amazing. For people who don't know about it, just explain the context. And you spoke to the photographer about it as well for the Athletics. So just give us the story, because it's outstanding, isn't it?
It's incredible, and I still find it hard to believe. There's part of me that still can't actually believe that it did happen. But yeah, spoke to Joan Montfort, who used to work for Catalan Diario Sport, who took the photo. It was December 2007. Barcelona and UNICEF and some other NGOs in the city were doing a charity calendar where they take photos with 12 different players alongside 12 different kids from different backgrounds, different areas. Lamine Yamal's family won a lottery to be able to go to the Camp Nou to take the photos. So Joan is left with a 20-year-old Messi who's, quite shy guy. We said that Messi with the floppy hair, the teenage kind of look that Messi had, and a 7-month-old baby and his mom. So it was a very professional job done by the photographer to be able to get them so relaxed looking and look like they're enjoying themselves in the photo. But he did it, and it's just tremendous. I was going to say the personality of both comes across. Personality of Messi comes across because he's, he has always been kind of more, or especially at that age anyway, was more comfortable with younger players and got on well with kids. You see what a great relationship he seems to have with his own kids as well. He's a family guy. Lamine was a baby at that time, but they got him to not to cry and to look happy in Leo's hands. The idea that something passed over in that moment and all is beautiful and poetic and everything. Who am I to say that it didn't happen? I can't say for sure that it didn't, but it's just been tremendous. And the story has gone everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. It's been great for us on the New York Times as well. And the fact that at the moment, they're both going to be playing finals now on Sunday as well. Messi and Argentina in the Copa America in the States, and Lamine having played such a huge role in Spain getting to the final as well. It's just one of those amazing things that only come along for us to cover. Never seem to come along, but it has.
And Paul, for people who aren't aware, just not that long after that photo was taken, clearly he had a ball at his feet, because he is only 16 now, and yes, he will be 17 by the time that the final takes place on Sunday. But when was he first discovered as a talent? When did they first know they had something special on their hands at La Masia?
Basically, like when you speak to the guy who spotted him when he was playing at La Turreta, at the local club next to where his mom was living. So basically, Lamine Yamal joined Barcelona at the age of 7, and since that age, basically, he was like starting, just making the difference for the club. There are like a lot of like moments highlighted. Throughout his career, there's been a lot of like international tournaments that he's played with Barcelona. There's like the famous one that was played in New York in 2019, if I'm not wrong, where he was the MVP of the tournament. He scored 8 goals. Barcelona won 6-1 to Real Madrid into the final, and like everyone was like, "Wow, this guy that Barcelona has is going to be amazing." It's still like 2019. That's just like 5 years ago. Jesus, that's mad. Since that moment. Everyone knew that he was to be like an unprecedented talent. Then when Joan Laporta was re-elected back in 2021, if I'm not wrong, they already knew like one of the club's priorities had to be like to extend his contract. Lamine Yamal was still 15 or 14 maybe, but they knew that they had to keep close tabs on Lamine Yamal because he was like a huge prospect. He still hadn't made like his debut for the second team or for the first team, but like the projection was this. He had to be like the biggest bet on the club's academy. Then he switched his agents for Jorge Mendes, which was like the stepping stone to get like into this big contract and to get basically this pathway to the first team football that we've seen, and this big explosion that I think that if you ask Barcelona, his teammates, and even like guys around him, no one could expect that.
Now, for people who are listening and thinking, I'd love to have Lamine Yamal at my club, we will get on to his contract situation. We'll talk about his future in a moment's time. But Dermot, from the point of view of La Liga, you think about the young talent that is in the league. Obviously, you've got someone who's slightly older in Kylian Mbappe, now going to be playing for Real Madrid alongside Jude Bellingham. Real Madrid also have Endrick. Barcelona obviously have Lamine Yamal. They have other talented players as well. Is there a feeling in the league that we are now getting into the point where, yes, we've fully got over losing that battle between Ronaldo and Messi now, and we're looking forward to the next 10, 15 years of potentially Endrick or Lamine Yamal having a similar sort of battle?
I'd say that up until very recently, the feeling around La Liga was that might be stuck with a Real Madrid dominating everything, because Barca have had so many financial problems and Madrid have come through a sticky spot during COVID, but they're just after opening the new Bernabeu is more or less open now. It's fantastic. It's a revenue generating machine, and they have all these brilliant young players who are coming towards the peak of their career, like Vinicius, added Bellingham last summer, and now Mbappe is coming, supposedly at the peak of his career, with Endrick as well coming at the start of his. There was a fear maybe that it would become a Real Madrid and everybody else type of a league, that you wouldn't have that classical battle that we were so used to going back to, Pep versus Mourinho, Leo versus Cristiano. At that stage also you had, Xavi and Iniesta on one side and Iker Casillas and Sergio Ramos on the other side. Puyol, Piqué, Xabi Alonso, so many big names at that stage. Now it looks like you might have the Madrid of the superstars against the Barcelona of the emerging talents. That you have, Lamine Yamal has come along just at the perfect moment, but you also have Gavi, Pedri, Balde, Pau Cubarsí, really young 17-year-old centre-back who's been brilliant for Barca this season. And that sets up, if not a battle of equals, it sets up a battle of opposites between the Galacticos at Madrid against the emerging stars, the homegrown Spanish stars at Barcelona. That's the hope. We'll see how that turns out. Everybody is still very young and they have to develop. But for the first Clásico, you can imagine this coming up in the autumn time. That could be the billing of the Galacticos against the tremendous kids.
And Paul, just to take us into, obviously you can hear and you can see the value that Lamine Yamal has to Barcelona. But is he all sort of wrapped up and nailed down with a proper contract, considering his age? I mean, how is it sorted out? Because as mentioned right at the beginning of the show, Dermot mentioned that he's still a minor. What are the rules at the moment that apply to him contractually?
Yeah, so basically he signed his last contract extension on October last year. This contract extension runs up until 2026, when Lamine Yamal is expected to be 19. He has a 1 billion euros release clause in that contract, so it's a bit hard for any foreign teams to get him away from Barcelona. But despite his contract runs up until 2026, there's a sort of gentleman agreement between the club and the player to start talks over a new contract on 2025, just a year earlier than that, which is when Lamine Yamal is going to be 18. And the club is entitled to offer him a new sort of conditions, an improved salary, basically, and a status more adapted to the importance that he's expected to have. So basically, in the last contract extension that Barcelona and Lamine Yamal signed, it's basically agreed that he has his footer tied until 2026, but in 2025 they are going to talk about a new extension that supposedly is going to run until 2030. If the idea that both parties has, this is the sort of gentleman agreement that when it arrives to the point, it's going to have to be discussed, of course, but the first foundations of the next two contracts of Lamine Yamal has already been sorted, basically.
Yeah, the gentleman's agreement part there is really important, I think, because for one part of that legally, they can't actually sign something. It's interesting that he has already has a super agent in Jorge Mendes. And Barca are going to have to just rely on him. If Lamine Yamal continues to develop as he is, they're going to have to rely on his feeling of being a Barcelona fan, his connection to the club, to the area, because other clubs are going to be able to pay him a lot more money than Barcelona are going to be able to pay him. Barcelona's financial issues are still there. We'll see what kind of levers or what happens later on this summer for them to be able to strengthen their squad, or if that's possible or not. But it's going to have to be an emotional attachment that keeps Lamine Yamal at Barcelona for the foreseeable future, rather than a financial attachment. If you talk to some of the people who are maybe anti-Laporta or who don't think Laporta is doing a great job, and people start to wonder how maybe change might come at Barcelona, the tipping point that they see is not that, you know, the club would have to, for Laporta to lose the support of the fans. It's going to be, unless Barca can get their finances sorted in the short to medium term, it's going to be something we're talking about all the time, up to the point where they can tie him down to a nuts and bolts contract legally, which is still quite a way away.
I mean, do we have any indication as to what he thinks about where he would like to be playing? Have we got to that point, considering he is only 16? Has he been asked? Has he had, you know, representatives actually saying, well, no, I would love to be here due to the fact that I've been nurtured at this club? And obviously Xavi last season really sort of ensured his transition into the first team was meticulously planned and successful. So even at this early age, he obviously has a great loyalty to Barcelona, right, Paul?
Yeah. Anytime that he's been asked, he's highlighted the fact that he's Barcelona boyhood fan, basically. I think that he also feels that it's the right moment for a young player to be at Barcelona, because, like, I think that for all of them, like, they feel that they are in the right place at the right time. Barca is forced basically to trust their academy prospects, and Lamine Yamal is going to find here a space to shine and to bright. Then, like, once he's established, I mean, he might be established now as a world star, but like, as he keeps getting older, it's going to be Barcelona's duties to keep surround him with with a group of players that allows him to fight for titles, because at the end of the day, this is what he will want to. I think that in the case of Messi, Barcelona sort of managed it very well, because they managed to do the transition from the Ronaldinho era to then like to the new era really swiftly. But that's going to be like a challenge for Barcelona in the coming years. I was just going to say that this is going to be like a challenge for Barcelona, but at the same time, like the rumors and the news about like Barcelona already receiving offers from other clubs has already started. Joan Laporta, I think that admitted some months ago that the club has rejected a 200 million offer. When Laporta speaks, you never know if that's a fact or not, or if it's more like talking big just to praise one of his players. But the fact that a lot of clubs would be interested in like signing him, I have no doubts about that. And if he would become available, I'm sure that a lot of clubs would be willing to do like some crazy business stuff just to get the deal done. But yeah, as Dermot was just saying, for now, like, just imagining this in the mind of a lot of Barcelona fans is just like something that cannot happen right now.
Just picking up on what Paul said there, because it made me think of something that, like, all the way along with Messi, Barca had to keep him happy in order to make him stay. Messi was super attached to Barca and remained super attached. You know, would still be playing for Barca now, I think, if things had turned out differently. Messi, even though he seems to be enjoying himself in Miami a lot. But Barca presidents for years were really worried about keeping Messi happy. That meant giving him, you know, pay rises almost every year. It meant signing players that Messi himself always denied, and people around him, that Messi was picking out, you know, choosing transfer targets. But the executives were aware that, you know, he was going to get on well with Luis Suarez, that he liked Neymar, that he had different people who he would like to play with, and they ended up coming to Barcelona. That ended up causing problems for the club, but it was worth it, I think, because they won so many titles. Messi won 5 Champions League, so many La Liga titles, was, you know, so decisive in so many Clásicos against Real Madrid. When you have a talent like Messi, and without going too far, like that Lamine Yamal appears to be, if he keeps progressing the way he is, then it just becomes the whole focus of a club that Barcelona will do everything to keep him, It will all be built around him. The marketing off the field will also be built around him. It's not like Messi was the most open guy for photo shoots, as we were talking about before, but he was still the guy who sold most jerseys, who, you know, was most interesting for corporate partners, all the things that Barca need to do to attract fans from all around the world as well. Having somebody like Lamine Yamal from that type of background that he has, with parents from different countries, different cultures, that's super interesting as well from a commercial point of view. So it's a blessing for Barcelona for him to come along at this stage when they really need somebody to save them in a way. Again, if that's not putting too much pressure on the kids' shoulders, it's just again, it's such a unique situation and such a fascinating one.
And Paul, do we expect Lamine Yamal to take the sort of the iconic number 10 shirt and really have the weight of Messi on it, literally on his shoulders?
It's been a conversation that it's already on in Barcelona, and he's been asked about that. He's quite up for the challenge. He would love that. He said that he would love to have the number 10, but at the same time, this now belongs to Ansu Fati. And as much as we all might think that Ansu Fati is not the player that a lot of people expected, he's still Ansu Fati. He's still a first team member. He still has a number, and this has to be respected. But yeah, it's something that has been on the cards. It's going to be a decision to be made, like, from the dressing room, but also like from the management, because having like such a big name with Lamine Yamal with the number 10, it's quite tempting in terms of like selling t-shirts and like from the marketing side of the club. But yeah, it's a conversation that it's quite on. Let's see what happens with the future of Ansu Fati and how like Lamine Yamal and Hansi Flick and Joan Laporta want to manage him basically. But yeah, I'm sure that it's going to happen at some point. And that's the plan that Barcelona has, that at some point Lamine Yamal will wear or should wear the Barcelona number 10 shirt. I don't know if it has to be this season, especially like given what we've seen from Ansu Fati, which has been like another extra layer of pressure to deal with. But yeah, it's something that is going to be happening for sure, in my opinion, at some point.
Last couple of questions. Dermot, I wanted you to just pick up your crystal ball and fast forward to 2028 when Lamine Yamal will be, he'll be elderly. He'll be 21 years old. Where do you see him playing his football? Because I can't work out whether there is anyone, if he continues on this trajectory, that will be able to necessarily afford him. So where do you think he will be playing?
I have to say at Barcelona, it's really hard for me to even imagine him playing anywhere else, especially at 21. Maybe later on in his career, you know, he goes to play in the States or whatever. But it will be so damaging for Barca, the soul of the club, were he to leave. Even, you know, they could, our Barcelona president, whether Laporta or not, could say, look, our club has serious financial problems. I inherited most of them from the previous president. I need to fix the club. Lamine Yamal, they could make an argument, look at Ansu Fati, you know, sometimes these kids, it doesn't always work out the way that we think. We have it, whether it's a €1 billion offer from Paris Saint-Germain or whoever. So for the good of the club, I'm going to take it and pay off all our debts and, you know, reset Barcelona. That might make logical sense, but I don't think any Barcelona fans want that to happen or would accept that happening. So I just can't see it going. They're going to have to maybe rely on his loyalty, play up the feeling that he has with the club, surrounding with people who he gets on well with, give in to some of his demands, maybe give in to some of his agents' demands as well. But the idea of them selling him is will be just so difficult to take. Difficult even for me as a kind of neutral and somebody who's been critical of Barcelona in the past in some instances. It still just seems impossible to think of them selling somebody like that, just because it's football. It's so special. It's not business. It's not an industry. This is football. This is why we're all here, why we love watching him play so much. And yeah, hopefully he stays at Barcelona.
That's for the future. Let's deal with the current pressing situation. Finally, Paul, I wanted a word from you. Obviously, Lamine Yamal will be facing up against probably Kieran Trippier. Maybe Luke Shaw might be given the start. Whoever he's up against, it will obviously be a test for the England left-sided defender. But overall, who's taking the Euros title? Who's going to be lifting the trophy at the end, do you think?
I'm sorry about you guys, but I think Spain is going to take it. I think that they've been the first team. They've been the best team, for like quite a distance. And and it feels like a lot of things have been put together, a lot of like good momentum, a lot of like the Dani Olmo emergence, like making the Pedri injury looking like nothing, the Mikel Merino goal against Germany, like a lot of stuff that smells like champions. So given like the way that they've been playing, and yeah, this sort of momentum that they've been able to build, I'm going to go for Spain.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. However much I think that you may be right, I do hope that you're wrong, but do enjoy the final, and thank you so much for your coverage throughout the Euros. Dermot, thanks to you as well for being on the show. Don't forget, we will have another Totally Football show reacting to the final on Sunday night. We've got our daily football briefing as well, which has been running throughout the Euros and also the Copa America. And then we will be back here on the Athletic FC podcast on Monday for all of the fallout and perhaps the celebration of the Euros final in Berlin for England. Perhaps. Take care. Have a great weekend.
If you want to watch more episodes of the show, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be joined by the likes of David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the season. If you'd like to listen to the episodes in full in audio form, search the Athletic FC wherever you get your podcasts from. Joining us today, we have a full house, and having been in Dortmund, we have Ollie Kay as well as Jack Pitbrook and also Tim Spears as well. Ollie, you dropped a piece on The Athletic and the headline, England, a team of comebacks, late winners and finals. These are extraordinary times. Talk to me about what you thought about the game against the England one yesterday.
Well, they are extraordinary times. You look at England's inglorious history since 1966, and you know, they've been a team that would always fall short, often fall well short. If you look at the final tournament pre-Southgate, it was where they lost to Iceland in Euro 2016. It was absolutely grim. They never looked like a serious team at all at that tournament or the previous World Cup. And now, I mean, you look at this, you know, a team that had barely won a knockout game in decades, and you look at them now and look, they've flirted with danger, they've flirted with calamity, embarrassment at times at this tournament. They've not hit great heights in terms of performance, but they keep digging it out and digging out these spectacular wins. The spectacular Bellingham equaliser against Slovakia in stoppage time, the late equaliser from Saka against Switzerland, and then winning on penalties, which again is something that England never used to do. And then to go through a game like that last night, where they seemed to have gained control after falling behind, and then they lost control, and we thought, oh, it's happening again with England. That last thing that they've been unable to do, which is when they lose control of big matches, and then they regain control. And the big criticism of Southgate about substitutions. Are his substitutions good enough? Well, you know, he brought on Ollie Watkins and Cole Palmer, and they combined for the winning goal in the, what was it, 1 second left on the clock before stoppage time, and it was just incredible. And it somehow felt right, being in the stadium, that it somehow felt right that they'd pulled it out of the bag again. And those scenes, the togetherness, the jubilation, delirium, it was just fantastic to witness.
Yeah, Jack, Ollie talks about the subs, and this is definitely something Gareth Southgate has come into criticism for in this tournament. I mean, it's fair to say, you know, England's second half wasn't probably as great as the first half, but those substitutions purely made a difference.
Yeah, huge difference. I thought the second half was not quite as bad as the second half against Switzerland, which was really bad, but similarly, you know, England lost control of the game in the second half. I thought it started to feel like any other massive game under Gareth Southgate. You know, like Croatia 2018 or Italy in Euro 2020, or, you know, take your pick. But for him to change the game from the bench, having had, I mean, can you imagine the sense of vindication that Southgate must be feeling right now? Because for so long he's had, you know, people have made various criticisms of him, and one of them has been he doesn't make subs early enough, he doesn't make subs bravely enough. And yesterday he made, what I thought were two incredibly brave subs. I know that the whole country was calling for Kane to come off, but it's still very brave to take off your captain and leading goal scorer. I mean, in Ollie's piece this morning, he compared it to the Cristiano Ronaldo situation with Portugal, where Roberto Martinez looks unable to take him off. And then to take off Foden, who'd been England's best player, I thought, and was sensational in the first half. And then for those two guys who brought on to combine to score the winning goal. I mean, it is such a riposte to that particular criticism of Southgate, and I think, you know, it must be true to say it's the most significant substitution in English football history.
Yeah, what would you say of the culture and I guess the mentality in which he's instilled within these players? Because yes, collectively perhaps haven't played that greatly, but there are some serious moments of magic, as we've seen with Bellingham, we've seen with Saka, we've also yet again seen with Ollie Watkins, Jack.
Well, yeah, I think there's a few things. One is that the players never really look like they're beaten. I mean, that might just be... they did look pretty beaten before the Bellingham goal against Slovakia, but their ability to stay patient and stick with a plan and find a way, even in difficult circumstances, that speaks very highly of the sort of culture and ethos they've got in the squad. And the other is, and this is a big something Southgate's really big on, is the way that the players who are not in the first 11 feel part of it, and they feel engaged and motivated and able to go and make a difference. And you can look at, you know, Palmer and Watkins combining for the goal, or you can look at the penalties the other day. You know, Tony, Palmer, Trent, you know, all coming off the bench and scoring their penalties. So I think Southgate has worked so hard behind the scenes on how do we make sure that everybody feels a sense of agency and everybody feels part of the squad. And I think last night is testament to that.
And Tim, just moving on to Ollie Watkins, it's an interesting one, isn't it? This is a player in his, you know, domestic career has had to bide his time, you know, talk about being at Exeter, being in non-league teams, and then finally finding the light at Aston Villa yet again in this tournament, having to bide his time, coming up clutch when he's needed as well.
Yeah, Western Supermare as well, don't forget, on loan 10 years ago. Yeah, and he spoke of his frustration last night and said, look, I've had the best season of my career, and he's like barely kicked a ball. He got 20 minutes against Denmark, said he's been very frustrated. And yeah, he did bide his time, and boy did he take his chance. I'm not just saying it sort of after the event, but I felt like he was the right man to come on, to be honest, to stretch the play, to do what Kane wasn't doing and stick between, you know, the widths of the penalty box. And you've got to say Unai Emery's played a big part in that winning goal for England last night, because, you know, he's completely transformed Watkins' game. It's a great story, obviously for Watkins, but also for the EFL. You know, you talk about his journey being at Exeter in 2017 and on to Brentford and on to Villa. He's not a kid, he's 28. He's really had to work to where he's got to. And also, I think an important point to make is that if UEFA hadn't decided 2 months ago, to go to 26-man squads instead of 23, well, Watkins might not even be here, to be honest. Either him or Tony surely would have been left out of a 23-man squad, you would have thought, and Tony's the one who's come on and set up the equaliser against Slovakia and scored his penalty, and then Watkins has come on here. It speaks to Southgate's use of his squad, but also, yeah, really important from an England point of view that they did have those 26 players, because they've used pretty much all of them.
Yeah, Ollie, is this the most convincing, I guess, particularly in that first half, you've seen England in this tournament so far?
Yeah, the first half was really good. I mean, the blow of conceding that early goal, what was it, 7 minutes, and it flew in from nowhere. Brilliant shot from Simons, but England's response to that was outstanding. Where you compare it with the really sort of alarming, angst-ridden response against Slovakia to falling behind in that game. What was it, 10 days earlier, something like that. And this time it was a really mature, grown-up, composed and technically impressive response. The first half performance was really, really good. You look at, I mean, I could reel off all the players because they were all contributing well at that point. But Kobbie Mainoo, at 19 years old, was not dictating it in a way of a Tony Kroos or someone like that, but dictating, setting the rhythm of the game and recycling the ball constantly, always looking forward and always being perceptive and playing really well. Phil Foden, who's had a frustrating tournament at times, but had an absolutely mesmerising run at one point. A couple of long range efforts. He was playing fantastically well. He faded in the second half, but it was the first time really that I've been excited watching England at this tournament. And look, I'm not going to claim that they've played brilliantly over the course of the tournament. They haven't been. I don't think you could claim they've been one of the two most impressive teams of the tournament so far. I think Germany could easily claim to have been more deserving of a place in the final, and they got knocked out in the quarters by coming up against Spain. But I do feel that England's first half performance last night, raised the bar considerably in terms of their efforts in this tournament, and probably hinted at the kind of standard they might have to reach. Well, I'm sure they will have to reach on Sunday in the final against Spain, because it's felt like they've improved gradually as the tournament's gone on. They've done just enough, you could say, to get through. But yeah, Spain on Sunday will be a different test entirely.
I think for a lot of this Euros, England's selections and tactics have looked a bit confused. Like Southgate had kind of lost sight of what made his team so effective in the past. But I actually think last night in the first half was the first time that it really clicked. Like, it kind of made sense that this slightly unusual team with Foden and Bellingham as two number 10s, and then the two wing backs either side in possession, you can kind of see what it's trying to do now. Like, England are playing with a bit more width. They're looking a lot more confident on the ball. They're finally getting the most of Foden, which is something that they've never done before, really. I thought last night, certainly the first hour of last night, was the best we've ever seen Foden play for England. And suddenly a set of selections that did look a bit muddled maybe at the start of the tournament, you now get a sense of what Southgate's trying to do with it.
Let's be honest, that this is normally when they go out. They trundle through the group stages, and then against the big team in the knockout stages, they finally produce what we've all been waiting for, and then they lose. That's what happens. That happened with France 2022. Back in the day, Germany 96 and Argentina 98, Germany 1990. It's the heroic defeat after a great performance, and it's sort of, we can do it next time. So, all right, the Dutch aren't comparable to the very best teams in this tournament, but still, this is the first sort of big nation they played, huge occasion, and yeah, they did it. They came through. I mean, we've got to say one thing which we might not talk about much in this pod, but if this was the Dutch version of the Athletic, then they would spend 30 minutes talking about the referee. So we've got to say, got really lucky. I mean, Ronald Koeman says VAR's breaking football. After last night, Southgate might have been the same if the roles were reversed. Absolutely no guilt on our part whatsoever, because Lampard's goal was over the line and Maradona handled the ball. So we were due one, but we got lucky with the referee for sure. We've got to say that.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, on that point, I mean, this is tournament football, right? I mean, this is sport in general. Luck does play a massive part in who goes on to either win it or get to the latter stages.
Yeah, and it's one thing to get a lucky break in a game, and it's another thing to ride your luck successfully and sort of roll with it, go with the punches type things. England in the past have been a team that might have felt unlucky and felt sorry for themselves, or they might have got a lucky break and then been so startled by it that they're kind of cowed into thinking, oh no, what do we do next? Southgate's England have ridden their luck at times. I absolutely agree with anybody that will say that, but they've shown the maturity and togetherness of a team that is probably going to get lucky more often because they've got a good attitude. They're together, they're united, they're defiant, and yeah, that's what happens. Being in the ground, I would imagine I've seen far fewer replays of that penalty incident than the rest of you and probably the rest of the population. But it's I felt in real time and upon watching the sort of first replay that might get given as a penalty, but that should never be a penalty. You know, it wasn't one of those. It wasn't one of those sort of dangerous ones that you sometimes get after the ball's given. So you'd be livid if that was given against you, even if the rule book says technically it's a penalty. It didn't feel, in the spirit of the game, it didn't feel like it should be a penalty to me, at least. But on the minimal viewings, but it's it was 1-1 at that point. England went on to dominate the rest of the first half. Netherlands had the better of the second half. It was still in the balance, and you've got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, and Tim, I was listening to Ralph Honigstein on the Total Football Show, and he was talking about this England team. I think you were on the same podcast, actually, and he was saying, perhaps this team, hasn't come together as a collective per se, but it's the group of individuals that come up in those big moments. It's a harder way of winning a tournament, but it is definitely possible to win tournaments that way. This idea that these key players are seizing moments and coming away with a victory is so important in any sort of football.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the stage that they're at now. We've been calling for improvements in this team for the last few weeks, but all bets are off now. It doesn't matter how fluid you are in the final. You just got to win the thing, right? And they have proved time and again what you need in knockout football is those big moments from a variety of players as well. They're not just relying on one player to drag them through here. We all thought maybe after the first game it would have to be Bellingham. And we all said in the lead-up that Bellingham will have to lead them to the final, or Kane will have to lead them to the final. Neither of those players have done that. To be fair, they're looking at Trent Alexander-Arnold with the winning penalty, and Tony coming on and making a difference, and Saka's goal, and now Ollie Watkins and Cole Palmer. These are not the obvious stars that we were all eulogising about before the tournament began. So yeah. No, you look at past winners, it's not, of course, it's not always the most fluid or best team. Portugal 2016, no. Italy 2020, no. Greece, obviously 2004, no. So yeah, the template has been set for how to win. This is part of the mentality Southgate's been building for 8 years now. Hasn't happened overnight. Doesn't happen overnight that they come up with these last minute moments and win penalty shootouts. This is what he's been working towards behind the scenes. So yes, they'll have to raise their level again for the final, but they've raised their level very clearly in each game in the knockout stages, from Slovakia, abysmal, to Switzerland, minimum level of where they should be at, and now the Dutch, obviously much better, so they'll need to do it again, but they can.
And just to Tim's point there, Southgate has studied in great detail these other teams who've won tournaments, specifically Portugal 2016, France 2018. He knows that it's not about getting all your best players on the pitch together. It's certainly not about playing the most exciting, attacking, aggressive football. It is about keeping clean sheets at a minimum, using the squad as far as you can, changing different formations, which is something that England have done this tournament, and also they did in the last Euros. And so Southgate has really taken on board this kind of playbook, I guess you can call it, on what makes a successful tournament team. And so he's very much kind of, I think, inspired by some of those examples Tim mentioned.
Yeah, one thing we haven't mentioned, Ollie, is Harry Kane, yet again, part of the discourse in this match. And I guess some might say, he had a better game than he has had in many of the others in the tournament. But with Ollie Watkins and Ivan Toney waiting in the wings and also showing impacts when they have come along, is there a conversation around, does he start in the next match in the final? I mean, it's hard to not see Harry Kane start a final for England in a major tournament, surely.
Yeah, I think it could be a conversation, but I don't think it would be a very long conversation in terms of should he start. I think he should start. I think he had a really good first half last night, and as well as scoring the penalty, which sets him as the all-time record goal scorer in European Championship history in knockout games, which is six goals in knockout games. That tells you he's not just somebody who goes shrinking away on the big occasions. He's if there was a chance knocking around the penalty area again on Sunday evening, he's the one you'd want it to fall to. And I think what Southgate has done really well, and what Kane has accepted really quite impressively at this tournament is the fact that he's often played sort of 70, 80 minutes and then been subbed. And it's not easy to, as we said at the start, it's not easy to sub your captain and best player. And some managers have struggled with that. Some previous England managers have struggled with, kept a tiring, flagging Rooney or Beckham or whatever on the pitch when it's been really obvious that their legs have gone and they've got nothing more in the tank. But Southgate, I think he's got the balance right. He's kept him. He's shown total faith in him, but he's known when Kane looks spent, which has been 70 odd minutes last night, and we were probably all saying, look, come on, let's make a change now, and he did, and it paid off absolutely spectacularly. It doesn't mean you should always start with whatever works from the bench. I think you can be a very, very good, you can do very, very good important job for 70 minutes, and then the person who comes on for the closing stage, it's a different assignment at that point.
I think that's been one of the big successes actually of this particular campaign, has been the very sort of clear-eyed way that Southgate has used Kane. Like, it's kind of amazing really that England, that Kane should not be on the pitch for the end of this game. Even in the Switzerland game, obviously they took Kane off, and then when they were doing the huddle before the penalty shootout against Switzerland, Kane wasn't part of it because they had the huddle was only Southgate, the coaches, and the first 11, and so Kane, and during the actual penalties, Kane was on the sidelines with the rest of the players who'd either been subbed off or not subbed on, and that must be, on one level, basically you couldn't imagine Cristiano Ronaldo doing that. Basically, you couldn't imagine Ronaldo accepting not being part of the biggest moments. But I think it feels to me from the outside as if Kane has really accepted the fact that he's not always going to be on the pitch all the time, and yet he can still make a big, he can still contribute a lot when he is, and then he can still contribute to the group when he's not playing. We all saw how the way that he ran over to Watkins after Watkins' goal last night, ran onto the pitch to give him a big hug. So I think Southgate has managed this situation really, really well.
Ollie, for this one, and actually I'd be interested to get all your perspectives on this if you've got something, is that, look, England constantly face criticism coming into all these tournaments, right? Yet you see a manager that's taken this team to European finals, World Cup semi-final and a quarter-final. Who could do a better job than Southgate's done in terms of reshaping a mentality of a squad, in terms of connecting the media and the players? Do you know what I mean? It's almost statesman-like.
Yeah, I think if you look at the job as a whole over an 8-year period, I think it's absolutely fantastic body of work. When you consider where England were, when you consider what he's changed in terms of the whole culture around the team, the mood around the team, the spirit within the squad, everything. England in the past might have a decent tournament every now and then, but there was never really any sort of continuity of vision, continuity of outlook, anything like that. Southgate has done all of that. I accept that I would agree with anyone who questions how good a manager is he. Where would he how would he do if he took a mid-table Premier League club? How would he do if he took a top Premier League club? I've got my doubts, frankly, but I think in terms of an England manager, in my time watching England, 40 plus years, 42 years, I've seen so many managers come and go, a lot of them with immensely better CVs in club football than Southgate probably will ever have. Bobby Robson, Fabio Capello, Sven Eriksson, etc. But I've never seen anyone who's done a better job as England manager. It's a different discipline, different challenge, and he just seems to get everything. And yes, we can all say, oh, what about the tactics in this game? What about substitutions or lack of them in that game? I think he's even answered those questions in this tournament. I think he's done an incredible job, and I will stay the same whether they win or lose on Sunday.
He's been incredibly malleable. even throughout the tournament, more than any England manager I can remember. You know, we've all got gripes when we watch the England team. Like I said earlier, it's always rubbish in the group stages, right? And you're like, right, he's got to do this and he's got to do this. Well, he's done it. He's changed the formation. He came into the tournament saying we're never going to play 3 at the back. We're not even trained at 3 at the back. And he's changed formation halfway through the tournament. And again, so many managers who've been in a job for so long, whether it's international or club level, they have their favourites and they can never see past that. Well, the amount of favourites he's ditched is remarkable, really. You know, you look at Sterling a year ago. Mount was a massive favourite in the last Euros. He was ditched. Rashford, Henderson being the massive one. He's made these big. Yeah, Maguire. I guess partly with his injury, but yeah, all these favourites that have been ditched ruthlessly, really ruthlessly. If he was if he was Trapattoni, we'd be so wow. It's an incredibly ruthless manager. And yet we just portray him as this nice, lovely man, which of course he is, but he's got that streak to him. And yeah, I think you can question him in terms of a coach, and I've been critical of him throughout this tournament, and I think rightly so, really. And he's never going to be that sort of sharp, top-level tactical mind. But as a manager, as Ollie says, and with his communication, his man management, his sort of positive reinforcement, his due diligence, it's exceptional at this level. So yeah, I think all tributes that are coming his way are extremely well earned.
There was one other thing I was just going to mention in terms of the tactics. I mean, he was getting panned for that, and the big criticism was you've got Bellingham and Foden occupying the same space. They're too close together, and his response to that, with the formation change, has been to put them even closer together. Effectively in central, both of them in central areas rather than one on the left, one in the middle. He's had them closer together, and it's worked. And you had more of them in those tight areas in the middle of the pitch. They've probably gone with less width than in the previous games, but it's worked because they've had that outlet. They've had those outlets, Saka and sometimes Trippier, sometimes Shaw in the second half last night. So I think that takes a certain fortitude as well from the manager. There have been times when England managers have just almost done what the media are asking for, the public are asking for, which is mad. I'm a journalist. I would stick up for journalists, but I wouldn't want them picking the England team. Wouldn't want us picking the England team. It's you've got to have a clear sense of what you're doing, and Southgate has always had that.
That's why I think one of the things that's kind of surprised me about how this campaign has gone is that clearly Southgate has decided to go in a different direction this tournament. He's ripped up, as Tim was saying earlier, he's kind of dropped half the team from Qatar. So all those players that we saw in Qatar, I think we all thought would be here at this Euros, and he's only really taken half of that team, especially players who played unbelievably well for him over the years. Rashford, Sterling, Maguire, Henderson, Mount, Phillips, etc. And he's gone in a different direction, and he's clearly decided to build the team around Foden, Bellingham, Saka, this younger generation of players. And for a long time I didn't think it was going to work, and certainly after the group stages or in the Slovakia game I thought this is nuts. What he should have put in, I thought he should build a time machine, go back to March 2023 and not drop Raheem Sterling, get Sterling back on board, because England need a player like him. If it's not him, they need Bowen, who could maybe do that sort of Sterling role, and they need to kind of get back to the sort of true principles of Gazball, which Southgate has betrayed. And yet this kind of new sort of Gazball 2.0 or whatever has actually turned out to be, in the end, it's got England where they want to get to. It's turned out to be more effective, and it's with a different set of strengths, I think, and you can tell the players have got this real conviction about how they go about things now. And I never thought that his gamble would pay off, but in fact it is paying off.
Yeah, Tim, his tactical skill has always been questioned, but do you think it's helped England to go behind in each of those knockout games rather than sort of sit back and invite pressure? They've actually had to be the one that applies the pressure and find a little something extra in their game.
Yeah, maybe. I guess if you look at the Serbia games and the Serbia game and the Denmark game, it didn't seem to suit them going ahead. They suddenly went very deep and conceded a lot of possession. And they've got a lot of weaknesses. Minutes 45 to 75 have been awful for all 3 knockout games. I don't think they've had a shot on target in that period in any of the 3 knockout games. They seem to come out in the second half and go within themselves, and then we wait as long as we can bear for Southgate to make a substitution. And do you know what? He was still a little bit late last night, I thought, and they were probably a little bit lucky that the Dutch had already sort of made their big change with Weghorst coming on at half time, and obviously in the first half as well when they made their early change. So look, full credit to the subs he made, but yeah, in terms of the game state, it needs to go a certain way in the final. I think if England are going to win this, I do not want to see them, like in the Euro 2020 final, take a second-minute lead. I think that would be potentially disastrous. It'd be awful for the game as well. But yeah, like we've all said, he's learned over that 8 years, Southgate, and I feel like he's still learning in this tournament, and he's evolving and learning more about this squad and its capabilities, as it goes on as well.
Yeah, Ollie, Southgate spoke about that, unusual environment after that draw with Slovenia. Look back at that moment now. How would you describe that moment now? It seems quite a long time ago now that those cuts were being thrown onto the field. But also, I sort of think as well, what does it say about this guy that he's able to absorb that kind of pressure and still maintain a level head and get his team to where they need to get to?
Yeah, and the criticism and the abuse would have been much worse had Bellingham not pulled that out of the bag against Slovakia. I think that they were on a real precipice there, and sort of almost over the edge of the precipice. That goal seems to have changed everything. At the time of the quarter-final against Switzerland, that mood had changed a bit, become a lot more upbeat among the fans, the media, definitely within the squad as well. But yeah, Southgate has remained level-headed throughout. It's that I think people find it infuriating. Some people find it infuriating that they just think he's just so, he's just so level-headed, boring. You never see him get angry. You never see him do this. Too respectful, too polite. I think that mindset he has. I mean, it's the opposite of Jose Mourinho, isn't it, or someone, or Diego Simeone, or someone like that. But he's for the job he's doing, for that position of England manager, but also for the type of England manager he has wanted to be, and for the type of team he's wanted to have: humble, together, focused, undaunted by things. I think his mentality and his attitude is fantastic. And he is passionate. You see him at the end of those big moments, and he really lets it out, and it's really great to see. It's go back to the Sweden game, or Colombia and Sweden games in 2018, and the Denmark game in 2021, and the celebrations last night and against Switzerland the other night they are the celebrations of someone who cares more deeply than absolutely anyone. But he manages to sort of keep a lid on it a lot of the time, and I think that's important.
I think that the kind of the level-headedness that Ollie's talking about there is amazing. Like, if you think about that Slovakia game, Southgate was about 1 minute away from his own personal Iceland. Like, England were that close to what would have been such an awful, upsetting defeat, and he would have had to go. And he never really betrayed that sense on the touchline that day. And then in the press conference afterwards, he put on an incredibly brave face, and never, he kind of he spoke as if it was always all in the plan. And he didn't come in and say, I was terrified, I was going to quit, I pre-planned my resignation statement. And of course he's not going to say that, but I imagine on some level he must have been feeling it. And yet his ability to kind of stay on an emotional level through what must be like unbelievable kind of roller coasters of ups and downs all the time in the full glare of the media and the public eye is a really special skill. I don't think that it would work. This project wouldn't work otherwise.
And he also resists the temptation to sort of have a go back at his critic. journalists from other countries in the press conference. I think it was a German journalist, a Danish journalist after the Switzerland game, and so they were really kind of scathing of the football England had played to reach the semi-finals. And look, we've been scathing at times because when the performances have not been good enough. But he's very respectful in the way he sort of defends himself and defends his team. There's no real arrogance or ego in the way he does it. It's very respectful. I mean, I can think of an awful lot of managers who would be an awful lot less respectful and a lot less dignified in that situation.
Yeah, let's finish on this one, and it's a very simple question. I'm throwing it out to everyone. Tim, please go first. How on earth do England beat Spain?
Blimey. Well, they've got to raise their levels again. They have to. We've got to say, right, the Dutch are probably the least organised team they've played so far. I think they really struggled against deep line defences in previous matches, and
possession. They were on fire. Spain took them out. England bringing down the Netherlands to get here with a last-minute goal from Ollie Watkins. He's on the benches. We get kick-off and Pickford sends it forward into the top corner. Right side as England go from left to right. If you're looking at the screen and want to sync us up, feel more than welcome. The home of the Euros here on Flash Score. Don't forget we've got other games coming your way. Also the Copa America is coming. So that final for you. We saw Canada and Uruguay in play off the third, but Spain and England here. Spain with a goal kick at the back. It's Simon at the back with in goal. Lenormand and Laporte, Carvajal, Cucurella, Fabian, Dani Olmo, Rodri, Yamal, Morata and Nico Williams make up the 11. So Dani Carvajal back into the side and was suspended. We saw Andres Navas start and he was absolutely thrashed by Kylian Mbappe in that first quarter of an hour in the semi-final. Spain in possession, just over a minute gone. Swept over back third and it's the plays of Al-Nassr. Slows it down. Back to Lenormand. Pickford in goal for England. Stones, Gehi and Walker in the back three. Luke Shaw is in for Trippier on the left wing. Declan Rice, Kobbie Mainoo and Bukayo Saka across the middle. And ready to now on the ball. He took a shove from Shaw. And it's a big moment, a good win for the Manchester United man as he plays his way down. Carvajal dispossesses it. England struggling to get out of their half, and Spain will try and strangle them early. Will finish off England at 11 with Foden, Bellingham, and Harry Kane. Front line that is. And this could be Spain's toughest challenge. Already some early pressure with Bellingham getting in the face of his club teammate Carvajal. Throwing for Spain though. Southgate in for game number 159. That is as a coach and England player. So took over the job in 2016. Could culminate to something beautiful here. Also De La Fuente looking for a major trophy, particularly in the Nations League with Spain. Almost immediately taking over very, very late 2023. They had a shock loss to Scotland on the way. Scotland's in scintillating form. Spain back with it. Don't forget you can check all the stats as the game goes on. Spain beating Georgia 4-1 on the way. It was the 16 quarterfinals. We saw them beat Germany. Semi-finals over France, and they were able to do that in 90 minutes, as were England with the Netherlands. So a bit of freshness about them, despite the day difference in the game. Spain having an extra 24 hours to recover. Morata coming deep to collect. Clumsy run, picked up by Foden, back to Pickford, and might have to go long once more. Does have the option to go out to the right wing, where he does find Walker. He's hemmed in his back pocket, goes down the line, it's up to halfway, and Kane comes, goes over his head. This is put off by the leap of Laporte. Lenormand of La Sociedad will take over control. Haven't seen much of the Spanish midfield nor the English on the ball yet, but only have 3.5 minutes, still 0-0 in Berlin. Euro 2024 final. Now Yamal coming, taking on Shaw. Didn't shake off the tackle. Away comes Bellingham, who's in support. It's going to be a good way for Shaw just to get down and get it straight away, straight into the thick of things. Against one of the brightest young talents, the youngest player. Is the stat that has ever featured in a major final. Yamal with the outstanding record of now beating Pele's record from 1958 as Spain come in from the right wing. A looping ball. Nico Williams will pick it up. Good header away by Stones. Out to the left touchline, but still an attacking area. Williams will fire it back in, and this time it comes off Stones out for a corner. And Spain showing they do have a bit of intent in the first 5 minutes of the game. Stones also living up to expectations. Hasn't had the greatest of tournaments. Needs to stand up and be counted here. And need the likes of Gehi to at least get to halfway without conceding. Spain love scoring in the first half. Williams comes in from the left wing. Good header. It was brilliant. It was Bellingham with a clearing header. And He's quick to get back to make sure that he's not picking any Spaniards on side. Manu was getting the pass out towards Saka. Taken off him by Cucurella. Now Fabian Ruiz, he's known as Fabian in the Spanish media. Now Rodri, out to the right side. Carvajal waits. Spain not exactly showing that they are a timid side throughout this tournament. 13 goals, one more here. If they do score next, that means they'll have doubled England's input into the last 4 weeks. England 7 goals. Kane 3 of those, Bellingham with 2. Saka and Watkins only 4 scorers for England. So that could be a problem moving forward. One of those is on the bench, as Spain has 9 goal scorers still working across the pitch, tapping at the back line. Cucurella eventually led Nordman. Will bring it forward towards Carvajal. Decent shape, but England also in a system of a 3-4-2-1. Not sure the narrow spaces. There's no way through. Towards Mr. Laporte. Looking for a gap. There's no passing lanes there. Well done by England to make sure on that left wing as Nico Williams trying to take on Walker. Gets the ball back from out of his feet. Finds Cucurella back to halfway. England doing well to make sure Spain have no easy way. And now coming very, very short. Spain camped in the attacking half. Yamal. He comes deep, make sure that no one can receive higher up. Carvajal staying close to him. Short, intricate passes so far. And Nordman again. Carvajal, nowhere to go. I do like to switch quickly. Laporte. Also, this is at medium pace, but it's good enough pass to find Williams on the touchline. Walker sending him inwards. Back here by Fabian. Williams, might be a chance here, shouldered off the ball. Fabian coming, but that was sensational from Declan Rice, and will have to clear his lines. Wins a throw in his back right pocket. That just shows a little bit of urgency and a little bit of alertness, you could say. Clever work by Fabian, looking to open up England with a cheeky back heel. England are awake. No negligence, nothing ordinary about them. What we saw earlier in the tournament. Nothing careless either, which is important against Spain. 8 minutes in, and it's 0-0 in Berlin. Big test. The longer the game goes without a goal, the more belief England will have. And Fabian, good header. Olmo on the ball. Hardly seen him. He's operating just behind Morata. 3 goals for him, so there's a whole bunch of possibilities to consider. The next goal, who will end up as the leading goal scorer of this tournament. So far it is, you can see these stats on Flash Score. It's Kane and Olmo, along with Tadze, Gakpo, Musiala and Sprats. Maybe 3. So if Kane or Olmo can get one more, or if Bellingham can get 2, or Fabian, they will become the leading scorers. Fabian already linked with a possible Player of the Tournament awards. And here he is intercepting Rice's pass. And Rice knew it, so as he was being closed down, he made sure there was a lot of power behind that pass. It ricochets off Fabian and out for an English throw. Taken by Walker. All the way back. Where Stones is sitting, just to get right with the keeper. Pickford of Everton. Delivers. Finds a beautiful pass out for Saka. Nudged into by Cucurella. Not strong, then Walker back for Stones. Back when they started, but they're showing that they've got very tight way to bring it forward. Pickford is one of the 2 sweepers right now, so he's well off his line, about 25 yards. Sends it long, hoping there was a run of Luke Shaw. Rice with a loose ball. Bellingham, he gets some attention there in the midfield by Rodri. Got a foot tip. Manchester City man on the Real Madrid superstar. Not win the Ballon d'Or. Jude Bellingham, especially if he could find a winner here this evening. I think that would confirm his name on the award itself. As Wales are coming home. 10 minutes in. Got a goalless stalemate, but England with a set piece opportunity. They're about 40 to 45 yards away from goal. And they're about 10 in from the touchline. On the left side, Kane waits. Sure will not be the deliverer. Indeed he is. Chips it very deep for Stones. Puts it back into the middle. There's a foul off the ball going Spain's way, and that's against Marquehi. Some heat behind Laporte and brought him down. There's no intention, I would say. That's the best way to describe that. As Spain taken out from the back, they come 11 minutes. And neither side with a real opportunity so far. Who will have it first? Right up Williams and Yamal. You might just think that Bellingham and Foden and Kane, it's kind of a glamorous trio up forward. He's covered that from the back as Spain trying to work it. Then some header forward of Williams, then off Walker, Cucurella to Hospital Park. Fabian will get there and chip it forward. Now he's opened up space for Williams. They're queuing up at the back post with Morata there. He comes towards Williams. He might take on the opportunity, but a wonderful sliding tackle makes it go behind. And England today is saved by John Stones. Slid in. He didn't leave Williams too much space, and that is a perfectly timed intervention. Williams, who terrorised so many sides, including Italy, down that left wing. Might have an early injury scare here for England. There's a player down on his back. Is that Kyle Walker? It is. 34 years of age. This very well might be his last tournament. So look at superstars in the crowd. Maybe the heavyweights in football are here. Arsene Wenger and Peter Crouch were here. Now we look at Luis de la Fuente and Gareth Southgate. Will Walker be able to go on? It looks like he's running it off in the 13th minute. But are they down to 10? No, he's back into the 6-yard box. He doesn't want to leave his side a man down as Williams will take. Sends it to the far post in from the left. The header's there, and so is the overhead kick. That was Lenormand. That was, I'd say, about a third of a chance, not quite half. Well man-marked as well by Declan Rice, who came towards him. Overhead attempt, not quite overhead. But bring his right boot up about a metre behind him to try and scoop it towards goal, but it was congested in any case as Trippier warms up, just in spitting option in case Walker has to come off. Sent long. There's a goal kick for Pickford. All the way through to Seymour. Rolling it forward. Lenormand. From him, also Laporte and Nacho Fernandez we've seen. Just trudging forward, looking for the shape. Is three on the high line for Spain. Norman goes out to the right wing, and Foden, Bellingham, Kane starting to swarm. Rodri coming back. A big movement in the shape. Again, they look to Williams. This is a option for them. Walker leaving him a bit of space. Chips it in off the outside of the boot from Mainu to Foden. Now it's with Bellingham. Number 10 strides away. It's hunted down by Yamal. There's a throw in at halfway left wing. Two coming towards Bellingham. Didn't have too many other options, and he closed down the angle. Well, both sides defending brilliantly in the opening quarter of an hour. As Shaw looks to take a throw. Needs an option. Kane is further down the line. My bet is he's going to go towards Mainu centre field, or here comes Foden, very, very close to him. Shaw's pass to work it out through traffic, and did. Bellingham can switch play to Saka. He's worrying Cucurella out of it, then uses the run of Walker. Here's a chance for England. Into the middle it goes. Off Laporte, out for their first corner of the game. Just on 15 minutes. And that was the best procedure. And that was all Luke Shaw. I have to say, because he started to move over on the left side. By the time they got it to the right, he was involved twice. And one of his passes was the splitter. So this will come in from the right side. Up comes the defenders. Stones, Gahey, Kane and Bellingham all fighting it out here. Foden will bring it in on the left. It's not the best corner. It skids along the ground and Williams is there to see it off. Williams, very, very busy opening to the game for him. As Walker going up towards Shaw and then back in their own defensive half. Gahey. Now Rice. No one coming towards him, has options, and goes to Stones, who's playing it right back at this point. Vertical pass. Fabian closing down Foden. And Maynard sends it to the touchline. Stopped by Stones. The pressure from Williams. That's really a hospital pass from Stones. Judged well by Pickford. Stays in play. They send it forward once more. There's two Englishmen there. One is Shaw, who receives from Bellingham. Now he'll go for the crossfield switch to Saka. That was inch perfect from Shaw. Saka chests it down. He takes on the man Cucurella into the box. Cucurella has to be careful here. There's that jersey grab. The shot will come from Rice in any case. Central position, well blocked by Rodri. England are coming. Shaw will come in again. It skids through and Cucurella. Would have been in doubt with Saka breathing down his neck. Now Spain the side defending quite valiantly. England coming forward with good ideas, looking sharp. Down both wings, here comes Stones. They're growing into this game. 17 minutes in. Is this the moment they get to lift a trophy in this century? Saka through to Foden, opens up a bit of space. He got down Rodri beautifully, but now comes Olmo. Just find their way forward. Yamal into throw on the right side of Shaw. Foden was able to tap the ball around Rodri. It was a heavy touch and across came Laporte. Fabian, a delicate pass to Simon. Talked about keeper, so there's Nico Williams out there from the side. Williams with 5 goals and 11 assists in the domestic season, has 1 goal, 1 assist in this tournament. 3 goals overall for Spain in his 20th appearance here. In possession, playing in the red with the dark shorts and the red socks, yellow numbers, of course. Then Group B with Italy, Albania, and Croatia. Staying through the group, went behind against Georgia, scored 4 goals to beat the Georgians 4-1 as Olmo comes, puts the pass behind Morata. Yamal got there, cleared up and away by Shaw. And he is having an outstanding game so far in this epic encounter. Real arm wrestle. And you have to say, England is starting to look a little bit better than Spain. Teams expected to have their periods of supremacy. It's all about athleticism and holding the nerve in the darkest of times. You could say Spain haven't had too many of those. Germany did come at them, so did France, but they still dominated those games for the most part. Can they do it here against the English, who were the hot favourites before the tournament began? As Olmo can send it towards Carvajal. He'll go aerially to the back post. Williams was arriving. Pickford takes it with 2 hands. An apologetic Carvajal. Decent looking ball, good flight on it, but no real danger. England not looking unsettled at all. Southgate said they coming in with a calm approach. Same with De La Fuente, insisting that Spain are not the favourites. It's an even matchup. And he's pretty much press conference saying that they're relaxed. They aren't the favourites in this game. It's made a penny down the pressure for his side. Let Spain know they've been playing a bit better than most other sides, to say the least, as Fabian wins at the midfield, out for Williams. And again this duel with Walker. They're isolated out there. Slowly Saka gets back. Cucurella. Inside ball, Rodri can switch it for Yamal. 35 yards away, centre of the pitch. Looking for bit of gap to unleash a shot. Instead, almost there. So many players around the ball. And for Williams, 20 yards away from the corner flag. Good trips over the ball, and Saka wants to take advantage and shoves him in the back for his trouble. Chelsea against Arsenal in that particular battle. 21 minutes in, 0-0. England looking okay. Spain waiting for their moment. They haven't had one yet. Williams really been able to construct marching from the right side. Williams located on the left. Just going over those 11s again. England with Pickford, Stones, Gahey and Walker. It's a back three. A midfield of four. Shaw on the left, Saka right, Mainu and Rice controlling the middle. It's a 19-year-old and 25-year-old combining now. Horse going in Foden and Kane up forward. Going from it's a good turn from Fabian. Into Olmo, dispossessed, and Foden can run away with it. Corralled by three. Back for Saka. Playing it right back. Again to Foden. He's shoved over. That was always going to be a free kick against Cucurella. Spain trying to turn on the pressure gauge. This time England up to their tricks. Clever looking English side. And they need a bit more footballing intelligence than what they showed at Wembley 3 years ago. Gone up there early thanks to Luke Shaw's opening goal. And totally shut down mentally. By the look of things that evening, I was there to see it. John Stones will lead the free kick here. Pickford comes and smashes forward on the left boot. He's on the right wing, just outside his own penalty box. Over the halfway it goes. 35 yards away. Good header. And the Port wins it. Again, Rice, Stones. Ping pong right now, Rice with another header away from the ports. And Morata, the captain, is muscled there and outnumbered. And eventually that comes off Stone, I believe, and it should be a Spanish throw left side. Every inch of territory, as we saw for Foden, inches count in the semi-final, having that ball cleared off the line by Denzel Dumfries. Every inch so important here in Berlin. Olympia Stadion, 71,000 in attendance. The third Euros knockout meeting is starting it high. It's a shocking ball from Williams, but it's staying nasty for Carvajal to pick it up. It was intended for Yamal. Not much ice. They've lost a bit of time. They chip it in just over the penalty spot. Out comes Pickford and claims it with two strong hands. 23rd minute. In and Foden gives it away. It's good pressure by Spain. Here comes Yamal into the box, wants to take on two. He's a corner. He didn't have much else to do, but Gahey stuck his foot up and sure that Yamal, if he did shoot, would find the Palace defender. Right side, this will come in from, but another set piece. The game is just on simmer at the moment. I'll take it quickly. Here comes Williams with the left boot. Good header. A solid one from Stones as England hold their lines. Saka nudged as he drove forward. Good ball carry towards halfway. It's against Carvajal. No yellow card shown. Kane asking today's referee, Letezier, and Carvajal is giving him a nice sarcastic bit of sign language there. Inadvertently calling Saka a crybaby. Or was it to Kane? Don't really matter. The game's on the ship at this stage. Carvajal is no easy beats. 32 years old, 11 years with Real Madrid. Started off with Leverkusen. This season, 28 games in the Liga, 4 goals and 3 assists. Is Campbell scoring, as we saw against Croatia, scored a header. It's a good win from Mainu off Williams. Here comes Kane. I've hardly seen him. The ball out towards Carvajal. Here comes Shaw, dancing through. England with half a chance. Couldn't be controlled by Bellingham. Cucurella clears. He's desperate now. Morata is pushed by Stones. Not enough contact in that, says the referee. Morata getting back, and he wants to put a boot into Saka in retribution. Fends off two. Now Kane. Was he taken down by Olmo? Out comes Simon. It's going to be a yellow card here, but it's for Harry Kane, who is incredulous at this decision by the referee. The first one of the game. And it's a worrying moment. Was there a stomp there from Kane? There must have been something malicious. Didn't seem like much there initially. But it was frantic at that point. Kane reaching in, got the ball. Then so did... It's Rodri that's come in. Oh, it's Fabian. Which foot has he actually hit there? There's two players there. I feel like he's gone into Rodri's foot. It was unintentional by Kane, that is for sure. Simple follow through with the underside of the boot. Chance for some drinks all round, including here in the studio. Flash score, thanks for joining us. 26th minute, Fabian getting back up, and that will be a big loss for Spain considering he's been the most influential midfielder. Box to box from Betis, went to Napoli. Missed out on their Scudetto, but has won pieces of silverware with PSG. And England in their surge towards the final. Waiting all to work against Serbia and Denmark and Slovenia. In trouble against Slovakia until it was Bellingham's overhead kick that rescued them and got them to extra time. Harry Kane, barely a minute in. I'm sure they got through to the quarters where they beat the Swiss on penalties. And then the Dutch, I'm saying that Kane shouldn't have been awarded a penalty. Doesn't really matter now, does it? England are in the final. What a goal that was from Ollie Watkins. Some credit to Spain for those 4 minutes of magic against France. Trailing. And then in comes Yamal. And that stunner. 21 minutes and Dani Olmo 25 minutes. And neither of those players have had much. Cucurella now nearly breaking the line to get through. Williams back for Fabian. 35 yards away. Finds Yamal. No space for him. They're cutting down that angle to shoot for him. Ball forward from Fabian. He's finding there was a handball on the way. Not really bothering too much. It's back with Carvajal, right wing. Fabian needs some support. Takes on Mainu. Goes for the shot. Took a bounce. Luckily for Pickford, went straight to the keeper. Looks like we're seeing them like watermelons this evening. Jordan Pickford's. That's off Gahey on the way through. Fabian having a pot shot at goal. Spanish Euros winners from 2012 and 2008 here in attendance. Andres Iniesta in the crowd. Big win in 2012 over Italy. As England now coming forward out of their own defensive area. Walker into the middle. Nino settles it down. Stones. And Pickford comes out. Is this the attack that they're going to use? Is Pickford joining the back four? No. Losing his penalty area just on the edge. Just in yellow tonight, Pickford. He's going to send it long down the left channel. Located Bellingham with a run. He's able to fend off the challenge of Lenormand and keep it in. Carvajal with a nudge in the back. I think Carvajal's won that little battle there. Might be a Spanish throw, and Bellingham is capable of bringing big moments like we saw against Slovakia, but on this occasion, Carvajal just judging the best. And Fabian trying to sweep into the tackle. He's beaten once, but he's so athletic. He's back up to his feet. As soon as he hits the ground, make sure the ball goes out of play. No progression forward. Spain in the spot of bother. That's well done by Rice to anticipate that Morata wasn't coming to meet the ball. No pressure from England. This is what the three-line supporters want to see. Rice on the ball, left wing. 40 yards away. Kane goes down by Williams. Takes a deviation through to Unai Simon. A shake of the head from Harry Kane. And Gareth Southgate now knows he's got a plan B if he needs one that works. Hopkins always knew he was capable. Harry Kane still is the captain and leading goal scorer. That's a poor pass from Morata, because Spain had picked their way through the lines and All it needed was a simple pass to release Olmo for a one-on-one. Morata is so frustrated. And to outball that skill was. Now Dani Olmo, a collision in midfield, goes against Olmo. He's saying it was a handball. Yellow card for him, so one apiece. English player down. Is it Declan Rice that made the challenge? Harry Kane comes over. Wants to offer his 2 cents. It is Declan Rice. Now, that is a high foot into the ribcage. And Dani Olmo did control the ball, but Rice blocked him on his passage through. I don't think there was much other way Dani Olmo could have tried to control the ball. I think it's worthy of a yellow. And again, Rice, was it a handball on the way? Doesn't really matter. Might have hit the upper shoulder. It looks okay. Shocking to see either side reduced to 10 men. At this stage of the tournament, you do not play finals, you win them, and you win them any way you can. So Kane has added his 2 pence. Declan Rice looks okay. So good news for England supporters. Rice is okay. It didn't look like there was much of an injury concern, but a boot to the gut. Joe Gomez warming up. I don't think he would come on for Rice, but he was warming up there, I guess. Intermittently, we will see different players warming up as the game goes on. Could be for Kyle Walker. And Spain came in, there was another handball. We're over the half-hour mark, 32 minutes, and we should have some stoppage time in the first half. Rodri again questioning the referee. They're not happy with proceedings, as England starting to get the upper hand. Stones presses the ball out to the left wing. Done by Shaw, keeps it in. It's a rich winner these days. He surges down and stopped by Carvajal and Fabian. He had to think quickly because he was surrounded. He was swarmed by a couple of different English players, and one of them's gone into him. It's Phil Foden, and that is all about the intensity out there. So intense, tenacious pressing by both sides, especially England at this point of the game. And Foden's taken a boot there from Fabian, who wasn't to know that he was standing there, much like Dani Olmo with Rice, much like Kane before with his yellow card incident. It's just unfortunate because you have to attack the ball, and sometimes the player is standing there and the boot will hit them. So Kane penalised just like Dani Olmo was. Not much intent from either of them. Now back in possession. We've sent a lot of players high, but they were included. Let's send it long and go square. Bringing one here straight forward. Good ball carried there by Laporte instead. Bucurella back for Rodri at left midfield. In for Fabian. Out to the right side. Carvajal has Yamal in front of him and will use it. Olmo now sprints central. Yamal wants to take on Shaw into the box. It's a corner on the right side. That's definitely come off Luke Shaw. He's showing. He's up to the task. At this point in the game, it's now at 17 years of age, just barely by a day. Up against Luke Shaw at 29. So a set piece opportunity, 34th minute. Spain looking for the opener. At this stage against France, they had to. England have kept them at bay, and it comes from Yamal. Sends it in, Morata's there. Attacked it, but so does Leonard Mann. There's a free kick going England's way, is it? As the referee said here. I don't know if Spain are claiming there was a handball. I think it's Laporte saying that he was pushed on the way through from Declan Rice. And that would be a poor way to concede a penalty. Declan Rice was trying to ensure Laporte couldn't get around him, and indeed, Laporte would have had access to that delivery in. Now it's a corner out on the left wing. Spanish fans might have half a shout there. The referee hasn't stopped play, he's just having a talk to Morata and Walker. Spain a little disgruntled here. They take this one short. Yamal, Williams, they go through to Dani Olmo, who'll go along the ground. I think he was nervous about whether to shoot or pass the ball in. Away comes England on the counter through Mainu. And that was well done by Olmo. Takes it away in one-on-one, 1v1 situation. Spain in the centre circle halfway, taking it up. England not sitting deep, it's a mid-block. Good shape to it, but a 4-2-3 at the moment, just blocking that zone. Trying to send Spain around. So Foden came in front too, so sometimes it's a 4-4-2, the formation, sometimes a 4-2-3-1. Fabian loves the shoot on his left. Simo's at Napoli, Simo's at PSG. Can't find the angle to do it, so Williams will send it in long, no one there. Shaw will leave it, that'll be a goal kick, and again disappointment from Morata. He's barking a few instructions at Williams. Spain having it their own way. Olmo finally with a shot towards goal. It was blocked by Kane. Otherwise, even if it went past the England captain, his goalkeeper would have gobbled that one up. 37 minutes in, still 0-0. Neither side wanting to give away too much. Should emphasise that point. The body language is both are desperate to win. Second half will give us an entirely different script, I'm sure. His final 6 or 7 minutes in the first half, all he do was get Piquet, his header to the advantage of Williams. He's played with licence, now he's gone over to the right wing to offer something as Rodri sees him, drives forward. Yamal will use Williams, is onside. Gahey was trying to push up and catch him off. Everyone has to be on board with that offside trap. And going from Callaghan. Laporte. Everybody back for England. Rodri over the top. And right wing is Williams. He's Callaghan short. Instead, dances his way into the box. Yamal looking for space. Got caught out by Bellingham. He might get there first to the ball. No, it was Leonard Mann. Bellingham's not happy with the call by the referee. He called play on. Out to the right again. Spain pushing. Here's Yamal. Low ball in. Shaw was situated best. Clears it. Then Bellingham through the legs of one, saying he got some contact to the face. He has to get up and get on with it at this point. Referee not budging. Fabian to the back post, well over the head of Morata again by about a good couple of metres, and it will sail out of bounds, and it's a Pickford goal kick. So Spain, they're not running out of ideas, not executing them well. I have to say it's a valiant performance by England, especially getting the ball in their own half and bringing it forward. Going with a beautiful manoeuvre to go through the legs of an opponent, but then was cleaned up by Leonard Mann. So from the back, it's a goal kick that's short, go down the right side. Goes the back kick there, and Saka coming. Did wonderful to beat two. And back for Stones, still on their own 6 yard. Pickford sends it over the halfway line. Bellingham comes. Danced it on, calmly done by Laporte, back for Rodri. I have to say the structure from both sides is just epic to watch. It's astute, it's resolute defence, and then it's the way that they bring it forward. The ball carry, here's Foden, attacking half, right wing, 30 yards away from the corner flag is Saka. Comes to a standstill, goes back to Walker. Still on it. Looking for something else. Finds Mainu. Again, Foden sitting just next to Mainu. Back to Walker. Trying to bring Spain forward. We have a line of 4 in that first line of pressure. Now Stones. Good dummy. Goes around Morata. Then around Olmo. This is a 30-metre run. Stones still going into the box. Not quite. Spain can clean this up through Fabian, who saw a red shirt in his peripheral vision. Open it up for Williams. Cross for Yamal. Immediately on Shaw. in front of him. Good counter from Spain as Yamal and Williams settle it down. So I guess the option is Spain on the right side tilt. We've got Williams and Yamal both over there. Correa is the only man on the left and always goes square or back. So that is the option that Spain want the next 5 minutes, I'd say. Coming in from the right side. I guess it also allows him something defensively in Bellingham. Olmo, first time pass. That was lovely. Out to Williams. Goes down by 3. Carvajal is passing to Bellingham. So Bellingham's impact has been silky on the ball at times. Most of the game spent trying to block Spain's path forward. And again, Spain are in midfield and Fabian really gives it away. That's well done by Declan Rice. Here comes Kane. They've got a line and they're moving forward down the left wing. Bellingham just keeps it in, squares it up, and it's well grabbed by Rodri. Kane will get it back. The switch comes. Saka straight to his left boot. Kukureya might be in a spot of bother here. He's done well just to make sure there was no angle for the pass. Out comes Lenormand. Williams to the halfway line. Back on the left. 6 back there for England, so Spain will hold it up. The arm wrestle continues. It's smart football from both sides. They're ensuring that narrow spaces not be way through. There's no path through at this point. Spain on one occasion has some really good diagonal work. They were able to open up space, but Morata's final pass couldn't put almost through. So that might be something they'll try a little later on. As for England, Saka has looked perilous down the right side at times. And if it was up to me, if I wanted to take on either one of Carvajal or Kukureya, I'd be taking on the Chelsea man every day of the week. 43rd minute, Simon in possession. Sends it to Lenormand. Square ball. No pressure from England. They're just holding their shape back on the halfway line. Inviting Spain forward. Good vertical pass. Here's Morata into the box. Around one, no. Well done by Gehi to ensure Morata couldn't get there. It was a loose ball. Gehi blocked the path forward. He was onside as well, the Spanish captain. And Gehi waited for Stones to be a Spain corner. Gehi had to be lucky, didn't make contact there. It's come off the Stones of Stones, if you get my drift, and out for a corner. Coming in from the left side. And Armand saying to the referee, watch out for the shirt hook. Williams to take it into the middle. Well done by Walker. And Maynard at the left back. Aimed in by Fabian. A good decision, vital. He moves done well to win a goal kick. Nothing impulsive about them when they've got a game plan. There's no point being erratic. It's all about being calm and steadfast. It's been a fantastic first half. Two illustrious sides. 44th minute of the game. Pickford needs to send his forward straight down the middle. Waits over halfway. Kane puts it forward and sent back in the ports. Lenormand, Carvajal. Good option. He's given that away, I think. Bellingham. They're going to come into the box here. England with a chance. It's Kane. There's a good shot there, just in front of the penalty spot. But Walker will come and win a free kick in any case. That was, again, a little bit lackadaisical by Williams. Referee, I think he's going to go to a can of spray here, but Kane finally with an opportunity to have a shot from the edge of the box. And it was blocked. It was Carvajal, just as I was talking him up before. He lost it to Bellingham. Luckily, Rodri got there for Spain, and the court also stuck his boot out, but Spain looked to clear. Walker came charging through, wins a free kick. This is about 20 20 yards to the right of goal. And about 30 yards back from the byline, maybe a little more. About to tick over into first half stoppage time. Laporte saying that he's taken a knock. So Shaw and Rice are the two options here. 2 minutes of stoppages added on. Can England get one? It would be tough for Spain to come back, although they've got plenty in the tank. What do England have in this particular situation? They need to make the most of these set pieces. A little talk between Saka and Kukureya. Everyone very central in the box. 2 men in the wall. Sent in by Rice. It's away. Oh, Foden got a foot to it, and it's well saved by Unai Simon. A very tight angle for Foden. Good reaction there by the Manchester City winger. I think he's edging closer to his first goal of the tournament, which might be the most vital for England. And Simon did it fairly comfortably in the end. Spain now looking with a long ball, pins it straight down. It's Yamal out at left. Gets away from Walker, brings a throw. England out there with Pickford on the back three of Gahey, Stones and Walker, who still up to the task so far. Saka on the right side, Luke Shaw on the left of the four-man midfields, and tracking back as a left back. Declan Rice and Cody Menu pulling strings. Phil Foden, Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane. Makes up the 11 for Southgate. For De La Fuente in Spain, it is Unai Simon in goal. The four-man defensive line of Laporte and Lenormand in the middle. Carvajal right side. He toes this forward to Yamal, looking for space to shoot here. Doesn't go there. Lifts it here for Williams and makes it 1-0. It is Spain in the lead. 47th minute goal. No mistake from Williams. And there has to be some credit here for Lamine Yamal. Instead of taking the shot on, he played the ball across into space, that left half space. England are behind though. Williams with an emphatic finish in the bottom right corner. And that is goal number 2 at Euro 2024 for him. Pickford and England need to pick themselves back up, that's for sure. Now it's up to Southgate to take this game on. Yamal was able to get inside Luke Shaw this time, and the diving attempt from Walker wasn't enough. Williams just waited for the right moment. Smashes that beyond. That is a beautiful finish across Pickford. I'd say the angle is about 40-45 degrees, and Spain, they are in some super form, looking to make it 7 wins from 7 Euro 2024 games. That would be some performance, and the first time any nation has done it since 1984, back when they actually lost that final to then champions France. Back with a kickoff, sent long by Pickford. The header won by Laporte over Kane. He's just jogging around, he's holding his position, but needs to give a little bit more for his country here. It's now or never for England, who find themselves down, unlike against Italy 3 years ago, where they were ahead for much of the game. Still at this part of the game, they were ahead against the Italians. And here against Spain, they conceded very early in the second half. Spain controlling the tempo as well, which is a problem. So England needing to get one back. That is a superb ball through to Morata. Then across, Olmo. Skidding header. It's Williams into the middle. It's Olmo! He puts it wide. Could have made it 2-0 in a matter of minutes. And Olmo on the turn. There was intelligent play here from Carvajal to swing it across from right to left there, stretching England when they can. And again, just to the left of goal, it's Olmo on the left boot, looking to find the same corner that Williams found a couple of minutes ago. Pickford, it's relief for him. It's gone wide, and Rodri going off at the half-time break. Not sure if that's lifted Spain or not, but maybe a different frame of mind going out there with Yamal coming in from the right side. Very, very central. England were worried that he'd take the shot on like he did against France. Instead, he unselfishly played it across, had the presence of mind to look for Nico Williams. And this is why Spain are in this kind of form. They are an unselfish team. That is Nico Williams' second goal. They've had 9 goal scorers overall, just to England's 4. But England might have to look for a 5th quite shortly. Take a goal from anywhere at this point. There's so long to go. Still under 5 minutes gone in the second half. England trailing by a goal to 0 at the Olympia Stadium. A goal worthy of a final. I should just repeat here. Nico Williams, that is a fantastic finish into the bottom right corner, coming with the left boot. Now Shaw looking to attack for England. Well, shepherded back by Carvajal, 100 men up against Manchester United, and how long can Luke Shaw last in this game? Starting his first of the tournament, and has been one of the standout English players there. Kept Yamal quiet, and would have kept him quiet here if only there wasn't as much space for Williams over on the other side of the penalty box. I think you've stamped out one threat, and then Spain come through with a couple more on the other side of the box when you're not looking. This ball picked up by Luke Shaw on the halfway line. on the left side, of course. That's where he plays. Club teammate Maynard comes to his aid. Now Rice. Big money transfer from Arsenal to West Ham. We come in Premier League for you in a few weeks' time. Had some time off from football. Well, there's plenty of other sports and final score to peruse through. Now Rice. More than 40 yards away. Shaw. Bellingham. Need something big from one of the front three. Bellingham now is patrolling in front of the referee, right in front of the goal. 20 yards away. It's well done by Maynard. Shakers good body language to send one player one way and then go the other. Poor ball in from Walker. Might be kept in here by Shaw. Unable to do so. Too much flight on that one. Sent it high, bounced awkwardly, and Shaw about half a foot couldn't keep that in. So Spain with a throw in their back right pocket. Would be the first team since Vincent Del Bosque's side of 2012 to win a trophy for La Roja. With Iker Casillas and Xabi Alonso on that side. England into their first major trophy since 1966. Bobby Moore's English world beaters on that final at Wembley. This is actually, I should say, the first final at Wembley or that England has ever played outside of Wembley. The third and second in a row. So really a generation or two of English players coming, even if they were to lose this one. Still having this hot favourites. At least the semi-final berth for the World Cup in a couple of years, which undoubtedly final score will be covered. The ball up from Unai Simon, and it's for Zubimendi from Morata. Was he pulled down by Rice? Not with Stones. And the referee, Kezia, shows Stones a yellow cards. A little bit harsh, maybe. A little bit intentional from Stones. And he'll join Harry Kane in the book. England just need to remain calm and play the kind of football they were showing us throughout that first half. Definitely weren't on top in the first half, but they were definitely giving Spain a few things to think about, stifling Spain's creativity and coming forward and looking dangerous, but from angles, I could say, in space 25 yards out and having shots blocked. 54 minutes, Spain leading by a goal to nil. Fabian, almost defensive midfielder for now, as Zubimendi in front of him. So that's the role reversal. Probably going on, so Fabian filling that role. Back from Morata, almost a dangerous ball. Taken down, Zubimendi is there. And so much space. Kane or Foden coming towards him. Spain just tapping it around as they can. England allowing them to still so much time. And De La Fuente waving his hands about. The man comes. What's the run of Carvajal? That was a dinky little delightful chip over for Carvajal. Puts a hopeful ball through. Cleaned up by Gahey. Now Rice gives it away to Carvajal. Up high is Morata. This is a good offensive turnover here. Morata will bring in Williams if he wanted to have the better option. Went for Borey himself. Wonderful block by Gahey, who has stood tall throughout this tournament. He's one of England's probably best central defenders and probably is the most consistent central defender for England. It's 4 Palace players in this squad. Could have been a fifth if Southgate wanted to bring in Mitchell instead of putting Luke Shaw, and you understand why. England just stumbling through to the semi-final stage. And Shaw in for his third appearance. How long can he last? Here comes Lenormand. There's a lot of space here. Vertical pass. It's Morata through the legs. No, it's away from Stones. It might have gone through the legs of Pickford or just to the side. It's Yamal looking for another opportunity to strike. Nearly went through the legs of Bellingham, but he's too awake and good run away. Double teamed and still silky skills from Bellingham, and he finds Rice. He can't clear his lines. Brought back in by Fabian, and Williams lashes one down just wide of the left post, looking for a double. the goal. We're taking level with Kane and Dani Olmo. He's leading goal scorer in this tournament. That is how fine the margins actually are. What a ball that was from Lamine Yamal. Morata got around the back of Gay here. Pickford Kane, just from the right side of the goal. Morata's finish. I think that was always going wide, but Stones cleared it away. A spell of, I think this is the ultimate pressure from Spain in the first 10 minutes of the second half. Nothing like the first. Nothing elegant about them. They have one thing on their mind, and that is putting this game to bed if they can find a second goal. Still, we all know England been behind in other games. Against Slovakia, against Switzerland, and against the Netherlands. So they have what it takes, not phase them too much. It's all about the Spanish defence. What can they do? Shaw with ball in. This is Kane. Went for Bellingham. The referee says there's no free kick here. Bellingham went down, and Kane asked the question. Then Oldman chips the ball into the middle. Morata a lot more lively in the second half. Stones will settle down. Out to the left wing. It's just a nothing ball into the middle of three English players. Straight out of bounds. Spanish throw. Southgate just needs to call for calm. I said before the game, the chance to make history is here as Ollie Watkins warms up. I'm sure a lot of English fans will be nodding their heads and saying, yes, please. Kane not providing that run that most fans want to see in general play. He's a deadly striker. We all know he's got 3 goals in this tournament. And the man to make way here. Captain's armband to do things that are best for the team. As we saw with Portugal and Ronaldo sometimes, not all the time. Big names, but if they're not performing, you simply have to bring them off. And it's all about winning a final, not playing nice football and losing. Don't want to make it 2 in a row. 2 finals that slip through the hands, perhaps. Can anyone get back on the level terms as Spain have it in their defensive third? Unai Simon happy to have it at his feet in the penalty spot. Over comes Kane. His involvement will be ticking down, you think, unless someone will go with 2 smaller striking options. Simon sweeps it towards Dani Olmo. England's high press was beaten, so that's what it's all about. Is that Yamal doesn't want to bring it forward. Now's Carvajal. This is almost a basketball kind of sign there from Yamal. It's a controlled build-up. Out to the left with Williams. Spain in full control at this point. England playing catch-up when they can. Distribution from Stones previously. Here comes Morata. This is the Spain that we've seen throughout the tournament. Olmo into the right half space. Good block by Luke Shaw. Deviates to the convenience of Jordan Pickford. And took it away from the run of Morata. He would have had a lot to do from that right half space. Return it through Pickford into the bottom corner. Declan Rice just plugging that gap in the back four. Watkins Bellingham into a playmaker position. Chips it out. We've seen him do this with Real Madrid. Out to the right wing. And stays central. Saka with the ball at his feet for England. Walker. This is better. Saka. Foden. Needs to square it up. Comes off Laporte and it's away by Carvajal. Header back from Walker. Need to locate Mainu. Needs to shift it into the middle though. He's stalked by Kukureya. Then Williams comes over. Dispossessed by Saka. So this is some signs here, you would say, from England that they are starting to work their way back in. There's no shock. They're not shell-shocked after that Nico Williams goal. They just joined us. It is 1-0 Spain over England on the hour mark. We took over. The Spanish squad. It's just closed down 1 or 2 of them. And then another one comes at you. We saw that with Nico Williams, who struck in the 47th minute. And with that, Gareth Southgate makes the first change for England in this game, making it 1 apiece in terms of substitutions. In comes Ollie Watkins. as Harry Kane ends his tournament here in Germany. The Bayern Munich man, will he be able to lift the trophy? We'll find out very, very shortly. In comes Ollie Watkins, a little bit smaller, more dynamic, more run, much better positioning, we'll see. England looking for a goal, looking for the equaliser. Watkins staying central. Saka wants to locate him, but Spain now know the threat is there. Rice squares Gahan. It's the take from the man, just Danny Olmo. Puts it out to Luke Shaw. It's the backtrack to get it. Gahan makes the option on that left wing. This is well done by the Palace man. Shaw again. Now Rice, good build up from England. Spain pushing hard. They love that high defensive line. So England find a way around to Saka. Williams comes, goes straight into him with a body check. That is a free kick every day of the week. 62nd minute, England with a chance. So it's about 6 or 7 yards in from the right touchline. Morata complaining. Kyle Walker now with the armbands. The referee wants them both to come back for a quick chat. François Letegier, French referee here in Berlin. It is a foul. It's a definite foul. No yellow card warranted. So Rodri and Harry Kane, the two players to go out of this match. Very early. Remember the captain's armband now. Kyle Walker did have an injury concern. Let's jog that off. Luke Shaw still going. Surely the adrenaline will help. One in the wall here for Spain. The direct line towards Simon will be about 30 yards. Phil Foden standing over this in from the right wing, left foot execution. He's going to put it over the wall. 3 players there for Spain. Headed up to safety. Rice tracking back. We'll have to use Pickford. He thinks it was 2-on-2 otherwise. Over the Spurs. Pickford will go down the right wing. Sends it over Kukureya. Foden. Lost his man. Shaking for a moment. Kukureya and Foden. That was desperate. A lunge from Foden to win it back and find Saka. Square ball for Bellingham. They converge on him. What a turn that is. It's Bellingham who fires it just to the left of goal. That would have been one of the classic tournament goals if he was able to pull that one off. What a turn and swivel away from a couple of Spanish defenders. In came Carvajal, a collision with Dani Olmo. Zubimendi couldn't stop Bellingham, and he ploughed this just a little wide. I'd say maybe a metre, in all fairness, from Jude Bellingham. Doesn't have his radar on quite yet. Wants to stand up and be the hero. So elegant the way he swiveled around those Spaniards in Roja in a spot of bother. A warning shot from England. Bellingham took control of the situation, looking to make things equalise things with a lethal turn and finish. 65th minute, England still with a fair bit of time, 26 minutes and stoppages. Can they shake things up with Declan Rice, tracked by Williams? It looks like he's more of a striking option than Morata at this point. Watkins is in, the ball fired over towards him, and couldn't quite anticipate the flight of the ball. No, could Leonard Mann. Watkins wants a corner. Referee says it's a goal kicker. So Watkins, one of the 4 English goal scorers in this tournament, along with Saka, Bellingham and Kane. It's up to one of those 3 aforementioned to get one here, or someone else. Can Phil Foden be the man? Maybe one of the defenders. It's not unlike John Stones to get one here or there. Spain clearing their lines. And Declan Rice looks like he's playing in the back 4. So changing shape for Southgate. Looks to have some impact here. Looks to be working better. We were 0-0 at the half-time break. Since then, we've had Nico Williams fire one into the bottom corner. Big team goal from Spain. A clearance from Pickford. Correa intercepts. Then Williams shipped on by Morata. Quick passing. Here comes Yamal. Fires one. And what a save that is from Pickford. To deny Lamine Yamal would become the youngest goal scorer, that's for sure. That would be some record to beat if Yamal could get one in the final, because he is the youngest player ever to appear in a major final. And that was on target for that bottom, looking at the goal, the left corner. Pickford's bottom right. And he was able to tip that around the post. Fingertip save. And Yamal denied. Spain denied a second goal, but they do have a set piece here coming in from the left. What can they do? Morata loitering with a bit of intent. Same with Lenormand. Over their heads. Laporte came, won the header, goes backwards, but Foden on the counter with Mainu. Just lost his footing for a moment. So he fights, and up against Morata, who was raging that Spain didn't get a second goal, perhaps, or the commentator went backward. What was he shouting about? I'm not sure. Maybe he knows his time is over. Yazzabal's coming on, so I think it's Alvaro Morata shouting not in the direction of his coach. He's got no choice but to hand over the armband to Dani Carvajal and exit stage left. Yazzabal is on. Or Yazzabal, I guess they would call him. Excuse my rubbish Spanish accent. 27-year-old from Real Sociedad comes in. 33 games in the Liga, 9 goals and 3 assists this season. In terms of Euro 2024, game number 7, there's that 1 assist. And overall, it is Yazzabal's 37th game. Ronaldo 11 goals previously. Now in from the throw, Bellingham. Does that go behind? A goal kick for Pickford. Two changes for Spain. Zubimendi and Yazzabal brought in for Rodri and Morata. Just came off for England on the hour mark for Ollie Watkins. And Spain have won it up high again. Danny almost central. Yamal chips it over the top. Intended. It was the run of the defenders for there. That's a Yazzabal that was running towards Pickford. It's coming from an English defender. For this set piece, they're coming from the right wing. Is it Yamal to take? It is. The Barca man swings it. Pickford got a fist there, punches it away. Olmo will bring it back in from the left. Over the top of Mainu they come, and Pickford with another punch. Picked up by Williams. Right wing attack for Spain. Zubimendi puts it into the hot spot once more. Lenormand was there all by himself, but he was denied by Gahey. Then the long-range effort comes. Good ping from Fabian over the top. Half volley. So much power behind that. Good direction on it, but about a metre too high over the bar. Pickford standing up, making a brilliant save minutes ago, and now 2 big fists. The Spain come looking for goal number 2. There's another change imminent here. It's England and it's Cole Palmer. No point marking around. Off comes probably Mainu, who's been quite good out there. They need a bit more attacking power. Cole Palmer is in. Cole Palmer running number 24, Chelsea's hero. It's a shot here for Watkins. There was a good recovery from Carvajal, who gave it up momentarily, then put the block on. Watkins looking to chip the keeper, who was well off his line. Now it's Bellingham striding forward. The clearance comes. Spain hack it over the touchline to safety. It's starting to look a little bit messy out there for both sides. Fatigue starting to play a factor. England looking for the equaliser. Another piercing ball forward. It was Cole Palmer. Cucurella slid in. Fabian gives it away. Saka's there. Fabian wins it back. Here comes Spain. They settle it down instead of going for the counter. That was intelligent. Now it's Fabian through the middle. Has to walk it to the side. It's lateral movement. Carvajal, 71st minute of the game at 1-0 for Spain. Berlin at this point is yellow and reds. In terms of their forward press. Problem is, if you do press Spain, that's when they can hurt you the most. So England just playing the pressing game on and off switch. There's an offside call here. Haven't seen too many in this game. It's against running them up. Here comes England with the set piece. It's Gahey on the halfway line. Bellingham coming deep. High line from Spain. It's a good run forward here from Zubimendi. The ball into the left half space. It's Oyarzabal. Good pick up from Pickford. Now England on the counter. It's Palmer down the right wing. A lot of space here for England as Saka comes forward. He's got to take on Laporte. There's two in the middle if he can find them. It's Saka looking for a way through. Bellingham lines it up. The shot comes in. Oh, that is a delicious goal from Cole Palmer into the bottom corner. It is Spain 1, England 1. Side foots at home. And England, they have the lifeline. What a finish from Cole Palmer. It was put on a platter from Jude Bellingham, but it had to find the corner from about 25 yards. A left footer to get the Olympiastadion rocket. Spain have conceded. In England, a magical counter-attack down the right wing. Bellingham involved. Same with Saka. Finished off by Cole Palmer. Gorgeous to watch. Right on the edge. It was Bellingham to put it back for Palmer. It was unmarked, and he was able to pick the spot past Carvajal. And I think Unai Simon thought that Carvajal was going to get there. Placed perfectly, just like Nico Williams. At the start of the second half, England are back in this game, and Gareth Southgate, they celebrate on the touchlines and in the dugout. A brilliant moment for Cole Palmer. They have their 5th goal scorer of the tournament. We're back with the kickoff. Spain getting this going. Are we going to extra time? Can England pinch this? They've come from behind against the Netherlands. They scored 2 against them. They haven't scored more than 2 in a game. Sometimes you won't need to. They just need 2 now to win this one. Back for Walker. Substitution from Gareth Southgate. He's got the opulence on the bench if he wants it. He's brought on Watkins, brought on Palmer, and he's there to be won at 1-1. Will they mount another surge? Here's Palmer, 40 yards away. Finds Saka, 2 at the far post if he wants to. Saka takes on Cucurella, puts it into the middle. Good block by Laporte. Otherwise Bellingham was waiting, and he was all alone in front of Unai Simon. Pickford once more is trying to rouse the crowds. Big English contingency here, and tens of thousands more in Berlin. Quarter of an hour to go. At this point, we're going to extra time. And just be a nice little punch, little sucker punch to De La Fuente in Spain. Now Walker down the right, England in the ascendancy. Good block by Fabian. Sends it out for an English throw, but it's quite high up near the left, that's the right corner flag. Right in front of the English supporters as well, that goal. They're on their feet in anticipation. Can England strike twice in quick fashion? From Walker all the way back to the halfway line. more confident looking English side. Pickford will send it long again. Watkins didn't break the line, won't matter, it's way too long, and Simon will let it run. Goal kick for Spain. How will that affect Spain mentally? I know that England are here for the challenge. It's said a million times, at least said a million more. Do not play finals and win. Massive moment for him in his career. It's his second England goal. Just his 9th appearance. And with the high press. Spain on phase, going down that left touchline. It's a nice ball. Took a lot of the pace off it. Fabian distributes it out towards Yamal with a header for Carvajal. And Olmo on the turn. Just moves away from Rice. Finds Zubimendi. Came in for Rodri, remember, half time. Spain have lost their best centre midfielder. Now Yamal. Good move by Carvajal, takes it out to the right wing. He's got Foden for company. Nice choice to go back to Yamal. Into the middle. Laporte. Out to Cucurella. A bit stagnant from Spain. England staying deep. Spain to come towards him. They're playing on the counter. They've struck once already from that. Stats will show when the flash score up. It's 1.12 for Spain. The XG in England it's 0.22, but they have a goal. And they have toiled away exceptionally well. The ball in for Spain here from the right. It's Williams, goes over his head. It's a bounce over Oyarzabal. Williams will collect. Walker. As the adversary wants to take on into the middle, and that's off Stones. So a corner kick here for Spain. 12 minutes and a few seconds remaining before we find out how much stoppage time there will be. So 14 goal attempts to 5 for Spain. Second half it's 8-2, but England have a goal and Spain getting one. One of those 8 attempts. They did come quite hard looking for the second goal until about 5 minutes ago. Since then, England getting one back. Looking at the match events, just hold on to that. In comes Williams from the left. It's Bellingham. Fabian thought about the volley, puts it back in, and Cole Palmer will smash it up high. Won't quite go into the stands, it will go out of bounds. One of the highest clearances you'll ever see. 73rd minute equaliser, Cole Palmer with a Bellingham assist. So Bellingham, with his first assist of the tournament, has 2 goals. Fabian squares it up. There's a bit of space to get through that first line of pressure. There's only 2 Englishmen there. Everyone's back for them. As Zubimendi down the left. Cucurella. Not much of an attacking threat. Spain looking a bit better on the right with Carvajal and Yamal. First 15 minutes of the second half is ferocious from Laroja. In comes Carvajal now. To the byline is Oyarzabal. Slips over. Is there a push? Should be a goal kick for Pickford. What stupid that was from Palmer. He was able to put that through. I don't want to say a big group of players. He might have taken a nick off Zubimendi on the way, but he was definitely going for that bottom left corner. So Pickford with a goal kick. 80 minutes gone at 1-1. Just down by Laporte. I wonder if England to go on the end of that goal kick from Pickford. Don't often see them go long in the 6-yard box. Laporte plays with Al-Nassr. 27 games there in his first season in the Saudi Pro League. 4 goals, 1 assist. 7 years with Manchester City, some time with Athletic Bilbao. Important player, 30 years of age. Now 29 ticking over into 30, now ticking over into his 17th year. So Spain, very, very slow build up. England waiting. Fabian Ruiz. Getting to go on the run down the right wing. Chopped up by Foden. Olmo got there. Here comes Bellingham. They can start something from the middle. England dispossessed. Here comes Nico Williams. Has Oyarzabal down the left if he wants him. Instead leaves it for Olmo. Wants to fire it forward. Williams. Olmo. Half a chance here. It's Yamal. Big save Pickford. And a big clearance. Massive, massive moment in the game there. If England concede in the final 10 minutes, it is all uphill. Yamal had the chance to put Spain back into the lead. They picked their way through. A nervy-looking England just in that moment. Now Spain through Yamal and Carvajal. And it would have been controversial because there was an England player that was apparently fouled in the lead-up to that shot from Yamal. Carvajal is wide on the right. Roman will go towards him. Looking for Fabian there. Thinking creatively here, Spain. Looking for the best way, thinking two passes in advance about how to unlock space. Zubimendi. Out to the left. It's Nico Williams. Takes on Walker, who's dispossessed. Walker comes, and Walker is not able to move forward. It's just a standing tackle there to send the ball out of play. Otherwise, England were away for another counter. Nacho Fernandez will come on. So unpredictable with his movement, and that is why England were in two minds about who to mark up, he or Yamal. Olmo left it. Must have heard a little call coming from Yamal. It's Len Odmans who will come out for Nacho Fernandez. And also see that defender. He's out. Third change for Spain. Wonderful man, 34 years of age. 29 times, just one assist. He's exactly a creative player. And will be there to add a bit of petrol in that tank at the back. And here he's on the ball. The first touch, and it's across for Laporte. Simple pass. It's a Zubimendi from Olmo. One goal from Olmo, and he will be the leading goal scorer for the tournament. Now Nacho, now for Olmo, down the left. Fabian sticking the hand up, wants it to be switched. Williams will generate some movement out there. Yamal, the ball for Carvajal. Fabian, sending surely wrong way. Carvajal's cross, it's unable to affect much there. Yamal back on the ball. And those kind of angles, trying to lift her over the back. Didn't have a run from over the bump. Olmo looking for a run through, and Pickford can't stop that from going for a corner. So England on the back foot here, 6 minutes to go. And that was Declan Rice getting his body in the way to send that behind. Otherwise, Nico Williams may have been through for a brace. So Yamal out on the right corner flag. Unfazed by the big occasion, has had two golden chances to score though. Into the middle, it's Stones, his header to Saka, taken down by Fabian, doesn't want to risk it. Back to the keeper, he's had Foden right on his tail. Cucurella. The only man forward for England is Watkins. And England would take a 1-1, get it to extra time. For now it's Yamal, chips it into the middle, Pickford comes. And that was nicely done to tip it up over the head of Oyarzabal and regather. And Walker. Saka in a central role for the moment. Until he jogs back into position. Gahey on the ball. And then in their own half though. Gahey wants options, doesn't see them. sitting down in the stadium now. Very, very tense. They know these next few minutes are crucial. He will be coerced into making a mistake. On the left touchline, Watkins runs. Hasn't been given a service so far. Throw for Spain. Back into the middle, it's Fabian. Putting up play with Olmo. Chips it forward to Oyarzabal. Back out for Cucurella. Comes Oyarzabal! Goal! Now, is he offside? I think he's going to have to celebrate here. Spain for now are a goal to the good. What a substitution that is for both coaches. The man that he took the place of, Morata, comes over to hug him first in the corner flag. It might be the decisive goal that wins this tournament. And they will take another look at that. He must have broken that trap at the perfect time. Have England conceded? For now, they are down on the scoreboard. Spain with a brilliant team move there. Cucurella with a ball in to supply Oyarzabal the service required to slip that under and beyond Pickford. An 87th minute goal from Mikel Oyarzabal of Real Sociedad. And it was all about that build-up play. Oyarzabal, the pass from Olmo, Cucurella. Now, is this on or offside? It's all about where they freeze frame this. You would think the benefit of the doubt would go to the striker. 7 yards out, slips it past Pickford, who was wrong-footed, with Guehi looking on, and Oyarzabal turning home, sliding in at that left post. And it could be lethal for Spain, looking for their 4th Euros title. And it's a slow walk back to the middle. It is a game of millimetres. And De La Fuente now making another quick change. He wants Merino, who was the hero against the Germans, to come in. England on the back foot. The goal will stand. They immediately pump it forward. Can they find something? They need to dig deep now. Palmer, the hero, to make it 1-1. What can he construe here for 2-2? Bellingham. Much more urgency. A lot of turning on the ball. Bellingham and Palmer through. It's Watkins on the turn on the penalty spot. Just couldn't keep the ball at his feet. And caught the ball with his back to goal. Had 2 Spanish defenders to hook it away from him. But Bellingham wants to craft another goal here. He supplied the ball for Cole Palmer. Nacho Fernandez saving the day for Spain on this occasion. So the number 7, Ivan Toney, comes in for Foden. So they might ping in some balls. And Brentford striker comes in for cap number 6. Has scored before for England. Handy player to have on in case it does go to penalties, especially. England throwing everything at Spain right now. Marino also coming in. That's Yamal and his tournament over. What a player Yamal is. An assist for Spain's first goal. Palmer will take this corner in from the left side. Spain need to defend. 90th minute. And we'll find out how much stoppage time we'll have. Should be at least 6 or 7 minutes, I think. In comes the ball from Palmer. Attacked, and big save there. It's off the line. Rice comes again, and it's wide. And that was England's big moment. A massive, massive clearance there from Dani Olmo. And the Spaniards, they celebrate it as if they've scored a goal down the other end. Olmo on the line because Unai Simon came, made the save initially. And then it would have been, was that Guehi standing there in front of Carvajal, and it was Dani Olmo off the line. That is the kind of football that wins you tournaments. We've seen Pickford down the other end with some huge saves, some massive blocks. This time it's Dani Olmo. Don't worry about scoring them. It's all about saving them off your own goal line. 4 minutes of stoppages. 4 more minutes for England to salvage this game. Pickford will hack it forward. Not just so out of play for Ivan Toney. Is this trophy sailing away from Gareth Southgate in England? It's been an intriguing battle, that's for sure. Now Spain looking to exploit some space down the right wing. Final pass, much too heavy. Pickford will run over. 3.5 minutes to go. Is Mikel Oyarzabal the hero for La Roja? Or can Cole Palmer and Bellingham get something late here and send it to extra time? I think if England would score in the next 3 minutes, the momentum would be with them. It'd be deflating for Spain, who now want a free kick down the other end. That was Nacho saying there was some high contact. All the gamesmanship is coming, and I think it's Ivan Toney who's going to be shown a yellow for that contact. Now it's Ollie Watkins. Is it Toney for saying something? It is Ollie Watkins. 92nd minute yellow card. Time ticking away for England. Is there more heartbreak for the Three Lions? 2 Euro finals in a row would be their first trophy if they could pull something out here. They need to dig as deep as they can go. They've been splendid throughout the semi-final and this final. Despite being on the back foot, they are up against Spain, who is the most formidable nation in Europe at this point in time. England were hot favourites to win it. Alvaro Morata, who came off for Oyarzabal, that scored in the 86th minute. You can see that he's tearing up on the sidelines, but there's still 2 minutes. Never count the chickens, as they say. And as England, through Palmer, and they've won it in their own half, and have to switch play. He's been fouled by Williams, surely. And referee Letessier says that they can play that on. There's some ferocious pressure here from Spain, and Gahey takes a fall. Spain not prepared to give them an inch. Pickford will come. 90 seconds to go. England trailing by 2-1. Spain on the verge of their first trophy in 12 years. A major, that is. The current UEFA Nations League holders. The ball with a header. Awkwardly bouncing ball for Saka. Linesman's flag is up. It's going to be a free kick for Spain here against Saka. That is a crucial moment. I have to say, it's been a tournament of quality from Cucurella. Despite the naysayers, there's a high arm from Saka, but he was just trying to shield the ball. And that is all about John Stones and where Oyarzabal was standing. He's just running in behind Stones. What a ball that was from Cucurella. And that could be the defining moment of this tournament. Spain, we can't say they haven't deserved it, but England, on the back of making 2 finals in a row, they were to somehow pull it out here and go on to face extra time. I couldn't say they hadn't deserved it given their ascendancy in world football over the past few years. Now the Spanish bench, they're all on their feet. They're waiting for the final whistle. Long ball set. It's England defending. The other ball comes and takes it away from Pickford. There's a free kick going England's way though against Merino. Spanish royalty in attendance. And that is the final whistle from the referee. Spain are European champions for a 4th time in their history, and the tears are flowing for La Roja on the pitch in saying that they will for the Three Lions, who have lost their 2nd final in a row. The 2nd final in 3 years. It's devastating for Gareth Southgate. You cannot say that on the balance of this tournament that Spain haven't deserved this. The first team to win all of their matches at the Euros since France in 1984. The first Spanish team since Vincent Del Bosque's side of 2012. With captain Iker Casillas back then, Sergio Ramos, their all-time